Hello everyone, welcome to this Salesforce course by Intellipaat. Jeff Bezos in one of his early interviews quoted that as a business, it's our everyday job to make the customer experience a little bit better. But how do companies try to achieve that in today's IT world? Well, the answer lies in something called as customer relationship management. And when you hear CRM, you'll come across the term Salesforce. That is the reason why Salesforce jobs are increasing every year. And salary for Salesforce professionals is getting better and handsome compared to the software developers. Even the freshest Salesforce developer or app builder can expect a salary between 8 to 15 lakh rupees. And right now, 150,000 companies around the world are using this tool to manage the customer relationships. From this, you can understand that the skill is highly demanded in the industry. Considering the growth of Salesforce, Salesforce development is one of the safest career choices moving ahead in 2024. With our free Salesforce developer course, we are going to help you get started with the Salesforce. But before we do that, let us try and comprehend what exactly Salesforce is. Imagine running a t-shirt business. A loyal customer, Roy, frequently buys product from your end. He also attended your in-store event recently and has subscribed to your newsletters for product updates. He also raised one ticket about the product that was never delivered to him. And you also have Roy's browsing habit data on your website. As a business, if you know all this data about Roy and other customers, then you have Customer 360 data, which you can use to make better decisions about marketing, sales, operations, and technical changes. Salesforce as a CRM helps you achieve all that and puts customers at the center of your business. That's why Salesforce is incredible. Having said that, let me now take you guys through the agenda for this Salesforce full course. We'll start this course by getting to know more about Salesforce. Then we'll cover Salesforce Classic versus Lightning, Salesforce as a cloud platform, account setup in Salesforce, creating users account, custom objects and tabs in Salesforce itself. After that, we would go ahead and understand how to build custom apps, how to streamline sales and marketing processes using Salesforce. We'll basically understand everything that you need to learn to land a job as Salesforce developer or Salesforce app builder. Next up, we'll go ahead and discuss the most commonly asked Salesforce interview questions, which are most commonly asked in interviews at MNCs and startups. After listening to these questions, I'm damn sure you'll be able to crack your next Salesforce interviews. Now before we start, hit both the subscribe button and bell icon for never missing out on any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel.
Now let us start off with the first agenda point, that is introduction to Salesforce. So before knowing what actually is Salesforce, you need to have knowledge about CRM. So what is CRM? CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management, and it is an approach to manage a customer's interaction with the current and potential customers as well as its employees to manage customer data and customer service. So in most cases, when people talk about CRM, they are referring to a CRM system. So it is a tool aimed at helping companies with sales, their marketing and service management operations. So CRM software allows businesses to focus on their company's relationship with customers, colleagues as well as suppliers. So with the use of a professional CRM in place, it becomes much easier to find new customers, win their trust, provide qualified support and provide additional services throughout the relationship. So these are the basic features of the CRM, that is customer data management, building up customer relationship, employee management and maintain a decent customer service. And for this, there are various functionalities that allow users to track customers and company interactions through various available channels in the CRM. So these channels may include contact forms, emails, phone calls and more. Basically, CRM software provides sales and marketing teams with a set of tools to manage the entire sales and marketing funnel, and from lead qualification to opportunity management. Also, it includes forecasting of the sales and the marketing tactics and deal closure. Also, when talking about maintaining a customer service, so it enables customer service teams to manage customer requests and automate service operations by following predefined processes for the customer care excellence. So these are the basic functionalities of a CRM. Now let us move on to the types of CRM. So basically there are 4 types of CRM, that is strategic, operational, analytical, and collaborative. So let us start with the first one, that is strategic CRM. Strategic CRM is basically a type of CRM in which the business puts the customers first. So it collects, segregates, and applies information about customers and market trends to come up with the better value proposition for the customer, where the businesses assumes customer requirements and focuses on developing the product that may sometimes lead to over engineering, right? So here the businesses constantly keeps learning about the customer requirements and adapting to them. So this is the functionality and the core principle of strategic CRM. So these businesses know the buying behavior of the customer, that happy customer may buy more frequently than rest of the customers. So if any business is not considering this type of CRM, that is strategic CRM, then it is risking or its market share. Now, the next type of CRM is operational CRM. So operational CRM is oriented towards customer-centric business processes such as marketing, selling, and services. So it includes the following automations such as Salesforce automation, marketing automation, and service automation. Then Salesforce is a type of operational CRM and it is best suitable CRM for the large established businesses. So operational CRM provides three types of services. So this is Salesforce automation, marketing automation, and services automation. Now, let us look into the next type of CRM, that is analytical CRM. So analytical CRM is based on capturing, then interpreting, after that segregating, storing, and modifying the customer related data. Also, it helps in processing and reporting the customer data. It also contains internal business-wide data such as sales data that consists of products, volume, purchasing history, then finance data that consists of purchase history, credit score, and finally the marketing data that records response to campaign figures, customer loyalty scheme data. So all these are the features provided by the analytical CRM. So analytical CRM provides detailed analytics and customized reports. So the organizations who are using business intelligence, so that provide customers demographics and the lifestyle data of the customers, pay a lot of attention to internal data to get more detailed information for the customers, such as who are the most valuable customers, which consumers responded positively to the last campaign and get converted. So these are all the analytics provided by the analytical type of CRM. Also, analytical CRM can set different selling approaches to different customers, as well as different content and styling can be offered to different customer segments. So for the customers, analytical CRM gives customized and timely solutions to the problems. And for the businesses, it gives more prospects for sales and customer acquisition as well as retention. Now the next type of CRM is collaborative CRM. So collaborative CRM is a type of CRM in which we can structure or collaborate resources and strategies between separate businesses to identify and to acquire, develop, or retain the valuable customers. Basically, it is employed in B2B scenarios where multiple businesses can conduct product development, market research. Also, collaborative CRM helps establish a smooth communication among businesses. Also, it helps organizations to align all the resources and plans of different processes to collaborate and maintain the businesses with the valuable customers. Now, let us see what actually is Salesforce. So Salesforce as a CRM. Salesforce is a company that provides the CRM services, that is customer relationship management services. So it provides customer service, it provides automation for various marketing strategies, sales processes. Also, it provides analytics of the data of customers. Then it provides application development. So we can customize and develop the Salesforce platform as per the requirement of our organization. Then comes commerce. So Salesforce B2C commerce provides a cloud-based commerce solution that helps in marketing, content, promotion, customer service, as well as it includes artificial intelligence. Now, let us look at few of the features or highlights of Salesforce. So it provides efficient navigation using global search and related records. Now, there are record layouts in Salesforce that focus on what we can do instead of what we can view. After that, it consists of user-friendly dashboards with components that span both columns as well as rows. Salesforce also provides tracking of all interactions for a constituent in a single place, and it provides a 360-degree view of the same. Then it consists of dynamic and easy to navigate list views that let us easily filter and visualize our data. And finally, it helps sleek report views that we can filter quickly to see the data that is most important to us. Further, let us look at Salesforce certification details. Before that, you have to understand what are the tasks of a Salesforce administrator. So here are the tasks of an administrator. So it starts with creating new user profiles, monitor access levels. Basically, Salesforce administrators are the gatekeepers of their employers' sales as well as marketing data. And their task is to create each user account and determine the proper level of access based on the employee's role within the company. Then import new leads and contacts. As we already discussed, that a Salesforce administrator manages the sales and marketing data of the organization. So their task is to import new leads as well as contacts of those leads. Then run duplication tools to avoid duplicate data. Check for updates from salesforce.com. Then manage users, customers, and employees. Next, a Salesforce administrator must have a thorough knowledge of managing user data and security, then maintaining and customizing Sales Cloud and Service Cloud apps, building reports, dashboards, and workflows. So for clearing the Salesforce admin certification, you must have a thorough knowledge of these topics. Now, talking about number of questions that are asked in Salesforce admin certification exam are 60 multiple choice questions, and the time for completion that you get is 105 minutes. The passing percentage is 65%. That means you have to solve 39 questions out of 60 to pass the certification exam. The exam fees is $200 and the retake fees is $100. So if you fail in the first attempt, then you can retake the exam and the retake fees is $100. Now, we'll look at Salesforce App Builder task, as we'll be going to discuss about the certification of Salesforce App Builder as well. So the task of an app builder is to create custom pages, configure the Lightning app, maintain application security, configure process automation. So majorly, their task is to design, build, and deploy custom applications using the declarative customization capabilities of the Lightning platform. Also, they create, manage, and update data models, application security, business logic, and implement process automation. Now, looking into Salesforce App Builder certification detail, so they must have a thorough knowledge of managing user data and security, because it is one of the most important factor to secure the organization's data. Then maintaining and customizing Sales Cloud and Service Cloud applications. After that, building reports, dashboards, and workflows. Then extend and customize Salesforce platform as well as custom applications. Now, the number of questions that are asked in Salesforce App Builder certification are 60 multiple choice questions, and the time for completion is same as of administrator exam, that is 105 minutes. Then passing percentage is 63%, that is you have to solve 38 questions out of 60 to pass the certification exam, and the exam fees is $200, and again the retake fees is $100. It is similar to the Salesforce Administrator Certification exam. Now we'll see how to set up a developer account. So Salesforce Developer Edition provides access to the Lightning platform and APIs. It helps developers extend Salesforce, allows integration with other applications, help develop new tools and applications, then provide access to many of the features available in Enterprise Edition. So every Salesforce user can log into Salesforce through their account, and at Salesforce you can find free developer edition that we'll be going to create, and that allows you to develop applications for force.com for free. So we'll be creating Salesforce developer account. Before that, let us understand what is the difference between the two interfaces or two user interfaces, that is Salesforce Classic and Salesforce Lightning. So basically, Salesforce Classic is only a name given to distinguish between the new UI and the old user interface, and it is essentially the standard stage which we were utilizing for quite a while. So we were using Salesforce Classic previously, And then we have Salesforce Lightning. So Salesforce Lightning is a refreshed form of Salesforce Classic, and it incorporates Lightning component framework with extra features for developers, which makes it more useful. So there is no doubt Salesforce Lightning provides a better user experience as well as user interface than Salesforce Classic. So let us look at the differences between Salesforce Classic and Salesforce Lightning in detail. So Classic provides a basic user interface and Lightning provides an enhanced user interface. After that, Salesforce Classic uses standard reporting types for creating reports. On the other hand, Salesforce Lightning provides Einstein analytics reporting, which is a more advanced version for analyzing our data. Then Salesforce Classic enables to create and manage leads. On the other hand, Salesforce Lightning offers more components than Classic to manage sales process in a better way. Finally, Salesforce Classic has a moderate security, but in Lightning, it provides enhanced security with a higher assurance level. Now, creating a Salesforce developer account. So here are the steps to create a Salesforce developer account. First, you have to go to developer.salesforce.com. Then click on sign up. After that, enter the details with a valid email address. Then verify the account through the mail. After that, set the password for the account. After setting up the password, log into the Salesforce developer account using the credentials. And now your Salesforce developer account is ready. So you can log into your developer account and explore more to learn. Do remember that you can also go to salesforce.com and you can create your ID in that platform, but the developer.salesforce.com link redirects you to the developer account for the Salesforce platform. Also, using the developer.salesforce.com link, you create a developer account where you get more number of licenses as well as more features than the account that you create using the salesforce.com link. Now, in this section, we'll see how to set up a developer account in Salesforce. Here, I'll go to developer.salesforce.com and I'll click on sign up for creating an account. And if you already have an account, you can click on login button. So this is the page where you have to go, and I'll click on sign up. Now you have to type in first name, then last name, then you have to type the email address. Then after that, you have to type your job role. So this will be added in your Salesforce account. So you can give any job role that you want. So I'll just give developer as my job role. Then company name, I'll give it as Intellipaat. Country will be India. And postal code, you have to give the postal code and the username. So all these details you have to fill. So I'll give the username as. Then one thing you need to remember that you have to give the username as name@yourcompany.com. So here my company name is Intellipaat and I'll give the name as chose@.com and then I'll click sign me up. Now you have to wait for some time for your account to be created. Now you will get this window that you are almost there. So please check your mail to confirm your account. So I'll open my mail. Then I have created this account. So this is the message by Google Community and this is the message by developer@salesforce.com to verify my developer account. So here is the link. So you have to click on verify account to verify your developer account that you just now created. Then you have now you can keep the password. You can change your password. So I'll just give it as. Then you have to answer the security question. So in what city you were born or what is your pet's name. Then you have. So I'll type in my pet's name and now you have to click on change password. Then you have. You are into your Salesforce platform and you have successfully created your Salesforce developer account. And you can see this service setup home. This is the home page. And let me give you an introduction to this platform. So this is the search setup. This is the quick find box where we can search the various objects, opportunities, leads, and other whatever actions we need to perform in Salesforce. So let me type in leads. Okay, leads object is not there. Let me type in profile. So you will get the profile. Now let me type in email settings. So you will get all the related fields related to email. Let me type in company. Then you will get all the fields related to company, such as language settings, holidays, critical updates, company information, business hours, and we will be working on these further in this module. Now this option, you can see it over here. So by clicking on this option, switch to Salesforce Classic, you can go from Lightning platform to the Salesforce Classic platform that we discussed in previous videos, that what is the difference between Salesforce Lightning and Classic. So from here you can switch to Classic, and again if you click on switch to Lightning experience, then it will take you to the Lightning platform. Now you can see it redirects us to a different page. So this is the home page. So when we switch from classic to lightning, or we go from lightning to classic, so we didn't get setup page. You can see when we logged in into our Salesforce account, we get this service setup home page. And when we switched from classic to lightning, so this is the page that we got when we logged into our developer account. So we can go to the setup page using this button, and I'll click on setup. We'll get our setup page. So we can also go to the service setup page from this home page, and let us see what this service setup home page is showing to us. So this is showing us today's performance. So these are the default data cases that are given to us by Salesforce. So cases created is 26. So we haven't worked on any of the cases, or we have not created any cases. These are given by default by Salesforce. Then it is showing lifetime performance cases created. So let me talk about all these icons. So for what purpose they are used for. So as we already saw that from here we can switch to classic, then we can go to settings. Then you open this in a new tab. Now here is our settings page. So we can change the setting according to our need. So first name, last name, my work information, address, and then we can save it. Now this option, plus icon. Using this plus icon, we can it shows us the global actions. We can create a new event, new task, new contact, log a call. We can create a new opportunity, new case, new lead. So all these actions can be done using this global actions console. So talking more about this setup page, we can go to, we can click on this icon, that is Salesforce app launcher. Here we get different options for service, marketing, community, Salesforce chatter, content, sales console, service console, sales, lightning usage app, bolt solutions, lightning scheduler setup, and there are more objects. So it shows all items such as accounts, app launcher, assets, files, and opportunities, contacts. So all these are the objects. Also we can search it over here. If you want to search lead, so we'll get lead item. We can search for case, so we'll get case. Now let me go to this service portion. So we'll be working with all of these in further sessions. So this is our service page where we get the objects. So we can create chatter groups. Then you have a type of social networking application that engage customers into our business. Then this is the accounts object, contacts object, cases object, reports, dashboards. So here there can be more objects, but we have not added it yet. So we will be doing it further in our sessions. Now after this, I'll again go to the app launcher. I'll click on marketing. Then you have so this marketing shows us charter as well as campaigns, leads. These two are the extra objects that are added in our Salesforce tab. Actually, campaigns are used in marketing and then leads are created. So these two are the important components of marketing. That is why they are added in this marketing tab. After that, let me go to sales. So it will show us the important objects that are related to sales. So there are more number of objects and options available in our sales page that we can show over here. Opportunities, leads. So the opportunity is added. Task. So in sales, we can add an opportunity, we can add leads, we can add tasks, we can upload files, create accounts, add contacts, create a campaign as well for marketing, have a dashboard, create reports, charter, then groups, calendar that we can set dates for various tasks that we add, then people, cases, and forecast. So we'll be studying it further in our sessions, so I'll not discuss it over here. So this was all about setting up a developer account in Salesforce, and we have an introduction to the Salesforce and a quick overview to the Salesforce platform. So what all things are there?
So our very first question is, what is Salesforce? And as you can see, we have 4 options over here: a CRM system, an RCM system, a Chrome extension, an app on your laptop. So guys, what do you think is the right answer? Do drop in the comments below.
Now in this section, we'll see organizational setup. So what is an org? So an org is an identifier that represents a customer's version of Salesforce and its related data within an instance. So every org can be highly customized using custom fields, custom objects, and many other things. So let us see how to set up organization. So first of all, you need to know you have to set up company information. So these are the related fields related to company information. So first you have to set up org name, primary contact, division, address, and phone. Then comes default local, that includes date and time, user's name, address. After that comes default language, that is all text and online help are displayed in the default language. So for that you need to set up default language for your organization. Then by default, users individual languages override the organization's default language. Then comes default time zone. You have to set it to the primary time zone in which the organization is located. Then by default, users individual time zone settings override the organization's default time zone. Now come user data and file space. So user data and the file space show the breakdown of the storage usage. And the data storage, we can see the data storage of records such as opportunities, accounts, and contacts, and many other objects. Then file storage shows us the attachments, charter files, and documents. So here is the screenshot of Salesforce storage usage, and we'll see it while implementing the use data and file space. Now next comes fiscal year configuration in Salesforce. Salesforce help us accommodate an organization's unique fiscal year start month and end month. So basically fiscal year is used to determine the months included in quarterly and annual forecasts and reports. Now there are 2 types of fiscal years, that is standard fiscal year and custom fiscal year. Now before going into the types of fiscal year, let us understand why we use a fiscal year instead of a calendar. So this is due to the reason that companies opt to follow a fiscal year instead of a calendar year because their fiscal year may better fits their natural business cycle. Also, ending their fiscal year for a particular month may give retailers a more accurate financial picture to report. Then there can be seasonal businesses that tend to use fiscal years for various other business activities that benefits them. Now let us see standard fiscal year. So standard fiscal year follows the Gregorian calendar, which consists of 4 quarters per year and 3 months per quarter, and it can start at the beginning of any month we choose. For example, a fiscal year can start on January and end on December. We can also set the fiscal year starting month to March and ending to February. So this is the benefit of using standard fiscal year, that we can set it according to our need. After that comes custom fiscal year, where companies break down their fiscal years into quarters and weeks into custom fiscal periods. So basically, custom fiscal year follows a custom structure that we define. For example, there can be 4 quarters per year and 13 weeks per quarter, or we can have 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period according to our need. Now, next, let us see more about custom fiscal year. So after enabling the custom fiscal year, your organization's fiscal years will no longer be automatically defined by the Salesforce.com. Also, it shows you the warning message before you enable the custom fiscal year, as it is not reversible. So you need to take care of that. Now the next one is, however, we can define our custom fiscal years to have the same structures as the standard fiscal years. So we can use the same template as of standard fiscal year to create a custom fiscal year. Then changing the fiscal year configuration can result in data loss. So if you have created a fiscal year and you are using it, for example, if you have first created a custom fiscal year starting from month of January and ending it on the month of December, after that you change it to March to February, then the date of January will be lost. So changing the fiscal year configuration can result in data loss. So you need to take care of that. If you define a custom fiscal year, stick to it. Otherwise, create a new one for other business activities. Now, the next thing comes is business hours and holidays. So basically, business hours specify the hours when your support team is available to serve customers. This helps to make your department's processes such as escalations and milestones to work more accurately. Now talking about holidays. So holidays let you specify the dates and times your customer support team is unavailable. So after you create a holiday, you can associate it with business hours to suspend the business hours and escalation rule during the holiday dates and time. So going by the points, business hours are used for triggering case escalation rules, that is business requirements. Then we can use different business hour sets for different teams. For example, to provide 24/7 support, you can set different business hours for different teams. For example, for team 1, you can set it as Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and for team 2, you can set some other business hours. Now, we can also use blank business hours if our organization does not operate on a specific day. Then also, we can set holidays or recurring holidays for our organization and add them to business hour sets. Next, let us see Salesforce language settings. So Salesforce web user interface has 2 language settings, that is default org language and personal language. So talking about default org language, it applies to all new users until they select their personal languages. And for personal language, users can override the default org language and set their preferred personal language. So we will be setting up the Salesforce language using the Salesforce platform. Now the next, Salesforce provides 3 levels of language support, that is fully supported languages, end user languages, and platform only languages. So starting with the fully supported languages that provides English, German, French, Spanish, etc. So all features include help are translated into these languages. Now the end user languages, so all the standard objects and pages except the administration setup and help are translated. After that, platform only languages, so it is used when we want to localize custom functionality of applications that we have built on the Salesforce platform. So these 3 are the levels of language support provided by Salesforce to their customers. Now the next is, apart from the 3-level language support, there are more 2 ways we can actually localize our organization. Starting with the translation workbench. So it allows us to specify languages for translation and assign translators and manage our translations through the workbench. So we can create translations for the customization we have made to our Salesforce organization, and everything from custom PickList values to custom fields can be translated so that global users can use the entire Salesforce in their language. Then comes the renaming option. So if our custom application uses a small number of Salesforce standard tabs and fields, so we can translate them by renaming the tabs and field labels. So a thing to note is a language cannot be disabled if it is being used by a user currently. Now we'll implement some hands-on related to organization setup. So let's go to Salesforce. Now this is our service setup homepage. Now I'll go to setup and it will take a while to open up setup. Now here is our setup page, and for setting up the company information, I'll type in company and we'll get the related terms related to company, that is business hours, calendar setting, company information, fiscal year, holidays, language setting. So all these we have seen in the video. Let's go to company information first, and again it will take a while to open up. And now this is our company information page where you can see that the organization name is displayed, primary contact, division, address, fiscal year starts in. So this is by default. Then there is an option of activate multiple currencies and all these. Also, here are the default local, that is English, default language is English, default time zone, and this you have to set up. Then currency local, and further there are user licenses specified, and the status of these licenses are active. So starting with the first one, so this company has Salesforce license, charter free license, Salesforce platform license activated, then customer community login, xorg proxy user, work.com only. These are all the various types of licenses provided by the Salesforce to this company. Now further there are permission set licenses. So we will be studying about permission sets further in this course, but for now you can see here are the permission set licenses provided by the Salesforce to this company. After that comes feature licenses that provide specific features to the company. So marketing user, it is activated, Apex mobile user, offline user, knowledge user, flow user, service cloud user, and so on. Then the last one is usage based entitlement. So here are the features for which you can pay and use the services. So allowances are given as per the different resources, and frequency is given. So let us go to the edit option, and you will get the edit page for editing your company's information. So you can change the organization's name, you can add the division, you can add the phone, fax, street, city, state, province, and you will get code. And this default local is set to English United States, and default language is English. Default time zone is Pacific Daylight Time that I can change to IST. So let me search for IST, and you will get, so this is the Indian Standard Time that I am selecting, and you will get currency local is English USD. That also I can change. I can change it to INR, and you will get, so I'll search in over here INR, and you will get, here is the option of INR, and I have selected it. Now you can also activate multiple currencies if you are working with other types of currencies. So currently I am not activating multiple currencies, as I have to show you more features related to currencies, and when we'll be working with currencies and the currency management, then I'll show you what does activate multiple currencies provides us. Now I'll click on save to save the information, and you will get, so now we have successfully changed our company's information. Now let us look at storage usage. So in the quick find box, I'll type in storage, and we get the option of storage usage. I'll open it in a new tab, and you will get, now here is the page of storage usage. So your organization's storage usage is listed below. Starting with storage type. So first one is data storage. So limit is 5 MB and used is 282 KB. And here is the percentage used. After that, file storage, limit is 20 MB. For big object storage, the limit is 1000 MB. After that, current data storage usage. So here are the various types of objects such as opportunities, case, leads, contacts, campaigns, accounts, solutions, and so on. And here are the record count. So these are the records given by Salesforce to us, and the storage along with percentage of usage. Then comes current file storage usage for content bodies, photos, and again record count, storage, percentage. Here it also shows the top users by data storage usage. So here is the name displayed. The storage used is 274 KB and percent is 97%. So here we can find the what actual space we are using for storing our files and data in Salesforce. Now we'll see how to set up holidays for the organization. So in the quick find box, I'll type in holidays. So here we get the option of holidays, and I'll open it in a new tab. Here we can set up the holidays for the organization. Let me click on new to create a new holiday for the organization. Now this is our holiday detail page. So we can give the holiday name. So let me give it as Republic Day, and the description again can be Republic Day. The date, I have to mention the date for January 26th, and here is the option of specifying the time. So I can keep it for all day, I can keep it for half day, from time to a specific time. So I'll keep it as all day. So as this holiday is for every year, so I'll check this box up for a recurring holiday, where you can check the frequency, that is yearly, monthly, weekly, daily. So if the holidays are weekends, so if you are giving the employees Saturday, Sunday as weekends, so you can select the holiday and you can check this weekly option for Saturdays or Sundays. You can set for monthly, you can set monthly holidays, then yearly holidays. So as Republic Day is an yearly holiday, so I'll set it as yearly and the date will be same. I can set the recurrence start as of from 2020 or 2021, January 26th. Then I can also select the recurrence end, or I can select no end date, and I'll click on save. Now we have successfully created our holiday for the organization. You can also delete it, you can edit it. Further, let us add business hours for the organization. So I'll click on the add button for business hours, and then for this holiday of Republic Day, we can also set business hours for the support team so that we can provide 24/7 availability of service for the customers. So you can see over here that no available business hours are there. So we have to create one. So let me go to business hours first. So I'll search for business and I'll get the option of business hours. I'll open this. Now here is the default business hour that is provided by Salesforce. We can create a new business hours by clicking on new business hours. Now here is the page to add organization's business hours. So first we have to give business hours name. So I'll give it as technical support timings. So we can also use these business hours as the default one, and I have to check this box to activate. I have to select the time zone. So I'll select the Indian time zone. Now we can give the timings. So I'll uncheck this time, that is of 24 hours. So I'll give it as 9 to 5. Nine to 5 p.m. I'll copy this I'll set it for all the weekdays. And now for the ending time. Now I'll click on save to save these business hours. Now you can see that this technical support timings are activated. Now let me go to this holidays, that is of Republic Day, where we are keeping our customer service. And now let me refresh this, and it will show us the available business hours, that is technical support timings, and we can add it in the selected business hours, and I'll click on save. So this is how you can add business hours for the specific days. Now let us dive into fiscal years. So I'll type in fiscal year. I'll open this in a new tab. Now this is our organization's fiscal year page. So we can add or change the fiscal year. So name of the organization is Intellipaat. Fiscal year start month is January. And here is the condition, that is fiscal year is based on these two options. So I have selected, or by default it is selected, the ending month. So I can set it to the starting month and then I can simply save it. So the starting month will be January and the ending month will be December. Now again, I'll go to fiscal year. So I have already searched on the quick find box. So I'll open it, and we can create custom fiscal year also. So let me go to this custom fiscal year. So let me tell you about the custom fiscal year. So here is the warning, that is you can define custom fiscal years that match your company's financial planning requirements. And then Salesforce provides flexible templates that you can customize to meet your needs, such as the template for a fiscal year that has 4 equal quarters, each with a 4-4-5 structure, that is 2 4-week months and a 5-week month. Now this is the most important thing. Before enabling custom fiscal year, consider the following items. After enabling the custom fiscal years, your organization's fiscal year will no longer be automatically defined by Salesforce.com. Also, the only fiscal year available for reports, quotas, forecast, and so on will be those defined by your organization. The next one is enabling custom fiscal year is not reversible. So you cannot reverse this process. You cannot go back to standard fiscal year. And after enabling custom fiscal years, you cannot revert to standard fiscal years. And you can define your custom fiscal years to match a standard fiscal year by keeping the same structure of a standard fiscal year. And also, if you have forecasting features enabled, creating the initial custom fiscal year deletes all the quotas and adjustments from that year forward. So I am not enabling the custom fiscal year, as I'll be using the standard fiscal year, because the process of enabling the custom fiscal year is not reversible. So I'll keep it as standard fiscal year and I'll save it. That's all for organization setup. Now in this section, we'll see about currency management. Now talking about currency in a most specific sense, it is the money in any form that we can use or can be used as a circulation as a medium of exchange. Especially it can be a system of money in common use, especially for people in a nation. So currencies in Salesforce represent countries in which an organization is performing its business activities. So here are the key terms related to currency, that is default currency, corporate currency, multiple currency, conversion rates, exchange rates, and dated exchange rates. So now let's see each one of them. Starting with default currency. So in Salesforce, we get currency local. So by default, all records are displayed in the currency that we have set in currency local. So this is known as default currency. By default, Salesforce organizations use a single currency. And once you set the required currency local in your company settings, all the currency values on the records will be displayed in that currency. Now let us see the next one, that is corporate currency. So corporate currency represents the currency used by our corporate agency. If you are the admin for the organization and you set the corporate currency, so that reflects the currency of your corporate headquarters. So it represents the currency used by your corporate agency. Now the next one is multiple currency. So when you enable multiple currency in Salesforce, it allows you to record amounts in different currencies, and it allows businesses around the globe to work with their regional currencies while dealing with the businesses in other countries. If you don't have multiple currencies enabled, then amounts are just displayed as an amount. And when you enable multiple currencies, it allows amounts to be converted, displayed, and reported according to the exchange rates. Now comes the conversion rates. So conversion rates in Salesforce help manage the static exchange rates according to the values set by the company. By multiplying the amount with the conversion rate, we get the value of the deal in another currency. For example, if you are in India and you are dealing with a US customer, then you need to have conversion rates between the currencies to make a deal with the US customer. Then comes exchange rates. So simply stating, the rate at which one currency is exchanged for another is called the exchange rate. After that comes dated exchange rates, which is one of the most important feature of Salesforce currency management. So it is a feature in advanced currency management. So you have to enable advanced currency management to use dated exchange rates. Then dated exchange rates allows us to map an exchange rate to a specific range of dates. Also, it helps avoid losses caused due to fluctuating exchange rates of the currencies. For example, if the exchange rate for $1 today is rupees 70 and for the next month it becomes rupees 80 and you made a deal on the previous one, so it is a loss for you. That is why Salesforce provides us with the feature of dated exchange rates to manage the fluctuating exchange rates. Now let us see some key points for currency management. So currency is a required field on all Salesforce objects and must be considered during import and custom object creation. Then accounts and associated contacts must use the same default currency. Then the administrator sets the corporate currency. So the corporate currency is set by the admin of your company, and all the conversion rates are based on the corporate currencies. And when we change the conversion rates currency, amounts get updated in the new rates. So we get the converted rates for the objects, and these objects can be leads, opportunities. Then we can manage exchange rates between our active and inactive currencies and the corporate currency by editing the conversion rates. So we can also edit these conversion rates as per our requirement. Then the organization may also use dated exchange rates for opportunities and opportunities products. Finally, the administrator must activate advanced currency management in order to create dated exchange rates. If you have not enabled advanced currency management option, then you cannot find the option of dated exchange rate and you cannot set the rates for the currency exchange. Now we'll implement some of the concepts related to currency management. So let's head back to our Salesforce developer account. So I have logged into my Salesforce developer account, and in the quick find box, I'll search in manage currencies. So some of you might not get this option of manage currencies. So this is an error. So I'll be telling you about resolving this problem first. So for resolving this problem and get the option of manage currencies in your quick find box, what you have to do is go to company information. I'll open it in a new tab. And now you can see the settings over here for your company, for your organization. So here is an option of activate multiple currencies. So I have activated it. You can go to the edit option first and just scroll down, and I have already activated, and I have activated just now this option of activate multiple currencies, and this action cannot be reverted. And when you will check this and when you will enable this option of activate multiple currencies, it will be activated for the entire organization, and you will get the option of manage currencies in your quick find box. So I have activated, I have saved it. So you can follow these same steps, and then I'll refresh this page, my setup page. Now I'll type in manage currencies. So I'll get the option of manage currencies. Now let's open this in a new tab. Now here you can see the currency is INR, that is the currency of our organization. So this is set as the corporate currency, and the conversion rate is given over here. So we can edit the rates, we can change the corporate currency. For changing the corporate currency, we need to create a new currency. So I'll click on new. Then the currency type I have to select. So I'll select as dollars or euros. So here is the option of US dollars. So I'll select this. Then conversion rate, I'll set it to 2.5. Then decimal places. So I'll give in one more decimal place. So decimal places, I'll set it as 2 and I'll click on save. Now you can see that a new corporate currency has been created. I'll again create a new one. This time I'll give it as euros. I'll scroll down and I'll select euros. I'll give the conversion rate as 1.5 and the decimal places will be 2 and again I'll click on save. Now I can change the corporate currency by clicking on this change corporate option, and I can add new corporate currency. So as I have created two currencies as euros and USD, now I'll set the new currency as USD and I'll click on save. So I have successfully changed the corporate currency as US dollar. Now let me show you how these corporate currencies work. So before that, I'll click on edit rates to give you an overview of editing the rates, conversion rates. So 1 USD is 0.62 euros and 1 US dollar is 0.4 Indian rupees. So we can change it as per our requirement. I'll leave it for now and I'll click on save. Now here are the two options, that is advanced currency management is not enabled, that allows you to manage dated exchange rates that map a currency conversion rate to a specific date range. And the second one is parenthetical currency conversion is enabled. So in multiple currency organizations, Salesforce displays converted currency amounts to users whose personal currency is different from the currency of the record they are viewing. So this we will be looking at further when we will be creating opportunities and leads. So now let me show you this by going to the opportunity object. So I'll go to setup and then app launcher. After that, I'll click on service. So here we are not getting the opportunity option now. So I'll go to another one. I'll click on view all. Now I'll go to sales. So I'll open this in a new tab. After that, I'll go to opportunities. Now I'll create a new opportunity. Also, before moving on with creating an opportunity, let me give you an overview of what actually is opportunity, and then in the further sessions and videos we'll be discussing in brief about the opportunity object. So basically opportunities are deals that are in progress. So opportunity records track details about deals, including which accounts they are for, right? So who the players are actually and the amount of potential sales. So if your Salesforce admin has set up leads in your Salesforce, or an opportunity is definitely created when a lead is converted. So we have to fill in the details related to the opportunity. So let me start with the amount. Now I'll give the opportunity name. So I'll give the name as new opportunity. Now I have to give the stage as prospecting, or I'll give it as prospecting. Probability it will take as it is. Lead source will be web, and I can give it to something else also. And then you have to mention the corporate currency for which you are creating the opportunity. So I'll keep it as Indian rupees. Now further, I'll try to save it and we'll get an error that these required fields must be completed. So closed date I have to mention. So let me put the close date as 20th of October and I'll click on save. Now our opportunity is created. Now let me go to the details of this opportunity. So here amount is 1000 in INR. Now let me create a new opportunity. So I'll again create a new opportunity and I'll give it as 2000. The amount is 2000. Close date is 20th. Stage is prospecting, and I'll give the name as new sales. and then I'll try to save, and the opportunity is saved. So we have created two opportunities. I'll go to the details of the opportunity and I'll click on opportunity currencies to edit the opportunity currency. And here I'll get the option of changing it to US dollars. So I'll click on US dollars and then I'll click on save. Now you can see our opportunity is saved and the amount which we can see is USD 2000 and in Indian rupees it is 800. So it is showing the conversion of the currency from USD to INR. So why is it so? Because let me go to the currency part. So let me go to setup and let me go to manage currencies first. So I'll open manage currencies. Now we can find the option of parenthetical currency conversion is enabled. So let me disable it. So I've disabled the parenthetical currency conversion. Now I'll go to the opportunity that I have created. Now I'll refresh this page. I'll go to details. Now here you can see the amount of the opportunity is just 2000 USD and the conversion is not shown in INR. This is due to the reason that we have disabled the parenthetical currency conversion. So I'll enable this again. Then again we'll get the converted rate. So it is beneficial for us that we can see the conversion rate and we can understand the value of the opportunity. Right. Now I'll go to the manage currencies and I'll enable the advanced currency management. So what it does is allows you to manage dated exchange rates that map a currency conversion rate to a specific date range. So for example, if you made a deal today and the price of the dollar is 70 INR. Now after 1 week, the dollar value increases to 80 INR. So it is a loss for your company. So to manage these fluctuating rates, we use advanced currency management. So I'll enable this option of advanced currency management and here is what you get. So confirm advanced currency management settings. Then advanced currency management allows you to manage dated exchange rates that map a currency conversion rate to a specific date range. Then dated exchange rates are applied to currency fields on opportunity product schedules and opportunity reports. So all this you can read it and I'll click on yes, I want to enable advanced currency management and I'll click on enable. Now you will get the option of manage dated exchange rates as well as manage currency. So when I'll go to manage currencies, I'll get the page where I can change the corporate currency and all. I'll go back. Then in the currency page, I'll also get the option of manage dated exchange rate. So I'll click on it. I'll click on continue. And now I can add new exchange rates. So I'll click on new exchange rates. Here I have to give the start date. So I'll click on 19th and start date is 19th October 2020 and the euro conversion rate is this and Indian rupee is this. So I can click on this. I can save this. So I'll save this. Here you can see the option that exchange rates for 18th of October 2020 and before, and I'll go to next range. So the next range is 19/10/2020 and after. So the rate that we have set for this particular date will be eligible for the opportunities. So this is how we manage fluctuating exchange rates. Also, one thing that you need to know is let me go to the users first. Then I'll tell you the scenario where you can get the error or you will not get the parenthetical conversion. So I'll go to users. I'll open it in a new tab. Now I'll click on system administrator. That is our ID that we have created. That is our developer account. Now here you can see, just go down in the currency part. The currency is set as INR. So if I'll set it to USD, then you will not be able to see the conversion rate as per the parenthetical conversion. So I've clicked on edit. Now I'll go below and I'll change the currency as USD. Now I'll click on save. After that, I'll go to the opportunity part. So this is our opportunity. So I'll click on it. I'll refresh this. I'll go to details of the opportunity. And here you can again see that it is just showing USD 2000. Now I'll go back to my users and I'll click on edit. I'll go down. I'll change the currency. I'll change the currency to euros and then I'll click on save. Again, I'll go back to my opportunity. I'll refresh my page. Now, after refreshing my page, I'll go to details of the opportunity and here you can see the USD is converted to euros. So this is how it will represent the parenthetical conversion as we set or as we change the currency for the user. So this is all you need to know about the currency management. Now in this section, we'll see the details related to user setup. So first of all, creating new users. Now these are the terms or process related to new user business process. So first of all, an employee joins a company, then sending new user request via email or phone. After that, approval from hiring department or the hiring department manager. Then after the confirmation or approval, the admin adds the new user to Salesforce. So here are the actions for a new user for adding them in Salesforce. So first is licensing, second is security, checking about the security, and then comes localization settings. Starting with the first one, that is licensing. So for creating a new user, the admin has to provide the user with some license so that they can access the Salesforce object according to the user license. So there are three types of licenses. So first one is Salesforce regular license, then Salesforce platform, and after that force.com license. So there are feature licenses that enables the user to access some features that may be some specific features using these licenses. So it includes knowledge user, marketing user, mobile user, offline user, Salesforce CRM content user, and service cloud user. So these are the licenses that the admin has to provide while creating a new user. So the admin cannot provide every license to the user. So only one user license can be assigned to a profile. Then comes security, that includes roles and profiles. The administrator need to take care of the accessibility of the data for the new user. These accessibility can be read, write, delete, insert, or update. It is the admin's responsibility that he or she assigns the accessibility to the new user, whether they can read or only write, or whether they can delete the data or insert the data or update the data. Then comes localization settings. So for user localization settings, the admin has to set the personal local, then personal language, personal time zone, personal currency for the new user. After that, there are some troubleshooting user issues that the user may face, such as resetting passwords, related to password policies, viewing login history, and then deactivating user. So these all things are taken care by the Salesforce administrator. Now we'll create a new user and we'll see what all settings we can change for a new user. So let me go to the developer account of Salesforce. So this is our Salesforce setup page and I'll type in user and we'll go to users. I'll open this in a new tab. Now for creating a new user, you can click on new user and I'll type in the first name, the last name, and I'll give the other details. So I have added the details for the user. Now you can give the user license. So here are the list of licenses, that is Chatter external, Chatter free, force.com for free and app subscription, and other licenses that you can see. So I'll click on charter free user, and then the profile that I'll give is again charter free user, and other things will be as it is. I'll not fill in the other details. The mailing address is given, time zone, local, language, currency. Now I'll click on save. Now you can see that we have successfully created the user. Now I'll go to user settings or user management settings. I'll open it in a new tab. So user management settings give us the following option. That is user self deactivate. If you have to deactivate the user, so you can deactivate using this option. Then hide personal information. So this is enabled. Then scramble specific users data. So honor your user request when they no longer want their personal data recognized in Salesforce. So you can enable it. Then enhance profile list views. So when we will be working with list views and profiles, then we will be discussing about this. And another settings as enhance permission set. So when we'll go to the permission set profile topic, then we'll discuss all these. For basic user management, these three are the options. That is user self deactivate. So it is disabled. So we'll not find the option. And then hide personal information for security purpose, and then scramble specific users data. Now I'll close this. Now you can see it over here that we have successfully created a charter free user, and this is activated. You can see the type of licenses that are in this user's profile. So there is marketing user, offline user, knowledge user. So all these licenses are deactivated. They are not checked up as it is not available for charter free user. So I'll click on edit. And then you can see that there is no option of enabling marketing user, offline user, knowledge user. And to deactivate the user, you can simply check in this option of active. You can disable this and the user will be deactivated. But I'll not do so over here. I'll simply go back and the user is activated. Now further, I'll go to profiles. I'll open this in a new tab. Now, as we have created a charter free user, we have to set up the settings for a charter free profile. So here in this profile list, I'll go to charter free user. I'll click on this. So this following window appears where you can see the administrative permissions, session settings, password policies, login hours. You can add the login hours, login IP ranges, enable custom metadata type access, and all these options. So I'll click on edit. Now here are the administrative permissions that are set by default. Then in session settings, you can give the options as if the user is not active for 24 hours, then the session will be timed out. By default, it is set for 2 hours of inactivity. Then session security level, high assurance or none, that you can set. Then password policies. So this password policies, the first option is user passwords expire in. So by default, it is set to 90 days. You can set it to 180 days, 1 year, never expire. And similarly, enforced password history. So 3 passwords remembered. You can add it to 24. So by default, it is set to 3 passwords. Then minimum password length, password complexity required, password question required, maximum invalid login attempts, that is 10. So after 10 attempts, your account will be blocked for some time. Then lockout effective period, that is 15 minutes. Here you can set for how long a user is logged out of their account. So it is set to 15 minutes. Then I'll click on save. If you want to change anything, you can change it. Now I'll go back to users, and here you get the option of reset password. So I'll click on this to reset the password. So an embedded page at salesforce.com says reset password for this user. So I'll click on OK to reset the password, and you will see that a new password for the following user has been sent via email, and the user will be required to enter a new password upon initial login to salesforce.com. So you will get the option of resetting the password in your mail. So you can check your mail. You can go to your mail and there you can reset your password. So this is how you can reset the password of the user. Now the next thing is the password policies. So let me type in password policies, and I'll open it in a new tab. Now remember that we got this option in the user settings also. So we can also search this in the quick find box, the password policies, and we can change the password policies from here also. So I have already changed. We already saw the password policies. Now I'll go to login history. So I'll type in login history and I'll open this in a new tab. So this option is also available when we open a user for editing its settings. So here you get the login history of the users. Now I'll open this drop down list. So it shows all login, HTTP get logins only. So here you can set the option from where you get the logins. So I simply selected all logins. Also, you can download the last 6 months of login history or filter and show up to 20,000 records of login history for the last 6 months. And if you select to download the login history, then there are two options. That is, you can get it in a CSV file format or gzip. Now one thing more that is left is the localization settings for the user. So I'll go to users, and this is the user that we have created, and we can see the localization settings over here: time zone, local, and language. Now I'll click on edit option to change the localization settings for the user. Now I'll scroll down. So here are the settings. So the time zone that is set is in IST, Indian Standard Time, and the language is English United States. The language is English, and the currency is US dollar. So I'll change it to Indian rupees. So these are the local settings that I have to change. So I've changed the currency of the user from US dollar to Indian rupees. Now I'll click on save. Now we have successfully changed the local settings. We have seen different types of settings for the user, such as password policies, login history, how to deactivate the user, how to change the local settings, how to provide the licenses. So that is all for the user setup.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
What is Salesforce? It's a cloud-based, so a new term has been brought in over here. Okay, great. So let's type the word cloud. I wanted to understand what is Salesforce, but I got a term cloud. So what is a cloud? Let me give you the definition of cloud and the definition of internet. Okay. So now an internet is a series of interconnected computers spread across the globe. It's a global computing network.
Yes.
Now, coming to cloud, a cloud is also a series of interconnected computers spread across the globe. That is exactly the definition of a cloud. So now both the definitions are same, but what is the difference? The difference is very small. So what is the difference? The difference is that internet, cloud is like a subset of internet, guys. Okay, cloud is also internet, but it is a subset of it. It is a part and a parcel of internet. It is not separate. It is not separate. So for the internet to function, there are organizations that have joined hands together and on a non-commercial basis, Guys, okay, on a non-commercial basis, they provide servers where the data can be stored. That is how internet functions. So internet is a network across the globe that is not owned by anybody. It is just governed by a body called as World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, internet is a body that is governed by a consortium called World Wide Web Consortium, or a body called World Wide Web Consortium. Whereas cloud, it is also the same structure of internet, but that is not on a non-commercial basis. A cloud is purely for commercial basis. So let's say GCP, Google Cloud Platform, that is whole and soul owned by Alphabet, which is the Google company, right? Now, when you go to Azure, Azure is owned by Microsoft. You go for AWS, owned by Amazon. Go to Bluemix, owned by IBM. Go to SF Cloud, owned by Salesforce. Oracle Cloud, owned by Oracle. So these are the internet systems that are owned by an organization, and you can only use them if you pay a subscription for it. It is like a subscription based model, pay as you use or unlimited, whatever. Every cloud hosting agency has got its own thing. So a cloud is a subset of internet, but internet is a non-commercial network, whereas a cloud is a commercial, completely commercial network. Is that clear, everybody? Okay, so Salesforce is also Salesforce is also a cloud-based application. So you got to buy subscription for Salesforce. You got to buy subscription for Salesforce. So that's where we are going to do it. All right. Now, the next thing that we are going to look at is I'll give you one example. Okay, Salesforce falls under a category of applications known as CRM. All right. So, what is the expansion of CRM? So, CRM stands for Customer Relationship. Now, what do we do in customer relationship management? What do we do in customer relationship management? So, let us not go deep into it. Let us take one example and we will do it. Okay. So, and also let me make one point very clear, guys. Please don't expect any PowerPoint presentations in my class. I am completely against doing PowerPoint presentations as a part of class. My class will be completely hands-on. We will take a scenario, we will work on it in the Salesforce application directly. Okay. So for every symbol, for every topic, we will have an example. Okay. So let's take an example over here. Okay. Let's say we have two people. Okay. They are customers of a mobile service provider. They are customers of a mobile service provider. Is the customer for that mobile service provider for last 70 months. Okay. And Blas had started his relationship with the service provider around 32 months back. They both are in the same plan. They both are in the same plan where they are paying $79.99 a month. Okay, let's assume that these are dollars. They're paying around $79.99 a month for their mobile connectivity. The mobile connectivity includes their outgoing, incoming calls. Their connectivity includes the data, like I mean the internet connectivity, the data pack, as well as their short messages, SMS, how many SMS they can send and other things. So both very happy with the mobile service provider. Let's call this mobile service provider as A. And then there are couple more mobile service. There is one more mobile service provider. Okay, who is giving a new plan for 99.99. Okay, so what this new plan is that, okay, if you get X as the offering over here, you're going to get 2X offerings over here. You're getting 2X. So if you get 500 GB of data, here you're getting 1000 GB of data per month. Okay. And they are getting two OTT channels. Okay. They're getting two OTT channels free. And that's it. So now, quite interested towards this plan. They wanted to move away from the mobile company A to mobile company B. So now, when they want to move away from one company, what will they do? They'll put a cancellation request. So as soon as they put a cancellation request, will service provider A cancel their request, or will that provider try to do something? What happens? They will try to understand the issue. So who is going to understand the issue? How does the guy know what is the issue? From where they are going to reach out? Let us talk the reality. What happens? Who will contact the customer? They'll get a call. From where they will get a call? They'll get a call from the call center. So every organization has got something known as a retention team. So that retention team is going to, and then they will say that they will ask why are you trying to Salesforce? My Excel stopped responding. That's okay. So now the retention team person from the call center calls up. Why are you planning to leave? Okay.
Let's look at the second question. What is an object in Salesforce? Again, we have four options: the actual data, or an object is a table that stores information, or is it details relating to records, or is it a material thing that can be seen and touched? Again, what do you think about this question? Write it in the comments below. And if you guys want, you can also give a detailed explanation so that everybody is clear with the answer.
Right. So now they come back and then they will say, okay, fine. You need to just give us a reason as to why you're canceling it. Is our services wrong or something that you're not interested? What is it? So that's where Jyoti says everything is fine, but this is what we are getting. We are getting the 2x for another $20 more. We are getting this. So then what they do is, fine, you are looking at more this thing. We can give some new package. Since you are ready to pay $99, we are going to give you one more plan where you have to pay $109.99. 109. You got to pay $10 more, and then you're going to get 2.5x of whatever you're getting now. You're going to get 3 OTT channels free, and then you're going to get another 3 OTTs at 50% discount. Okay. Or if you go in for, or you're going in for 1999 pack, okay, you're going to get 3x, and then you're going to get 3 OTT channels for free. and then you're going to get 5 OTT at 50% off. So now, are these same kind of offers? These are the offers that are given to Jyoti. So the same kind of offers are given to Blas? I don't know, because Blas may get some different things, because the loyalty of Jyoti, if you look over here, is much bigger than the loyalty of Blas. So the offers that are given to Jyoti are a little different. Okay, the offers that are given to Jyoti are a little different than the ones which are okay, the offers that are given to Jyoti are a little different than the offers that are given to Blast. So the offers are given based on the loyalty, based on the net worth. When I say net worth, it's not what is there in the bank, but how long is this customer? What are the connectivities that he has? What is the amount that he was paying? How is his payment tracking, his payment history? How are the tracking, how good is he in paying the bills? If he has over the limit, then has he paid that right amount? So all those questions will be taken care, and then based on that, the offers will be decided. So now there is one more offer that is given to Jyoti. So it is the same thing that is going to be there. It's going to be the same thing, but the call center agent tells that if you're going to sign in for a 36-month contract, okay, if you sign in for a 36-month contract, I'm going to give you an iPhone 13. Okay, I'm going to give you an iPhone 13. So these are the offers, and Jyoti will pick up the offer that is given to her, which is this one. And then Blas will also get his order, or he gets his offer and he picks up his offer. So that's where he is there. And both of them will be given one thing. Either you give me your email where we can send all the documents for signatures and other things, and you got to fax them back to us, or you can walk down to a nearby store, and in the store you can sign all the documents, give your photo ID, and then you can take the phone with you. So Jyoti prefers to walk down to a store and then collect the thing. So when Jyoti goes to the store, the store manager over there has to pull out Jyoti's information. How does the store manager pull out Jyoti's information? On what basis? I'll pick the person so you can answer it. If you're not able to answer it, also it is fine, guys. Absolutely fine. Okay. So how is the store manager going to pull out Jyoti's data? Because of the software, the call center agent was able to call up Jyoti, but I'm asking on what is the basis on which the store manager pulls out Jyoti's data. So the store manager takes Jyoti's mobile number. Using the mobile number, see, Jyoti and Pooja doesn't have the same phone number. Jyoti doesn't have the same phone number, right? Everybody has got a unique phone number, correct? So the store manager uses Jyoti's phone number to pull out her information. Now, when store manager pulls out her information, does he see the details of the discussion that were happening between the call center agent and the Jyoti? Whatever is the interaction that happened between call center and Jyoti, that will be entered into the system as interaction history. Will that interaction history be available for the store manager to read? So it is not a no, it is a yes. So the store manager will have the data. Otherwise, how will the store manager know if someone walks down to him and says that, hey, I want to get into this particular plan, and then people told me that I'll be getting an iPhone 15 for free. That is not what is accepted. So the store manager should know what exactly is the offer that is given and what is agreed upon. So that is where the store manager will also have will have the complete information or access to the input that is given to them by the call center representative. Now what happens is store manager tells, okay, fine, you are paying the 119.99 and it's a pretty good phone, and I would ask you to pay 129.99, like $10 a month. Okay, $10 a month, nothing more. Okay, nothing more. Okay, or maybe he says, don't, so 199 instead of 119, say you pay this, and then if you pay 129, you will get everything same, but instead of an iPhone 13, I'm going to give you an iPhone 14. Okay, and here instead of 36 months, okay, if this is the same thing, instead of 36, if you pay me, if you you extend the contract for 48 months, okay, instead of an iPhone 13, I'll give you an iPhone 13 Pro. So he will try to do it, and he'll also say on top of whatever package that you buy, you pay $1.99 a month. You pay $1.99 a month, and I will cover you under insurance for your. I will cover you under insurance for your duration of the contract. So during this contract period, anything happens to the phone, no questions asked, problem resolved, or phone replaced. So that is the new thing that is given by. And also the store manager tells, hey, whatever you're trying to get a new iPhone, that is fantastic. So why don't you use our current promotion that we are going on? So we are offering 50%. We are offering 50% discount on all the screen protectors. Okay, and we are offering 60% discount on all the mobile cases. Okay, we are offering 60% discount on all the mobile cases. So now Jyoti will pick up whatever the content, whatever the option that she feels like. Okay, and she will take the phone and she will walk out of the store and she will start using the phone. Now, when you start using the phone, the month rolls by and you got to pay your bill. So how will you pay your bill? If you have to pay your mobile bill, you will walk down to the store, you can pay cash, or you can drop a check, or you can mail a check. Apart from this, what else can you do to pay the bill? Online. So you can go online and do it. All right. Now, generally, if as per my experience and as per my experience in the industry and my experience with US US mobile operators, they negotiate with you on the number of minutes, they negotiate with you on the number of data packs and other things, but they don't negotiate on the contract period. Okay, 36 months, they will try to be on the 36 months instead of 3 OTTs for free, they may say that I'm going to give you one more OTT channel for free, or I'll give you one more OTT channel at 50% off. They will negotiate on that, but they'll not negotiate on this 36 because they're giving you a valuable phone, right? So until they get that money for 36 months, they don't break even. That's why. May not be, but they may not agree also. So it depends on organization to organization. Okay. And depends on the time and the load that they have. So if they are already having a lot of customers, let going few customers also, they don't mind in terms of not making the loss. Okay. All right. Now, once you go online, okay. So let us revisit few things. When the call center agent called you, the call center agent has got all your details. Yes or no? When the store manager pulled out your record, the store manager was able to get all your details. Yes or no? And when you went online, all your details are available online, correct? So these are call center, store, online, these are channels. So you use any channel to contact, to check about a customer. You use any channel to check about a customer. You are getting the same details about the customer. So any channel is giving you one single view of the customer, correct? So how is it possible? The way it is possible is because this is the place where all the information that is there is being stored in one single database. So the entire information is being stored in one single database. Okay, the entire information is being stored in one single database. Okay, so when you are looking at the call center, the call center is connecting to this database. Okay, the call center is looking at this database. Okay, and again, the store is also looking at the store is also looking at the same database. Okay, the store is also looking at the same database if you look at it. Okay, and when you look at the online, online is also connecting to the same database. Online is also connecting to the same database, and it is also getting you the input from the same place. Is this clear? Okay, now let's look at the operations that have happened. Okay, let's move Jyoti's name from here. Now, as soon as Jyoti and Blas had put in their cancellation request, immediately a message has triggered to the retention team. Okay, a warning message has been sent stating that there is a customer who is about to cancel his connection or her connection. So, message triggering happened, correct? Message triggering. Okay, now, next. Now, message triggering happened. Then the call center agent called, message triggering happened. And when the call center agent has called, the call center agent cannot make up the offers. The system has to generate the offers. So the offer generation happened at the back. Do you agree? Once an offer has been selected, Jyoti went to the store. In the store, the store manager did not leave Jyoti directly. So what the store manager was telling, the store manager was telling, or the store manager was trying to sell Jyoti a higher value package. See, 129.99, and he's trying to sell a higher value package. Instead of an iPhone 13, he's trying to sell an iPhone 14, or he's trying to sell a higher value package of a 48-month contract for an iPhone 13 Pro. So trying to sell something which is of a higher value than the current product, it is known as upsell. It's known as upselling. Okay. Now, he is also trying to sell certain related products, like he's trying to sell $99 insurance plan, or he's trying to sell 50% off screen guards or screen protectors, or 60% off on mobile pouches. So this kind of selling of products which are for that particular product, it is known as cross sell. It's known as cross sell. So there is a set of upsell offers and cross sell offers generated, and they are given to the store manager. Okay. And then when Jyoti goes online, some banner ads will come, relevant banner ads. So like iPhone 13 is there, like something related to iPhone 13, or if she has iPhone 14, something related to iPhone 14, or maybe some increment in plan by additional charges, or you can go with this value added services, or some kind of promotions are shown to, either promotions are sent to Jyoti or promotions are shown to Jyoti. Okay, so all this is happening, but there is no one single person who is taking care of it. There is someone who is working behind the scenario, or someone who is working behind the scenes, and they are trying to make all this thing happen. And that someone is none other than our CRM. That's none other than our CRM software. In our case, it is going to be Salesforce. It's going to be Salesforce. Is that clear? So guys, here Salesforce is trying to take care of all these things. Right? I'll give you one more example over here. So let's take this is A. So with our discussion, we understood that company A is very focused on customer service. Do you agree with me? So in the year 2019, company A has got 100,000 customers. And because of its customer centricity, even in 2020, company A has got 100,000 customers. 2021 also, it has got 100,000 customers. 2022 also, it has got 100,000 customers. In 2023, till date, it has got the same 100,000 customers. Yes. Let's say, for example, I'll take you as a person. Let's say you're buying an iPhone. Okay. So you, like, now this iPhone 15 has got released, right? So you walk into a store to buy an iPhone 15. So the person who is trying to sell the iPhone, you wanted an iPhone 15 only. But the person says, sir, this is iPhone 15, but if you wish to spend maybe another 10K, you're going to get much better quality picture clarity and other things because of the next level phone, which is iPhone 15 Pro. So if someone wants to sell something better or the higher value, no, I don't say better, but if someone is trying to sell you a product which is of higher value than what you're asking, that is called as upsell. Okay. Now, for the iPhone 15 that you have selected, if they are trying to sell a screen protector, if they are trying to sell earphones, like Bluetooth earphones suitable for your iPhone, or if they are trying to sell a mobile pouch for your phone, or if they are trying to sell a mobile handler, iPhone specific mobile handler for car, if they're trying to sell some product which is related or which can be used for the product that you are purchasing, that is called cross selling. Does it make sense? So let's come back over here. If you look over here, in 2019, company A has got 100,000 customers. In 2023 also, it has got 100,000 customers. So what do you think about company A? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it very bad? Or it is destined to doom? Let's assume that you're working in a company. Every year, do you expect a raise in your salary, or you work for the same salary every year? You expect a raise. So in 2019, people will have X amount of salaries. 2020, the company has to raise salaries by 5%, right? So they still have 100,000 customers. Their income is same, but their expenditure has more. Correct?
Yeah.
So if someone is getting paid 1,000 over here, okay, let's take 100. Here you got to pay him 110. Here you got to pay him 121. Okay, here you got to pay him 143. Okay, here you got to pay him 150, 160, let's say. Okay, so your expenditure has increased, but your income still remains the same, correct? Because of the customers. Every year, the company cannot come to you and say, hey, I have to increase salaries of my employees. Will you please increase your monthly payment? Will they do that? No. So even though the customers are remaining like this, the company is not doing good. The company is not doing good. Reason behind it is the company did not have any new customers. The company did not have any new customers. Even though the company has balanced out, whether the customers came in or not, we don't know. But okay, it is stable, Aman, but still your expenses are increasing, right? But the customer base is not increasing. So it is going southwards. Right. Correct. So most importantly, the customer base is not increasing. Most importantly, the customer base is not increasing. That is one quick thing. Now, in this entire discussion, where is the focus concentrated on? It's not database, it is customer. Focus is customer. It is customer. Right. So the entire concentration is on customer. Okay. Now, when can you call someone as a customer? It may not be service. See, if you buy an insurance plan, it may be a service. Okay. If you buy a contract, it is a service. But if you buy a product, like you bought an iPhone is not a service, it's a product. So whether you buy a product or a service, so whether you get tangible or intangible service, or whether you buy something which is intangible or tangible, that person is called as your customer. Okay. Now, let's say, for example, if a friend of yours asks that I need to buy a normal Windows-based laptop, what company will you suggest? HP. So now, if you look at this, now see, Dell, Lenovo, HP, but none of you guys have told me about Asus, Acer, Samsung. It was there once upon a time, it's no longer there. Toshiba, or MI. These are also laptop brands, but nobody mentioned these laptop brands. Why? Reason behind it is, I'll tell you the reason, okay? We are absolutely being manipulated by Dell, Lenovo, and HP. Unintentionally, unknowingly, we are being managed, or manipulated is the word that I should use. But how is Dell, Lenovo, and HP manipulating us? The way they are manipulating us is they are putting in so much of advertisements in front of us. They're pushing in so many advertisements in front of us. Like if I watch a YouTube video, I will see 3 advertisements of Dell. Okay, if I watch another YouTube video, I will see 3 advertisements of Lenovo or HP. If I open a newspaper, the front page, a full page, back to school offers by Dell, or back to school offers by Lenovo, or yoga pad by Lenovo. Okay, HP is better than Mac by HP. Full page ads, half page ads, you get those things, right? Did you ever saw any advertisement by MI, Toshiba, Samsung, or Acer? Maybe you might have seen a small advertisement by Acer and Asus, but I never saw any advertisement by Samsung for laptops. So we knowingly or unknowingly, whether you like it or not, we were influenced by the advertisements. We were influenced by the advertisements, and the thought was sitting behind our mind. The thought was sitting behind our mind. And when that spark came in front of us, the spark over here is need of a laptop. When the spark that had come in, immediately at the back of your mind, it ignites a Dell, or it ignites a Lenovo, or it ignites an HP, depending on what advertisement have you seen. Do you agree? So this entire process, this entire process done with the help of marketing. So along with retaining the customers, you should also acquire the customer. So there should be some process to acquire the customer, and the process is defined through marketing. The process is defined through marketing. Okay. And once the marketing is there, okay, so I have an idea of buying a laptop. So the things that come in front of me are HP and Lenovo. Then I will ask my friend or my colleague or someone whom I know, like I'm planning to buy a laptop and these are the things which I'm trying to think. What would you say? Then definitely I'll get a message as Padmavati has put in the chat window. Like Dell is having a very good support and has online support, and others are not very good in their service. So quality is good. Someone tells me quality is good. Someone tells me service is good. So that way, the feedback also plays a major role. So when will the feedback be good? When the customer is happy. So from the time of marketing, the people should be happy about the sales process. People should be happy about the service. People should be happy about the service. Okay. So now it's just customer relationship management. Earlier is limited only to service, but now its requirement has broadened. Okay. Or the CRM's jurisdiction is not limited to service now. It has widened up and it is now getting into marketing as well as sales also. So the marketing will make sure that people are aware of your product. And whenever someone tries to, if someone tries to buy a product, then the sales process is going to give them a very smooth sales experience. And then when they have any issues, service is going to give them a service experience. That's what these three applications are for. So Salesforce has got these three applications that are given to you as a part of your, these are the three applications that are given to you as a part of the basic training environment. These three are given to you as a part of the basic training environment, and you will get this data. Okay, you will get this basic information available to you on your application, on your Salesforce application. But if you want to get the full-blown functionality of marketing, or if you want to get the full-blown functionality of sales, if you want to get the full functionality of service, then you have to buy individual licenses for these. You need to buy individual licenses for this. So what is that you're going to learn? Are you going to learn marketing, sales, and service? Absolutely no. You are not going to learn any of these three things. You are going to learn the Salesforce as an application, but not as a function. So marketing, sales, service are functions. You're not going to learn Salesforce as a function. You're going to learn Salesforce as an application. So what do I mean by application? So a functionality is built on an application. Now, let's say, for example, if you're trying to sell a product. Now, Salesforce requires some data to be collected. Now, if the person is based out of India, okay, if the person who is buying, in other words, to make it simple, the purchase or the buyer is based out of India, the seller is also based out of India. So now the buyer has to provide for some tax claiming back. He needs to provide. If it is a business, he has to provide an ID called as GST number. So that GST number is not a part of Salesforce application. So you as an admin has to define that GST number. Or some additional, like let's say, if you're trying to get the details about a name. So first name is given to you and last name is given to you in Salesforce. But for your business requirement, you have to collect the middle name also. You have to collect the middle name also. But you don't have a middle name there. You have to design that middle name. That is what you're going to do. So Salesforce gives you three flavors of modifications. So one is no code offering, low code offering, and pro code offering. Okay, so if you look no code and low code, okay, if you look at no code and low code, okay, so your Salesforce admin and app builder going to fall under no code and low code piece. That's going to fall under no code and low code piece. Okay, if you're going for pro code, this is going to be development using Apex. So Apex is a cloud-based programming language using which you will build functionality into the application. So as a part of our class, the green portion is going to be shown to you as a part of our class. The green portion will be taken care of as a part of the next developer class. The orange part will be taken care of. Is that clear, guys, everybody? So there are three certifications, in fact, 4 certifications. ADM 201, that is for admin certification. Okay. Platform app builder for app builder certification. All right. Platform developer 1 is for development. Okay. And then platform developer 2 is also for development. Okay. We will concentrate only on these two certifications. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So you guys have to, okay, let me just open the Excel sheet, guys. 1 second now. We are going to discuss a lot more than creating an account. Okay. There are certain necessary things that you require for creating an account. So the first thing that you need to have is a browser. Okay. So if you're using a browser, either use a Google browser is preferred, or you can use an Edge browser. Okay. These are the two things. Do not use Firefox or Opera or something like that. Okay. These are the two things. Then the second thing that you need to understand is that you need to have an active email. So the email ID should be @gmail. Okay. So it should be either Gmail or maybe some other emails, but do not use yahoo.com or do not use outlook.com or do not use hotmail.com. Okay, please don't use these three emails. The reason behind that is it is not documented anywhere not to use these emails. But the problem is if you create an account using these things, sometimes rendering the emails is going to become very difficult. Okay, rendering the emails is going to become very difficult. So that's the reason why don't use these three emails. Okay. Then there are two things. The one is username, one is company. So Salesforce always requires a company name because Salesforce is an implementation. Okay, Salesforce is an implementation for a particular organization. Okay. Salesforce is an implementation for an organization. So for that reason, okay, you need to identify, okay, you need to identify a company name. So how will you put your company name? It's pretty simple. You think about a company name, but don't put tcs.com, wipro.com, hcl.com, those kind of company names. Don't put it. Okay. You have to get a new company name. Okay. If you really cannot put a company name, okay, let's say if Neetu has to put in a company name, okay, she can just put it as NTLLC or NTLLP or maybe NTPVT, okay, or NTINC, something like that, your first letter and second letter, or maybe ACAN, something like this. So your first name plus few characters of your last name, you put an imaginary company name. Then this should be a working email, guys. Remember, working email. I'm putting it very clearly over here. It should be a working email. Then there is something called as a username. Okay, let's say, for example, here Neetu has given it as NT. Okay, INC. This is the company name which Neetu has given. Now, username should be in form of an, okay, it should be in form of an email. Okay. Now, here,
Yes, sir.
let's say, for example, if Neetu is going to create an account, you can just put neetu@nt.com. That is enough. This need not be a working email. Okay. This need not be a working email. This doesn't need to be. Never use Internet Explorer.
Okay.
It's a big no. Next, once we have it, we'll go to the Windows CRM. Okay, yesterday when we are discussing about CRM, we discussed something about cloud, correct? And what is the definition that we have seen about cloud?
Remote servers around the globe.
That's correct.
You can interconnected series
They're
of
interconnected computers, correct?
Yeah.
When you say your application is on the cloud, okay, when you say your application is on the cloud, it should reside somewhere on some machine on some part of the globe. Do you agree? So the place where all the servers are kept is known as a data center. Okay, the place where all these Salesforce, not only Salesforce, Amazon Web servers, or maybe other servers, whichever are kept anywhere. Okay, whichever are kept anywhere, they are kept at a place, and that is known as a data center. So every license that you get has to sit in one or the other data center. Okay, this has to sit in one or the other data center. Okay, so let me open my Excel. MARIANENY. Okay, Blast, Phoenix, Arizona. All right, Florence. Okay, Afiz, UK. Fantastic. Ajit, Kolkata. Okay, West Bengal. Okay, Ankita Maru. So Florencio, Oman, Neetu. Okay, you both are in Texas. Okay, fine. That's okay. So we have 2 people from India, 1 from UK, and 3 from US, or rather 5 from US. I'm also putting my name, and I'm also coming in from Ohio. Okay, so these are the things. Now you should be in this window by this time. So guys, now I told you that whatever the machine, see, this is an instance, or this is a copy of Salesforce that I have. Similarly, there is another copy of this with, let's say, the US people. Who are the US people? So Marianne has got a copy, Blas has got a copy, Florencio has got a copy, Neetu has got a copy. Every one of you, okay. So Marianne, Blas, Florencio, Neetu, all of you, Afiz, all of you should be in this page. Okay, all of you should be in this page. Okay, I need you to be in this page because you have to give me some information. Everybody has got a copy of this on their browser windows. But where exactly is this? There is a software behind it which is running this web page. So where is that software saved? Where is that software saved? There should be some physical drive where this thing is saved. That place is known as a data center. And each copy that I have, see here, I'm just taking the names of the people who are here. See, if I look at this, okay, if I look at this, Marianne has got a copy, Blas had got a copy, I got a copy, Florencia has got a copy, Ajit has got a copy. So every one of us have got a copy of that Salesforce. You call that copy as an instance. You don't call it as a copy, you call it as an instance. So Marianne has got one Salesforce instance, Blas had got one Salesforce instance, Florencio and Neetu has got one instance each, Afiz has got one instance each, like that. So where is the instance of each person physically located?
Our third quiz question is, which of the following is a way to customize basic reports using Lightning Experience? So this again is an MCQ, and the options are by adding a chart, by adding a filter, by adding a Lightning component, or by adding links to external pages. So I want you guys to write down the option which is most suitable for this question, and if possible, do give a detailed explanation as well.
That I need to know. Where will I know? That is where I'll go to Google and I will search for a Salesforce document by just typing, where is my Salesforce instance located? Okay. So when I click on where is my Salesforce instance located, it gives me a big web page. But in this, I need to search for my instance, where it is located. So how do I know where is my instance located? For that, all of you, you see this little quick find box over here. In this quick find box, you type company, COMPANY. I've typed it over here. And then click on company information. Click on company information. When you click on company information, you see two blocks over here. This is one block and this is another block. There's the left-hand side block and the right-hand side block. On the right-hand side block, at the bottom, second one, you see instance, which says NA235. Okay. So where is my NA235 located? I need to copy this NA235, go to this page and just do a search on the page. Where is this NA235? So this NA235 is located in Washington, D.C. Okay, there are two centers, one in north and one in south. So my thing is located over here. Now let's go back. Hafiz, where is your data center? What is your NAID? You should have something called as UK, UM9. See, this is in London. So India, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, Australia, all this belt is going to be in AP region. Okay. Okay, great. So what happens is these are limited things. Okay. These are limited things. Now, here in this, if you buy the license, when you're buying the license, this becomes very important. You remember when you are doing, when you are giving this data entry, it asked for your city and your postal code, right? So when you are buying a Salesforce license, okay, when you're buying a Salesforce license in that scenario, okay, in that scenario, it's going to give you the closest location. It's going to give you the closest location. Okay. So let's say, for example, if you're buying it from India, so you don't get AP24 in that case. Okay. You will get the Mumbai one, IND1, IND2S, IND3S, IND4S. All these are India data centers, but again, these are not Salesforce data centers. These are predominantly AWS data centers. So Salesforce has tied up with AWS, and AWS has to provide the Salesforce licensing. Okay. That's how it is. Now, Everybody understood this? From New York, it is NA235. Blas is in Arizona, again NA235. Okay, Florencio and Neetu, both from different places, but both have NA235, 235, 234 in that. Hafiz is having UM9, okay, and this is going to be AP24. AP24. I am having NA235. See, if you look at NA235, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people are having their instances on the same server. 5 people are having their instances on the same server. So, how will Salesforce identify my instance from Marianne's instance, from Blas's instance, from Neetu's instance? How will it identify? That is where I have something known as an instance ID. So that is where I have something called as instance ID. So if you look at this is the org ID. This one, if you look at it, this org ID is also called as an instance ID. This one. This number that is there, every one of us will have a different number over here. This is a unique number that is given to us. Is that clear? Okay. Now, as an admin, there are few things that you have to do. As an admin, there are few things that you are supposed to do here. That is, what is that we are going to do? If you look here, where is your company located? Based on that, your business hours will change. Suppose if you're right by default, the business hours of the organization is defined as 24 hours. So you can set up that 24 hours, or you can just do an edit over here and you can set up when does your thing work. So your Sunday, it works from morning 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. You can say that, or maybe 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is how it works. Okay. And Monday, Tuesday, it might run for 24 hours. So you have to, okay, it has to be defined. Suppose if you are in sales kind of an organization, like if it is a departmental store or if it is a convenience store kind of a thing, nobody really bothers about this. But the real problem comes in if you are in service industry. So if you are in service industry and if you have something called as service level agreements, what do I mean by service level agreement? In service level agreement, okay, in service level agreement, I will tell the customer that when you raise a complaint, I will resolve that problem in 2 hours or 3 hours. So if you don't set these timings over here, if you don't set these timings, and if this timing shows 24/7, but your actual office working hours are 9 to 6, any issue that is raised after 6 o'clock, that will raise the complaints because you've not worked it on a 3-hour basis. Because in 3 hours, your issue has to be resolved, but you're not working. It is not an office working hour. So nobody bothered about it. So it gets onto the things. It gets onto the thing. Okay, my mic got muted. I'm sorry. So I'm speaking. So what you have to do is to avoid those kind of conflicts, you got to ensure that you set these things once. And again, this is a one-time setup. Your companies doesn't really work. Your companies doesn't really work. What do you call, like today it will work for 24 hours. Tomorrow it doesn't reduce the timings to 6 hours. Day after tomorrow, again, it won't increase the timings to 9 hours, right? It doesn't work like that. When you set up timings, it sets like that. Correct? Now, so generally this is a one-time setup. Now there is something like this called as holidays. This an administrator has to set every year. Let's say, for example, at least in the case of India, let's say we have few holidays which are mandatory. Like let's say October 2nd. If it falls on a working day, it is a holiday. If it falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, people don't bother about it. Okay, similarly, August 15th, which is the Independence Day, if it falls on a working day, it will be a holiday. Otherwise, no botheration. Same is about the January 26th, which is a national holiday. Okay, but again, yeah, that is about India. But if you go to US part of, okay, they have something like 4th of July, which is Independence Day for them. If it falls on a Saturday and Sunday, the following Monday will be a holiday. Similarly, any holiday that falls, a mandatory holiday that falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, they will give the following Monday a holiday. That is the practice in US. Am I correct? Right. So I don't know about UK system, Hafiz. So I don't know. I cannot comment on that, how it works. So for US kind of a thing, for Indian kind of a scenario, the national holidays can be set up. But whereas in India, you have tons of festivals. So every year, the festival date might change. So those festivals, you have to schedule the holidays for those festivals on an year-round basis. Okay, that is one thing that you have to keep in mind. 1 second, let me just go back. In the company information, in the business hours, okay, see, you can have multiple, see, this is a training org that we got. We call this as an org. We call the instance as an org. Now you can have multiple instances of Salesforce. Let's say, for example, you have your organization. You have the operations set out in different countries. So when you have your operations set out in different countries, every country has got its own org. Okay, so for each org, you can set business hours, you can set different holidays, you can set different fiscal years, like that. See, generally, you can have multiple business hours. Let's say, for example, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So Saturday, Sunday, you can have one timing. So Monday through Friday, you can have another timing like that. Okay, but for one country, you cannot have 2-3 different business hours. Okay, so probably, let's say on a Saturday and a Sunday, you can schedule one business hours for Saturday, Sunday. You can schedule one business hour for something. So that is how it works. But you cannot have 2-3 different business hours. Few months you don't work 4 hours, or few months you work for 8 hours, few months you work for 11 hours. That is not the case. So business hour setup will be one. UK business hours. Okay. See, but this won't be active business hours over here. Okay. So for UK, you should have a UK specific setup. So it means for UK, you should have a different org for UK, for that branch. Okay. See, use these business hours as the default. So you should set up something like this so that business hours will be used. Now, there was a question who's asking, why should I give, or why when I buy a license, the closest region is given? So it is for reducing the latency time, Sumit. See, if I live in India and I have a server sitting somewhere close to Alaska, okay, the amount of time for my request to go to that Alaskan region and come back is called as latency time. So to reduce that, suppose if I'm sitting in India, from any location in India, going to Mumbai and coming back is much, much lesser time than going from the Indian location to that Alaskan location and coming back, right? So your access speed will become more for that region. Request will go to any request that you put goes to that Japan data center and it will come back to you. Okay. But actually, what you can do is, see, this is what you got, right? In company settings, if you go here, see, when you go down here, your default locale is set to Denmark somewhere. Dutch, this one. Okay, default language will be Danish. And this will be, what is your time zone? It is, so GMT minus 4.5 hours. Yeah, if you set these things, which is yours, Europe is there, Europe. So you set a time zone. Let's say, for example, if I set it to something, I don't see it, Danny. You should know what is your time zone. You set your time zone. I'm taking a chance by saving this. My edit has gone. So if I just do an edit over here, I'm going to go to Danish over here. Default language is Danish. And if I save this, okay, my setup will get changed. See, immediately my setup will get changed. Okay. So these things, when you try to type something, okay. Now, why is nothing changed over here? The reason is, this is your org. This is your org. Default is Denmark. Default language is Danish. But otherwise, even there is a user who is here, which is myself. My settings are different. My settings are English. You can, why not? That's why I asked you, if you have that application, I could have shown to everybody. Okay. That's okay. That's not a big thing. So we can do. Guys, everybody are clear on this? Everybody are clear on this? English, United States, English. There is something called activate multiple currencies. Okay, don't do it, guys. I'm not going to activate it because when you activate it, it is irreversible. The feature cannot be turned off. So don't do it. But generally, when your country has got multiple locations, so I have one org in US, I've got one org in India, I've got one org in Abu Dhabi, like that. So what happens is I'm logging in into a different application of mine. Okay. So here, if you look at my sales application, okay, I'm just showing you an example. See, there is something called, when I click on a new button, so if you look at it, see, multiple currencies are here. But if you look at this, then you don't have this because I've activated multiple currencies here. Okay, so when I go to multiple currencies, okay, when you activate multiple currencies, what happens is you'll get currency setup. So in this, you can set up different currencies. I can say new. I can choose the currency type. All these currency types. Yeah. And then you can give conversion rate and how many decimal places so that it comes up over here. Okay. And you can use these currencies. Okay. The conversion rate is defined over here for us. This is a static conversion rate, guys. This is a static conversion rate. It will not automatically change. Is that clear? Because generally corporates don't work on real-time currency conversion. So companies generally what they do is, until unless you trade, you do trading in currencies. Okay, generally companies don't use the dynamic conversion rate. So what they do is, they will have a backend system which collects today's closing currency rate, which will collect tomorrow's closing currency rate, day after tomorrow's currency rate. So they will collect 1 week's closing currency rates, then make an average of that currency rate, and the next week payments are made on the average of the closing currency rates. That's how they work. They don't work dynamically, because suddenly on a day the currency rate might spike up. So in that, this company may go into losses because they have to pay additional money, or the other company that owes money might go into losses because they have to pay this company the money. So that's why they generally don't work on the dynamic numbers. They work on aggregated numbers, either by weekly wise or by fortnightly wise. Generally, that's how it works. Does that answer your question, Afis?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So, Marianne, I'm going to make you as a panelist. You have to accept that panelist thing, and then you have to share your screen. And you got to write a program to an Apex code to update these things based on every week. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So we will start with Salesforce in today's class. I'll show you how to do that. You can do it, and the same video recording is also available. You can view it. It's not a very important or something that like, what do you call, like, it is not a kind of a showstopper or a roadblocker. Just the login creation, and we did some topic related to login creation, and we are going to look into that in today's class. Technically speaking, talking about Salesforce, we are going to do it from today's class. That's what we are going to do. When you say lot of it, you can go through that recording. We discussed about internet basics. We discussed about cloud basics. We have discussed about how to create the login ID. These are the most important things that he is mentioning about. So guys, now Salesforce is a CRM application. Okay, what does CRM application do? CRM application means customer relationship management. So what is customer relationship management? Now, before we discuss about customer relationship management, we need to understand who is called as a customer. Who is called as a customer? Now, if there is a person who purchases my services, or if there is a person who purchases my products, then that person is known as my customer. That person is known as my customer. Now, let's say, for example, I need to buy a toothbrush. Now, there may be a fantastic brand, XYZ toothbrush brand, but the person who wants the toothbrush needs to have that idea that there is an XYZ brand toothbrush that he or she is supposed to buy. Until unless that person doesn't know that there exists a product like that, he or she will not go and buy. They'll just go back and they'll buy a Colgate or a Close-Up or a Sensodyne. They just buy that toothbrush, which is there. Now, how do they know that there exists a toothbrush called Colgate? or how do they exist? How do they know that there exists a toothbrush called Oral-B?
Marketing.
Because these brands have been advertising about their products. These brands have been advertising about their products. How do you advertise the product? Where do you advertise the product? How many days you have to advertise the product? All that is just not something that is done randomly. It is a planned activity with a lot of stakeholders and budget is involved in that. So to ensure that the marketing is a smooth process, Salesforce offers you a marketing app. Salesforce offers you a marketing app. Now, this marketing app helps organizations, or if I call it as an organization or a company or a business, all the three are synonymous to each other, or all the three means same. Okay, so marketing app helps organizations or business or product owners advertise their products to the right buyers. I'll tell you something. Let's say, for example, I have to advertise about a platinum or a signature credit card. Now, I just cannot go and distribute flyers across the street about this signature Visa card or a signature MasterCard, because to get that signature card itself is a status, and not everybody has got that level of financial income wherein they fit or they fall into that category. So just distributing the flyers doesn't make any sense over here. So they have to pick up the right way to advertise that particular product. Or let's say if there is an insurance product that is coming, then you can set up big billboards. You can do a TV commercial. You can do radio jingles. You can put in advertisements in social media. You can do all that. So there is something called as targeted marketing to target audience. There is something called as targeted marketing to target audience, and marketing application takes care of all that stuff. Now, once the marketing app does its marketing, and once the marketing app completes its work, the next step is, I'll give you an example. Let's say HP and Dell are competitors. All of you know that. Now, both of them have released a new laptop. Okay, each company has released a new laptop, and both are equally competent with all the features that are there, and they are equally priced. Maybe a Dell is a tad more than the HP system. Maybe let's say 1,000 rupees, or maybe around $20 or $30 more than the HP laptop. Now, people are aware that Dell has got this laptop, and then I'm just giving an example. I'm just giving an example. Just give me 1 minute, okay? So once you have it, whichever organization or whichever company provides better sales experience, the person who wants to buy a laptop buys that particular product. So for that, you need to have a sales app. Okay. And then whenever there is a product issue or a product problem, you have to go with the service app. Okay. So these are the three applications that are sold by Salesforce when you buy it. But these are not full-blown applications. They are only limited functionality applications that you get. If you want the full functionality, you have to buy marketing app, sales app, and service app. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to learn marketing, sales, and service apps? Are you going to buy marketing or sales or service apps? You're not going to do that. What you're going to do is you are going to learn how to modify these apps. You're going to learn how to modify these apps. Now, to modify these apps with the help of Salesforce functionality, you call it as the admin activity. If you want to develop something new, then that becomes a developer activity. Okay. Let's say, for example, you are going to sell insurance products. Okay. If you're going to sell insurance products, you can advertise the insurance products using marketing app. You can sell that insurance product using a sales app. You can raise a claim request using the service app, but you cannot do the claim processing. So the claim processing is done by a claim app, which is custom developed. So this claim app is something that a developer has to do. All the new screens, new functionality, all that has to be developed by the developer. Just building an app using the regular Salesforce given features, then it's an admin job. So if you want to include functionality that is not there, if you have to include functionality that is not there in Salesforce, then it is the developer activity. To include functionality that is not there, it's the developer activity. Using the existing functionality, which is already there in Salesforce, then it is the admin activity. Now, when you are looking at marketing app, what are the major words or jargon that you need to understand? So there is something called campaign. Campaign is something that you need to understand. And when you run a campaign, you should have some end result, and that end result is a lead. Okay. Now, what is campaign? What is lead? We will discuss that. Now, when you're talking about sales app, you should be understanding what is an account. You should understand what is a contact, what is an opportunity. These are the three most important things that you need to understand. When you're talking about service app, you need to understand what is a case. So we need to understand these things and we need to learn what these things are. And this learning is not a part of admin activity. It is only for you to understand the Salesforce application. It is only for you to understand Salesforce application so that tomorrow when you start working with the development or admin activities, you don't need to worry about how to navigate across Salesforce. And also in admin certification exam, there are few questions that are concentrated across these three areas where these four or these six objects are important. So that's the reason why we are going to do that. Purely end user work. Like the people who are going to work on Salesforce, they work using these things. They are not part of your admin activities. Okay. They are the end user activities. End user is the person who is employed in the company that is running Salesforce and uses Salesforce for the day-to-day activities. He or she is known as an end user. Is that clear to everybody? Okay. So now Salesforce has got two screens. Salesforce has got two screens. The screen that you're seeing right now is the admin screen. The screen that you're seeing now is the admin screen. And how did I get this admin screen? I got this admin screen by registering for a Salesforce user ID. How do I register for a Salesforce user ID? I just go to developer.salesforce. Guys, don't do anything. This entire thing is being recorded. While you are recording, you can do it. Okay. You can go to Salesforce developer.salesforce.com. In that, you have browse trials. In these trials, you just go to this page, and if you scroll up, there is Salesforce Developer Edition. Sign up for the Salesforce Developer Edition. Click on the Salesforce Developer Edition. It will ask for details. You give your first name, last name. You give your working Gmail address, which is the preferred thing. Don't give Hotmail or Yahoo or Outlook. You give your role as developer. Role should be developer. Give an imaginary company name. Give an imaginary company name. Don't give the name of the companies that you're working for. Country or region, you give the region you're joining from and your postal code, so that the closest training org instance is given to you. And this username should be in form of an email ID, but it need not be a working email ID. It can be an imaginary email ID, which is not going to receive any emails. This is the email address where you're going to receive all your emails. So this is only for you to log into the Salesforce application. And then you will get one email inside this address that you have given, where you have to click on verify, and then you have to give your password and a secret question, and you need to give an answer to a secret question, so that tomorrow in future, if you forget your password, it will ask you that secret question and you got to give your answer, and then only it will let you change the password. Maybe that is something, I don't know where you have clicked. See, when you did this, probably you might have done something wrong. Don't worry. What you do is you go to this free trials and then sign up for the developer edition. Okay. So once you have this login ID created, and when you verify your user ID and password, this is the first page that you will come. This page is your bread and butter, guys. This page is your bread and butter. The reason why I'm saying this page is your bread and butter, because whether you are an administrator or whether you are a developer, any task that you are supposed to do as a part of your admin activity or as a part of your developer activity, you come to this page. That is the reason why you see the setup over here. This setup, if you see the term setup over here, that is the admin page. That is the admin page. Now, I told you here in this, I told you Salesforce gives you 3 applications. These are the major applications. Apart from this, there are multiple other applications. Let's not bother about that. But if you click here, this is known as the app launcher. This is known as the app launcher. Click on the app launcher and you will see all the apps that are there in Salesforce. So service is there, marketing is there, sales is not there. So do a right click on marketing, open link in a new tab. This is going to open your marketing application. Do a right click on the service, open link in a new tab. Service is going to open a new application. Now, if I want to open sales, I need to search for sales. So just type sales. You see sales here, do a right click and say open link in a new tab. So this is going to be marketing app. This is going to be sales app, and this is going to be the service app. So let us discuss these, the terms that we have put in the Excel sheet. Let's discuss those terms and then we will continue. Okay. It will take at least 2 to 3 minutes to send you the developer. There is one email that you are going to receive. developer@salesforce.com. That would be the email ID. So getting that email will take 3 to 4 minutes. In marketing app, we said campaign. Okay, what does the campaign do? Okay, so let's go to marketing app. And for the time being, guys, whatever you see here, the ones which I'm highlighting, I call them as entities. There is a special name to that. I'm not going to use that word in today's class. I'm going to use it in tomorrow's class. But for you to get friendlier with Salesforce, today I will either call them as entities or screens or windows. I'll use generic terms today. Tomorrow, I'm going to go into specific Salesforce terminology. I'm going to go into Salesforce specific terminology in tomorrow's class, but I'm not going to use any specific Salesforce terminology because you need to understand the concepts of Salesforce first. Only then you will understand the Salesforce terminology. Okay. So now you see these entities over here. So there is a campaign entity over here. So campaign is meant for making people aware of your product. The objective of a campaign is to make people aware of your product. And how do you make people aware of your product? You will either run TV commercials, either you put up billboards, or sometimes you can like, let's say, for example, most of the times this happens with pharmaceutical industries. Let's say they come out with a drug for a particular disease. So what they do is they will organize a seminar, and they invite all the doctors in of that particular specialization, and whoever is the leading doctor in that, they will explain him the features of the drug, and they will ask him to present the drug to the other doctors. So generally they do the seminars, and similarly these days whenever there is a launch of a new product, like let's say Apple 15 is being launched, or when Google is launching the new version of some product, they will put up webinars. Okay. So you can join the webinar over the web. Okay. They may have a seminar as well as a webinar both. Or sometimes some advertisements happen in a way where you have a regular exhibition going on, or a trade fair or a trade show, something is going on where you can book a booth or a stall over there, put your products over there, advertise your products, and if anybody is interested in your product, they can give their details, and then you can make a note of those things. So there are various ways of doing it. So let's click on campaigns, and let me create a new campaign over here. Okay. So I'm going to create a new campaign, and I'm going to say, okay, this should be an active campaign. What is the type of the campaign? I'm going to make it as a trade show, where I'm going to put up all my different laptops in the booth or in the stall, and people can come view the products, and they can people come view the products, and they can give their addresses and do that. And then status is in progress. We can put anything. Start date is 1st of October. End date is 31st of October. In real time, you have to put in expected revenue in campaign. What is the cost of campaign? Okay, how many responses you get? These are all estimated numbers, so you can ignore them and save your work. Okay. Now, when you run a campaign, what is the result of a campaign? Okay, what is the result of a campaign? The result of a campaign is that people will come. In this campaign I'm talking about, it's in a trade show. So people are coming, they're viewing your laptops, and if anybody is interested, they're writing down their names, or they're giving their details. They're giving their details for you to contact them. So the person who is interested in your product, is known as a lead. Okay, the person who is interested in your product is known as a lead. So let me create one lead over here. Salutation is Mr. First name, I'm just using the names that I have in my screen. Avinash S. Okay, let's say Avinash works for a company called nowires.com. And Avinash gives his phone number and mobile number. But the industry is communications and annual revenue is 90 million. And I'm saving my work. So a lead has been created. Okay, lead means this person is interested in my laptops. This person, Avinash S, is interested in my laptops. Now what happens? Marianne has expressed her interest in my product. So she is giving her details, Marianeb. And Marianne is a master's student. She is not employed anywhere. So she leave the company name blank. And then she is going to save. She is going to try saving the thing. Is it letting me save this? It says, complete this field.
Mandatory field.
It's a mandatory field. But see, the person who is interested need not be an employee, right? Marianne is a student, a master's student, and she needs a laptop for her study. And then if she wants to buy it, does that mean that a Salesforce campaign does not sell laptops to people who are unemployed? This says so, right? Do you agree with me?
Yes, yes.
This literally doesn't make sense because until unless Marianne enters a company name, if she cannot save it, it doesn't really make any sense. Guys,
Right.
understood my argument over here? Now, why is it happening like this? Why is it happening like this? I will let you know that. Okay, so I'll give you one example. I'll ask you a few questions and we will come there. Okay. Now, there are two parties over here. Now, I have, let's say, I'll give you an example. Let's say Marianne goes to Best Buy. Okay. And now, between these two entities, is Marianne going to have a Salesforce application or Best Buy runs a Salesforce application? Best Buy will have a Salesforce application, correct. Now, between Best Buy and Marianne, who is the buyer and who is the seller? Best Buy is the seller and Marianne is the buyer, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Now, who is going to consume the product? Who is going to do business out of that product? Marianne is the consumer of the product.
Yeah, right. Consumer.
And Best Buy is the business that is providing the product to the consumer, correct? So the transaction that is happening between Best Buy and Marianne, this transaction is known as a B2C transaction. This transaction is known as a B2C transaction. Is that clear to everybody? This is business to consumer. B is business, 2 is the regular TO2, C is consumer, B2C. Okay. Now, let's look at it from the other side. Now, Best Buy has to get laptops. So let's say Best Buy is selling Dell laptops, Best Buy is selling HP laptops. Is Best Buy manufacturing Dell and HP laptops? Best Buy has to buy it from Dell, correct? Now, between Dell and Best Buy, which is running Salesforce now? Dell is going to run Salesforce. Well, Best Buy as a business is running Salesforce. That's a different story. But here, Salesforce is being run by Dell because in our situation, Dell is The business is the manufacturer and it is a business, correct? Now, is Best Buy going to consume the laptops that it has purchased?
Yeah.
They're going to do a sale of those laptops.
Correct.
So even Best Buy is a business over here, correct? Even Best Buy is a business over here. So this kind of a transaction that is happening between Best Buy and Dell, this is known as a B2B transaction.
Right.
It's a B2B transaction. Okay. By default, Salesforce is a B2B product. By default, Salesforce is a B2B product. By default, Salesforce does not support B2C transactions. But 90% of the customers, or rather, let's say 60% of the times, it will not be a B2B transaction. It is going to be a B2C transaction, right? Now, so now we understood that. Salesforce works on a B2B model. Now, where are all these terms coming into the picture? I said we understood campaign, we understood lead, but where are these terms going to come now? You can definitely do it, but see, you just cannot use this application, the free edition, for any business purpose. Okay. So when you buy a license, these guys will enable that B2C for free. You don't need to pay for that. Then why do you want to invest your time and effort in developing some kind of a roundabout? Whatever you said absolutely works, Blas. But when you are getting it for free, why do you want to do it? That's a question. So if it is, I'm going to tell you. So here we discussed about campaign and we discussed about lead. Any questions in campaign and lead, guys? Is this clear? Just we discussed the lead at this level where Marianne is interested to buy a laptop over here, but she's not able to buy the laptop because she doesn't work. That's why she was not able to create a lead is what we discussed. We did not come down to the more explanation towards lead. Okay, earlier we created Avinash as a lead because he works for novads.com. But what exactly this company means, what exactly this name means, we did not discuss. We are going to do it now. So now let me change the story a bit. Okay, let me change the story a bit. Now, let's say there is an organization called bluebells.com. Okay, this is the organization. And as a part of their 2024 plans, they are planning to hire 150 college grads. Okay, they're planning to hire 150 college grads. Now, if they are planning to hire 150 college grads, when they join them, they have to provide laptops for everybody. So now Bluebells want to procure 150 laptops. Now, interestingly, Marianne is the person. Okay, Marianne is the person who is responsible for procuring anything for bluebells.com. So now Marianne is no longer a student. She is now an employee of Bluebells working for the procurement team. Now, Marianne has already purchased a laptop from Best Buy. So will Marianne go to Best Buy to buy 150 laptops, or what does she do? See, when you're dealing with 1 or 2 laptops, you can go to Best Buy. Okay. Is it wise to purchase from a reseller or directly from the company if you are buying in bulk? She can call up Dell. Okay, she can call up Dell. She can call up HP. She can call up Lenovo. She can call up all these companies and say, hey, this is Marianne from Bluebells. We are looking for 150 laptops, high-end laptops.
Yeah.
In that situation, see, we discussed that Dell, HP, and Lenovo are running Salesforce application. Okay. Dell, HP, and Salesforce are running the Salesforce application. So in each of their Salesforce application, Marianne, okay, so Marianne will be defined as a lead. Marianne will be defined as a lead over here. So Marianne will become lead. What do you have in lead? In lead, what do we enter in lead? When I say new lead, what are the most important things? First name, last name, and company, and mobile number, something like that. But these three are most important. Okay. So first name, last name, and company. Okay. So these are the three important things. These are the three important things that are required for a lead. So now under Dell, Marianne is going to be a lead. I'm going to explain that you're jumping across. So this entry, okay, all right, is going to be with this entry of Marianne, and the company will be there with Dell, HP, and Lenovo. So one salesperson from Dell will reach out to Marianne asking for a requirement. One salesperson from HP will reach out to Marianne for a requirement. One salesperson from Lenovo will reach out to. So now they will understand at a lead level, still Marianne is at a lead level. Okay. Right. So at this level, they will just try to call Marianne and understand what is her requirement. What is her requirement? Okay. Is that clear?
Yes.
Now, once the requirement is understood, they would like to take it to the next level. What is meant by taking it to the next level? What is meant by taking it to the next level? That is, they are going to convert the lead. They are going to convert the lead. Okay. So now the salesperson, the salesperson is going to convert the lead. So this is the lead. When the lead is getting converted, when the lead gets converted, what happens? So when the lead gets converted in the Salesforce application, okay. So now what is going to happen is the lead is going to be broken down into three pieces: account, contact, and opportunity. So the lead is going to get broken down into three pieces: account, contact, and opportunity. So when you look at this, when you convert this, okay, when the conversion happens, so there is an option to convert the lead. Okay. So I call it this as lead conversion. When you do the lead conversion, okay, when you do the lead conversion, what happens? Okay, when you do the lead conversion, the first name, okay, and first name and the last name are going to go and sit in the contact. So now this is going to become Marianne B. Now the company, okay, the company is going to become the account. The company is going to become the account. Now, company is going to become the account. So here, this is going to be bluebells.com. Now what is this opportunity? Opportunity, I have to type it manually. So this is going to be 150 opportunity. Okay, so this is going to be exactly, these two will be common for the remaining two companies also. But the opportunity name may be different. So depending on the salesperson's perception of typing it, the way the sales rep gives the name. Okay. So they may enter different names, but the final requirement is that bluebells.com requires 150 laptops. Okay. So account, what is account? Account is a company or account is a business with which you do some business. Okay. Account is an organization external to your company with which you do business transaction. Okay. Now, account is a entity. Okay. Account is a company. So if you want to sell laptops or if you want to showcase your new products to that company, you cannot go stand near the gate and say, hey, company, I've got new laptops. No, that doesn't work. You have to speak with some human being inside that company, and that human being is called as a contact. He or she is the face of the company. So in our case, Marianne is the face of bluebells.com. Okay. So any salesperson, if he or she has to talk about the requirement of bluebells.com, it's not Marianne's requirement, guys. Mind you, it is Bluebell's requirement. It is Bluebell's requirement. So if anybody wants to talk about Bluebell's requirement, they need to talk to Marianne because she is the face of the bluebells.com. Okay.
Moving on to the fourth question. Which object can be related to campaign members? So we're talking about objects that are related to campaign members, and the options are contact roles, leads, partners, or contacts. So I should see a lot of answers for this question because this is a very easy one and I need to see right answers over here.
If that is clear, let's go back here and let's put salutation as Miss, and then we'll go to Marianne. The company is bells.com. Okay. And industry is communications, and annual revenue is, I would put it as 99. Yeah. See your work. Now, I think there is a question from Hari earlier. So now here I've got the leads. Here I've got two leads. I've got a campaign. As of now, there is no relation between the campaign and the lead. Though these leads have seen that in the exhibition or in the trade fair and they gave their names, but there is no relation directly set up between lead and campaign. So now I'm going to set up that relation by checking this box and say add to campaign. And you select the laptop sales campaign and submit it. Now, these two leads got added to the campaign. So when you go to campaigns,
Great. Yeah.
okay, when you click on the campaign name, you see under campaign members, you see these two members. When you click, you see these things, right?
Right.
Now, I want you to keep a close watch on this. I'm just doing a small snap of this. Like you see, this lead as of now is not your lead or my lead. It is with the company. Okay, as of now, it is with the company for a campaign. So it hasn't yet gone to a salesperson. The next step is going to be the salesperson. So if you look over here, now guys, I want your attention towards this. So the leads are already here. Okay, the leads are already here. So just to show you something beyond what I have here, okay, I am going to go into this is in a thing. I will open another. So just go to leads. Okay, you have leads over here. I'll show you in another window. Okay, leads are created in marketing. So this is the application that I have. When you click on leads, okay, let's say I'm going to create two. Okay, so I'm going to say Ajit K. Let's say company is nowires.com. Okay, industry is communications and annual revenue is 89. Industry is 89 million. Now, save and new. I'm creating. So industry is communications and annual revenue is again, I'd say 89 million. And then I'm going to do a save of this. So now I have both the leads here. Now, someone asked a question, how do we connect the leads to the campaign? So just go to leads and then click over here or select whatever leads and you say add to campaign.
Okay.
When you add to campaign, you need to have a campaign. Okay, so, okay, I think I don't have a campaign here. So let's create the campaign also. It's pretty simple. So let's click new and we'll create a campaign here. This is an active campaign. Type of it is a trade show. Status is in progress. Start date is 1st October. Okay. The reason why I'm doing it here is I wanted to show you something which is not available in my new system. You guys will not be able to do it on your machines at this point in time. Maybe after 2 weeks, you'll be able to do it. Okay. Now, if you look over here in the leads, I can check this box. I can say add to campaign. Okay. So, because in this campaign, I did not make it an active campaign. That's the reason why it is not showing up. It's an active campaign. Then why is it not showing up? So you just select that campaign name and then submit. If you go back to campaigns, in this, when you click on the campaign name, you will see these two campaigns over here. You'll see these two as campaign members.
Okay.
Now, once you have the campaign members, okay, now what happens is once you have the leads in the system, okay, once you have the leads in the system, the next step over here is known as the lead qualification. Okay, the next step over here is known as lead qualification. Click here, you will see these names. Okay, but you can directly click on leads and then also you can see these things.
Okay.
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 So that's how you can go directly. What's the campaign? What's the link? Okay. See, the link is established over here. You select this and just say add to campaign and select this. They submit. They get added.
Okay.
Okay. Is that clear? Now, what happens is the next step is lead qualification. Once I have all the leads, okay, I will pass on the leads to my outbound call center. Okay, I will pass on the leads to my outbound call center. So there are two kinds of call centers for any organization. One call center is known as an outbound call center, and the other call center is known as an inbound call center. Okay, outbound call centers job responsibility is to do sales calls. So when this is given to outbound call center, what they do is they will open this record. They will open this record. They will go to details, and there will be a phone number over here. So they'll use this mobile number. They will call up Marianne. And while they are doing it, they will update few fields. They'll say lead status is as of now open, not contacted. They will say working contacted. And then they will say, hey, Marianne, thanks for your interest. And we are trying to take this discussion to the next level. So would you be interested to speak with our salesperson? That would be the gist of the discussion. Now, when Marianne says, hey, I'm pretty interested, I'm waiting for a call from you guys, when can I have a discussion with your salesperson? If that is the response that these guys gets from this guys here from Marianne, then they will put the rating as hot. Marianne says, hey, yeah, I am looking at purchasing this 150 laptops, but give me the details. I'll think about it. I'm also negotiating with other organizations. So if Marianne doesn't say that she don't need it, but still she says that she needs it, but still she is not confirming anything, in that case, the lead rating is going to become warm. If Marianne says, yeah, when I walked into the trade show, there was a requirement, but because of budget constraints, it's no longer there, then the lead status is going to get closed, not converted, and the rating is going to become cold. Wait, this is just for the sake of this is my actual org that we were talking about, and this is my earlier org. There is something which is here. Okay, so now we're to do a traditional edit over here. So now, based on Marianne's interest, we discussed about lead status. So we are going to set it as working contacted. Rating is set to warm. Let's put it as warm. Let's say Marianne is based out of New York. So my organization has got sales reps spread across US. So I've got a salesperson based out of San Jose. I've got a salesperson based out of Austin. I've got a salesperson based out of Charlotte. I've got a salesperson based out of Princeton. Okay. Now, if I have to pass this lead, I have to pass this lead to the closest sales rep. Okay. I have to pass this lead to the closest sales rep. Or I have to pass this lead based on the product that Marianne is interested in. Or I have to pass this lead based on the revenue of the organization. There may be any specific condition based on which I have to assign this lead to a right salesperson. It has to be done automatic. It cannot be done manually. So that's where I design lead assignment rules. Okay, I design lead assignment rules. Okay, and how do we design those lead assignment rules? We will discuss after 2 weeks. It would take at least that much time to go there. So once I create the lead assignment rules, I'll get a checkbox like this. You can check this box and say save. Okay, when I do it, this lead will get assigned to the right salesperson. So I'll show you how this works. Okay, see here, there is VRM over here, right? There is VRM. Lead owner is now VRM. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I have created some lead responses. I've created some lead response. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an edit over here. And I am going to do some address. Okay, I think state or province should be TX. So if I say Marianne is joining us from TX, and if I say assign using active assignment rule and save it, this should get assigned to the sales manager. See, now it got changed to Shruti sales manager. You seen the difference? Edit. Now I'm going to change this, change this TX to NY. When I change this TX to NY, this should get changed to, this has been assigned to Shruti. It is just left with Shruti now. Okay, so I can have, let me do one thing. Let me change owner. It should change it to someone, but I don't know why it did not. Okay, okay. It's New York. I'll say sign active thing and I'm going to save it. Yeah, now it got changed to VRMC. Because if it is Texas, I said go to Shruti. If it is other things, come to me. So now if I go back to edit, check the box, and if I make it to TX, it gets changed to Shruti. Okay, so how do we write the assignment rules? Don't worry about it right now, guys. I'll teach you how to do that later. But just wanted to show you how this gets assigned to a right salesperson. Because earlier someone has asked, my leads should be with me, right? Someone was asking that. So the leads won't be with the salespeople. They will get assigned to the salespeople. Is that clear? Does it answer the question? I don't remember who asked that question, but does this answer? So now that we know what is happening, we can come back to our actual thing. So now the outbound call center will call the people, it will do the sales calls. Okay, so if that sales call is successful, then the company will earn the revenue. If the sales calls are successful, the company will earn the revenue. Okay, since the company is earning revenues out of this call center, these outbound call centers are also known as profit centers. Okay, this is just an FYI. It has got nothing to do with Salesforce. And then similarly, inbound call centers, inbound call centers are the call centers that receive the call. So you have to have a 1-800 number. Generally, they are for service requirements. Okay, they are for service requirements. So if someone has a problem with their laptops or someone has the problem with their product, they will call that or they'll bring it. And then you have to employ the salespeople. Sorry, you have to employ the service people. You have to employ the call center employees to handle the calls and to handle the service requests. And almost like 80% of the times, people will bring in warranty products to the authorized service centers. Okay, only in warranty calls will come. So there won't be any revenue out of the service that these guys are doing. Okay, there won't be any revenue out of these things. That's the reason why most of the times inbound call centers are called cost centers, because the company has to spend money on those call centers. Is that clear? That's about inbound and outbound call centers. Okay, that is just an FYI, nothing to do with Salesforce. So now, Marianne's lead has gone to me. Here, since I'm the only one person, I am the admin, I am the marketing guy, I am the sales guy, I am the customer. Everything is myself. Okay. So here I can see the leads that are assigned to me. So I started talking with Marianne, and Marianne is okay to take this discussion to the next level. Okay, Marianne is okay to take this discussion to the next level. So Marianne agrees for lead conversion. So I'm going to click on this little icon over here, and then I'm going to convert the lead. So see this bluebells.com. If you look at this, guys, you will exactly see what I've told you over here. See, I told you the first name and last name both will become contact. Okay, the company name is going to become account, and then opportunity will be there. So if you look here, account name is going to become bluebells.com. Okay. Marianne V is going to become, see, Marianne and V both club together, and it is going to become a contact. And opportunity, I told you, it's for me to type. That's where it just kept bluebells.com and it left it like that. Now here, I'm going to say 150 laptop. 1 second. So this, I'm going to click on convert. So it created 3 entries, 1 account, 1 contact, and 1 opportunity. So I'll close this. When you look at accounts, you see bluebells.com. When you click on bluebells.com, under related, you see 1 contact and you see 1 opportunity. Is that clear? Now, coming to the question that was just asked, what is the B2C? So it won't be in accounts, and there is no need for a lead in B2C. Directly, there is one more entry like this, which is known as a person account, So you can directly, there is no more lead concept over there. You directly type the person name, address, and that becomes a direct entry over there. Here, what I'm going to show you next is, I'm going to come back here into the marketing. I'm going to click on campaigns. Click on campaigns. See, in the campaigns, you see opportunities. 1 opportunity got created and campaign members are still showing 2. When I click on campaign members, see here in the campaign members, if you look at this, this was our earlier thing and this is the new one. See, earlier Marianne is also a lead, whereas now Marianne has become contact. And if I go to leads, you don't see Marianne's lead over here. It will only be Avinash's lead, because Marianne's lead has been broken down into 3 entries: account, contact, and opportunity. Clear? So we don't, it's very simple. Okay. Once you have a lead, while you're discussing about a lead, click on this little icon. Okay, click on the lead. Click on this little icon and then click on the convert. This is how it converts the lead. Okay. So now that lead is converted into my account, I've got a contact, I've got opportunity. Now, what is this opportunity? This opportunity is for 150 laptops. This opportunity is for 150 laptops. But where am I mentioning that opportunity? Where am I mentioning that product that I want? So I have to put that in products. So click on the drop down here and say add product. But when I was about to add product, Marianne calls me, says, Venkat, we have looked at your product catalog and we were interested, but just we read that your organization is coming up with a newer advanced version of the laptop. We would like to go for 150 laptops of that. So it's just announced that it is going to be released in a week or so, and it is not yet released. So if the salesperson goes to products and click on add products and see for the laptop, new laptop that is here, he or she doesn't find it because that product is still not there in the product list. So now I am going to tell Marianne that it would at least take another 3 days or 4 days before the product is officially launched and it is put into the product list. So now the product launch has happened and then the product has to be put into the product master. How do we do that? Now again, guys, since I'm the admin over here, I am playing all the roles, but in reality, whatever I'm going to do right now, that is the task of a product owner. That is the task of a product owner. So a product owner is going to log in into his Salesforce system and he is going to click over here on this app launcher. This is also known as the 9 buttons. Okay. 9 dots. Okay, some people call this 9 dots. Some people call it app launcher. Some people call it a waffle. Whatever you want to call, you can call it. But in simple terms, this is a glorified version of the menu. That's it, a menu button. So click on this menu button and then type product. So since you're a product owner, you have access to this product. In the product, you click new. This is so new gen laptop 7890, which is an active. Okay, this is the product code NGLT7I. There is no product family for it, just say none. Okay, and then new gen laptop. Product owner is the person who is working in the Dell or HP or someone. Okay, and he is the person who is responsible for that line of products. Let's say, for example, tomorrow someone asks, hey, I want to have a product family from none to laptops. So how do you modify this? You need to know where the product family is, right? So that's just the reason why we are doing it. So now I'm going to save it. Now my product is ready. And that's not for us. I think that's some news. So they are the tools that manage the entire product product history and product. Okay. So you can write a connector between these two applications and then get that data to come up on the Salesforce screen. That is always possible. But since we are at a level where we just started understanding Salesforce, I did not touch that. I am creating everything in Salesforce. The reason is Salesforce doesn't divulge that particular details. Okay. Now, I'll tell you something. Okay, these are completely off the record statements that I'm making, Anu. There is no credibility to it. This is purely on the hearsay thing. Don't quote me, okay? This is purely hearsay. Don't quote me because I talk with a lot of Salesforce people as my day-to-day interactions. They are the Salesforce employees who mention these things to me. How much truth is there? I don't know. I cannot confirm anything. But what I was being told is earlier, Salesforce was a client of Oracle, and some implementations in Salesforce data centers still have Oracle databases. Okay, that's what was one talk that was there. No, one second, guys. Let me finish. Okay. Now, the second talk that I am hearing is that Salesforce is now tied up with AWS to use AWS data centers to host Salesforce applications. And Amazon has got its own Elastic database is what I think they have, which is pretty good in terms of speed and data retrieval things. So Salesforce has started using that Amazon database on the Amazon data servers is the second talk that I heard. How much truth is there? How much truth is not there? I don't know, but this is what I heard. And I'm letting you know. Don't quote me anywhere. Is that clear?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. What the product manager will do is he will call you. He will say, hey, I am getting none over here. You want to add, can you add me 3-4 different line items like laptop, desktop, handheld like that. So that's where you need to understand where is this, which is the entity that it is coming from, where should you go? That is enough if you know that. You don't need to how Oracle manages that product. You just need to know how to use the wisdom that is provided by or in other words, you need to know how to use the APIs that are being provided by Oracle. All right. Now that my product is ready, I am a business and I have to sell a product. I cannot give it away in charity. So for that, I need to assign a price for this. Now there are two prices for it. When I manufacture that product, that product will have a price. Or rather, that product will incur some cost to me. It may be the parts cost. It may be my machinery cost. It may be my labor cost and other sundry expenses. So all those things put together, plus I should have some profit for my sustainability. So I have to add all that, and that is known as the list price. If I sell anything below the list price, I'm selling it for loss. So I have to add a list price first in the standard price as a standard price. So I'm going to put $5.99 as my standard price. Save your work. But you don't sell this. See, this $5.99, if you sell it for $5.99, you are going to get some profit out of that. But you don't sell the products. You will sell the products through your dealers. So when I say dealers or retailers, they are your Best Buys, they are your Targets, they are your other electronic supply chains. So they should have some price for that. That is the price book. So there is a standard price book with USD currency. And you can say this as $8.99. So this is the price which includes my transportation. This is the price which includes my dealer profit. This is the price that includes my retailer profit. So now I can do a reduction if my dealer, if this is an outdated product, if my dealer wants to get his price, if my retailer wants to get his price, they can sell it at much lesser prices so that they will get their part share of it and I'll get my $5.99 so that I don't make loss. My dealers and retailers don't make losses. That's the price. So now once I have this price books and the products, everything ready, I can go to accounts in the bluebells.com. I'll click on the opportunity. In the opportunity, I will add my product. So I'll just select my products, add products. Scroll up. See NewGen LT 7890 is there. Say next. Two prices. One is standard price and the other one is the one is the list price and the other one is the standard price. Okay. Standard price is the list price and the other one is the price that you sell the product for. Okay. So see, you manufacture the product, correct? When you're manufacturing the product, there are a lot of investment that is going into that laptop. Like let's say laptop case, you have to buy from someone or you have to give the specifications. Okay. Or let's say, I'll give you another easier example. Let's say you got the iPhone, right? So the iPhone is a product of Apple, but Apple doesn't manufacture that, right? So now that manufacturing is with Foxconn. So now Foxconn doesn't manufacture the whole thing. It will assemble it. So whatever is the screen that is required, that screen comes from Samsung. Whatever the semiconductor chips that are there inside, that comes from something else. The camera comes from Sony. So different products have to buy from different companies. So Foxconn buys all those products, manufactures the laptop as per the Apple standards. So for that, it costed them $5.99. So they will, and that includes their profit. So for each iPhone, Foxconn charges Apple $599. Now, Apple has to sell the products across the globe. So they have to ship products to India, they have to ship products to Canada, they have to ship products to Europe, like that. So shipping the products involves some cost. So on the price that they paid to Foxconn, they have to add the shipping cost. And then there are certain government taxes that Apple has to pay for selling the product in India. So they will add that particular tax also onto the pricing. They go to the retailers. So when they come to the retailers, the retailer, when they are selling, they should get some profit, right? They'll add a bit of profit on that. So that is going to be my sales price. I went to opportunities, or I can go to accounts, click on accounts, scroll up, you see the opportunity, click on the opportunity. You see the products, click on the products, add products. And here you select the product, say next. Here I'm giving 150 as the price. This is the sales price, so we can keep it. Date will be today's date. And you can give some laptop, okay? Or one more thing that you can do is here, add products, and you can choose two products.
Yeah.
And then you'll get both the things. You can do it here. Okay, now what happened is, what's the date in product? See, when you are creating when you are adding the product, what is the date when you have added it? That's it. Yeah, it's just the created date. That's it. Okay, so now what happens is, see, when I say that I'm buying 150 laptops, you are charging me $999. That doesn't work for me. So let's talk on the price. So there are various ways to talk on the price, but most of the times, most of the companies will talk on the price on email trails. So one email will be created and the same email chain will be used till you finalize a price. That is one way to do it, and most of the companies use that. Or if the company doesn't want to use that kind of a mechanism, if they want to do some product bundlings and other things, they have to take a additional license of CPQ. Okay. And then they can have quotes in place. So here I have a quote option, which is directly not activated. I have to activate it and then I have to work on that quote. So how do I activate quotes? How do I create a quote? How do I modify the quote? Then how do I create a contract? How do I create the order? And how do I submit the order? This we shall discuss in tomorrow's session. Is that clear?
Thanks a lot, guys. So I believe though it is fair and fine for us to conclude for today's session. Thank you. Thanks a lot, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Now what we are going to do is we are going to initialize. We will give the price book too much into price books. Now what we are going to do is we will go and we will activate the quotes, because as I told you, most of the people don't prefer logging in into the CPQ application and then logging in into CPQ application and then paying for that quote processes and all the other stuff. So people don't really prefer doing that. So what we can try and do is like we can activate quotes over here. Okay, so by default, the quote will get not here. You have to do it in quick find. So the quote is by default disabled. Okay, the quote is by default disabled. So you have to enable the quotes first. Okay, so once you enable it, it will show me 4-5 different windows. See, create quotes, enable quotes. When I try to do a save, it just shows up some windows. Yeah, this is the one that I'm reflecting. Okay, so if you go to sales, right? When you go to sales, yesterday I showed this as the last topic. See, when you go to sales, in the sales, in the opportunities, okay, you have this Bluebells opportunity. In this opportunity, you see products are here. When you scroll to the bottom of the page, you will only see stage history. There is nothing beyond this. There are no quotes available. Okay, there are no quotes available. See, when I click here, when I type QUOTE, the quotes are there. The quote window is coming, but there is no option for you to create a quote. There is no option for you to create a quote. That is the reason why I have enabled the quotes. And as soon as I save here and come back here and do a refresh, as soon as I do a refresh, see, this is, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say you called up Intellipaat. Okay.
Yeah.
And you said, hey, I have 5 people and all 5 would like to take up Salesforce admin class. Okay. And we would like to do it as a separate class for 5 or 10 of your friends.
Okay.
Okay. What would be the price that you would be charging us? The price that it is going to charge. Okay. So Intellipaat will revert back to you stating that, okay, we are going to charge around $200 per person or $300 per person. That is called as a quotation. Okay. It is the quote is nothing but the quotation. In the colloquial terms, quote became quotation. That's it. So those are the windows on which, okay, those are the windows on which you should see quotes is what I've enabled there.
Okay.
So now when I go back to opportunities, earlier, when I scrolled up, the last option is stage history. Now, if I go to the top, I see quotes over here. You see that? Earlier, it was stage history. Now I'm going to say new quote. What is the quote? This is the quote. Opportunity quote 1 or quote version 1.0. Okay. And then you can give any number over here, but just I'm saving this over here. Once I save this, I can click on this 001 and it will come to quotes. Earlier, you were not able to see anything here. Yeah, let's do one thing. Let's take this up as the last part of it, okay? Just watch what I'm doing. What happens is if you're doing parallelly with me, I already told you, but you will miss most important things over there. So don't do it along with me. Watch my working, and then you can do it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So I can click on this products. And then what you can do is, these are the products that I have in the related records. This is my price quote. Okay. In the details, I have got all these details. Once I have the quote, I can go forward and backward. Okay. I can go forward and backward on the pricing, or if someone says that, hey, I got to get some discount, so I can give 15% discount, save your work. So I can even give the discount percentages also. Okay. So when you click on this code okay. So what I did was, okay, let me show that to you once again. This is for everybody's benefit, guys, if you feel that I'm going a little fast. So let me finish. So to go back and activate the quotes, we need to go to quote settings. In the quote settings, we'll just say enable quotes. That's it, nothing else. Save it. Once you save it, you will get these boxes. Check all the boxes. These are the layouts that are there. These are the screens on which you want to put the quote. So just put save. Come back here, do a refresh. When you do a refresh, in the opportunities, if you scroll up, you will see the quotes. Okay. So this quote is there. You will change the pricing. You will resend it as version 2. You will change the pricing. You will resend it as version 3. So like that, people will negotiate on the price. Once people negotiates on the price, the next thing is, see, you will ship the products. Okay. You will ship the products. After shipping the products, in how many days? Okay. In how many days? You are supposed to, in how many days you are supposed to, what do you call that? In how many days you are supposed to pay the amount? Or if you have already ordered, within how many days? Okay, you can cancel your order. Okay, in how many days you can cancel your order? All those things, okay, all those things are defined in something known as a contract, So how do you create a contract? So after the quotes are done, you will get the contract. So go to this 9 dots, type contract. Click on contracts. In the contracts, you have to create a new contract. So you will give all the documentation that is there, and you will define which account you are contracting with, who is the person who is going to sign the contract on behalf of the company, and then when did they sign this. Okay, then you can add a price book if it is there, otherwise you can leave it. Contract start date will be today. Generally contract term will be for 11 months. That is the standard practice. But if you want, you put 24 months, you put 36 months. Nobody is going to stop you from that. Okay. Next. Before the contract is expiring, how many days before you have to send a notice? So I need to send a notice by 11 days. Okay. I have to send a notice by 11 days. Okay. Now, what is going to happen is I need to sign on behalf of my company because I'm the salesperson, and I'm going to save it. Once I save, this contract is created, but it is still not active. So I need to activate my contract. Once I activate my contract, this contract can be made. This contract can be used for creating any orders. Okay. Is that clear? This contract can be used for any orders. I can go ahead and create an order. So open link. Sorry, I can click it here itself. Now click new. Which account I'm creating the order for? Bluebells. What is the contract number? 001. Order start date will be today. Status is draft. Leave it like that. Save your work. Then what we are going to do is we are going to, so here products have to be added. So here I will select this and this. Say next. Quantity, this is going to be 150. And then this is going to be 1. Price, final negotiated price is 649. And then this is going to be 7,000 US dollars. The problem is, as per not only Salesforce, as per CRM terms, okay, when you generate, so if we generate an order, the order may or may not have the same products. Like, see, we negotiated a price on the products which are there, but suddenly the product might change. Okay. It is a process that it has to follow. But generally what they do is, see, this is a sales process where you have to bend a lot of rules. So that is where Salesforce is not insisting that you have all the products in the quote over here. So if you want to set that up, you have to take the help of development, where they will write a code to pick up all the products from the quote and put them in the order. That is possible, but by default, Salesforce doesn't insist it. Not only in Salesforce, whether it is in MS Dynamics or whether it is in Salesforce or whether it is in Oracle CRM, none of the CRMs has got that provision of clicking on create order from quote. You have to create that manually.
Oh, in SAP it is there, right?
I am not sure about SAP. What do you call? None of the other CRMs has got that. I know pretty sure on that. See, this is the default option that is given with a flexibility that you can customize the options, right? So every company has got its own way of doing it. So that is the reason why Salesforce hasn't enforced that thing. But they have given the option of you to modify it as you want. Okay. So maybe in the organization which is implementing SAP has considered that as a best practice, which Salesforce did not consider as a best practice. So we cannot enforce that. Okay. So definitely you may say productivity might go down, but again, it varies from company to company. We cannot talk on behalf of a company. See, again, if you provide an option, see, if an option is not there, okay, look at it like this. If there is something which is not there, building it is easy. But if it is already built, breaking that down and rebuilding it becomes difficult. That is the reason. Okay, so there are a lot of ifs and buts. So that's the reason why. Okay, so let's click on save over here. And then once you click on this, activate, what happens is this order, when you click on this activate button, you have to write the backend code. Okay, you have to write the backend code where this particular order is sent to the back office order processing system. This is sent to the back office order processing system. Okay. And the order processing has to be done by the back office order processing system. Salesforce can only create an order and send it to the back office. Okay. Salesforce cannot process the order. Okay, so it is Salesforce can only create an order or support till the order creation, and Salesforce can only support order creation and submitting that order to the back office order management system. But Salesforce cannot. Okay, Salesforce cannot process the order. That is the limitation that is there. If you have to look at it, you have to go to the price and go to the product, and that is where it shows list price and what is the unit price. See, order processing is done by the back office order processing system. Billing is done by a billing system that is a separate system again.
Okay.
Back office order processing has got nothing to do with billing system. So there are two separate entries. I told you that you have to take a license of a Salesforce product called CPQ. You have to take a license for a product called CPQ. So if you take a license for CPQ, you have the option of modifying the quote and create a new version of it. So when you go to quotes, see here, okay, you can edit it, but you cannot make a copy of this. Okay. But when you buy that new license, okay, when you buy the new license, you have an option to edit this quote and make a new version of that. See, you can add a new version of the quote. Okay. You can add a version of that quote. So, but again, here it is restricted. So if you have that actual product, you can have a list of the quotes starting, you started at what price? Finally, what is the price that you have taken? All that information is there with that person. So this is about sales and marketing. Now this laptop has been purchased. Now there is a problem. If there is a problem, you go to the service, or you don't even need to go to service. Okay. You don't even need to go to service. What you can do is you can just be in your sales app itself. You are the contact for the company. Okay. And you can call up and they will raise a case for you. They'll say it is a new contract, type some electronic problem, case reason, performance, case origin via phone, priority is high, status is new. Okay, you don't need to give anything. What is the product? So you can select the product over here. Okay, now once you select the product, or you can ignore this because there's a customization you have to make. So you'll say frequent VSD occurrence. Okay. Okay. So this is the problem. You get a blue screen where you have a problem. Now, what are the internal comments? See, generally service application is used for registering the cases. That's why. Okay. So internal comments, not in marketing, but you have it in contacts in sales. So if you go back to sales, under the sales, you will see contacts. You don't see contacts in the marketing. So you can go to contacts. For the contact, you can raise a case. See here, for the contact, you can raise a case. Got it? It is expected. Your contacts are here. So even from here, you can raise a case. It doesn't matter generally. But see, the point over here is I am the Salesforce administrator over here. That is the reason why I am able to see marketing, sales, and service. But in reality, I will not be able to. Okay. In reality, if I am a salesperson, I will only have access to sales. If I am a service person, I will only have access to service. If I'm a marketing guy, I will only have access to marketing guy. Being a marketing guy, why will I raise a service request? I don't. Being a sales guy, why will I raise a service request? I'll not do that. So that is where the service request, the service app is coming into the picture. And the confusion over here is because I have all the applications available, that is causing the confusion. All right. So that's about the sales, service, and marketing apps. That's about the sales, service, and marketing apps. Now what we are going to do is let us move away from there. Okay, let us move away from there and we will start discussing about the jargon. Okay, till now we are calling all these things as entities. Okay, these are all, we are calling them as entities. So let us try to understand the Salesforce jargon over here. What is the Salesforce jargon that we are trying to understand? So for that, we will just take an example, okay, a simple example. Okay. Now, let's say all of us are working for a company. Okay.
And
All of us are working for a company and a customer had come and he asked us to build, okay, an insurance app for auto insurance and an app for property insurance and another app for life insurance. And he also told me, okay, he also told me that he already has other applications running. He already has other applications running. And for that, he has already purchased a database. He has already purchased a database and he doesn't want to invest in new database. He doesn't want to invest in new database and we are supposed to use this existing database only. We are supposed to use the existing database only. We are not going to get a new database. Okay, so that's the story here. First of all, if we want to build these applications, we need to design what data are we going to take. After that, we will link up the data. Okay, after that, we will link up the data and then we will create the relationships and then we will see how the screens are, how the first screen should look like, how the second screen should look like, how the third screen should look like. All those details we will discuss later. But first of all, what is the data that I am supposed to capture? What is the data that I'm supposed to capture has to be understood. So that is where we talk about three things. First one, we are going to, whether it is an auto insurance or a property insurance or a life insurance, we need person details, the person who is requesting it. Then we will first look at auto insurance. So we need to take vehicle details. The third thing, we need to take policy details. Okay. Now in person details, I'm going to take first name, last name, email, mobile, then email, mobile address, and then ID number, or I'll say government ID number. So these are the details. Yeah. Yeah, I do need date of birth. I have to take that also. First name, last name, date of birth. Okay, first name, last name, date of birth, email, mobile. That's it. Nothing beyond this, since it is just for the sake of discussion. Vehicle details, vehicle make, model, year of manufacture. Okay. Year of registration, VIN number, station number. What is that? Miles. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay, then for the policy details, we are going to collect policy type, tenure, premium amount, payment mode, start date, expiry date. Okay. And policy number. So these are the basic information that I'm going to capture. Okay, so there may be a lot of other details which we are not really worried about over here. Okay, there are a lot of other things which we are not really worried about over here. This is good enough for our discussion. Okay, whatever you're seeing here. Okay. In database terminology, if you look at database terminology, okay, whatever you're seeing here, individually, what do I call person details, vehicle details, and policy details? Individually, what do I call that? Person detail is not a record. I'm talking at a database level. What do you call it? Primary key, it's the table. At a database level, it is known as a table. Again, at the database level, what do you call first name, last name, date of birth, make, model, policy type, tenure? What do you call these? They're called as columns. So the brown color ones are the columns. So in database, these are called columns. So I can just, okay, they are columns. All right. Now, suppose, so I've got all these things, but I'm not taking all these things. I'm just only taking these first three things. Name, first name, last name, date of birth. Okay. So Avinash S 14/12/1998. Then Hafiz O 23/2/1990. Then I have Anil K, whose date of birth may be 30th 30/01 1984. Then I have Srinivas V, I can say 27/06/1982. So if I have this, what do I call these? the ones which are in italics. What do I call them? Okay, they are rows or records. So in database, you call them as rows or records. Okay, all these four. This as a whole, what do you call it? No, that as a whole, you call it as a list or list view. You either call it as a list or a list view. You got it? This whole thing. Okay. You call this as a list or a list view. Is that clear? So this is at a database level, guys. This is at a database level. Now, when you come to Salesforce, what do you call this? Now, there is one more thing that you need to understand about this. There is one more thing that you need to understand, and that is over here. Okay, at a database level, we are building this for auto insurance, right? So at a database level, you call this as a, I'll say auto. So I'll create a schema, okay? I'll create a schema for my auto insurance so that all the required tables are put in that particular schema. Okay. So when you come to Salesforce, what do you call this? In Salesforce, you call this as an app. So guys, just give me 1 minute. I just need to plug in here. Okay, here, you call this as an app. Now, coming down to database table, when you come to Salesforce, what do you call this?
Objects.
You call them as objects. When you come to this, in Salesforce, you call them as fields. Okay. Now, in database or Salesforce, you call this as a, whether it is database or Salesforce, you call it as a list or list view. Whether it is database or Salesforce, okay, whether it is database or Salesforce, you call these as rows or records. Is that clear? An object is inside a schema, or an object is related to an app. An object is related to an app, whereas a table is inside a schema. That is what it is. All right. All the tables are inside the schema and they are not available outside. You can have more than 10 tables or 100 tables inside a schema. A schema is like a kind of a casing that you put across few tables which you want to limit to that particular requirement. You got it? I said there are 3 applications using the same database, correct? Database, when you are looking at the database, auto insurance application is there, property insurance application is there, life insurance application is there. So, and also I said there are other applications that are using this database, correct? Now, if I put all the tables inside this single database, then people will have a lot of tables cluttered inside the database. So what I do, I will create one small area for my auto insurance inside this database and put the tables related to auto insurance in there. Or I'll put another area for my property insurance. I'll put all tables related over there. So that is going to be my schema. Clear? It's like a logical grouping of tables under one name. That's it.
Okay.
I'll show that to you right away. See, contacts is here in marketing. The same contacts can also be found in service. See, this is sales. The same contacts. When I click contacts, you'll see Marianne even here. When I click on the service and I click on contacts, you'll see Marianne even here. The same thing can be used across multiple applications. That is possible. Got it? Now, let me close this marketing app and I'll close the service app. I'm going to keep only the sales app. What do you call these? What do you see here? Opportunities, quotes, leads. So what you're seeing here, you're seeing opportunities, quotes, leads, accounts, contacts. So if you look at it, all of these are in plural form. Keep that in mind. So whatever you have in plural form, they are called as tabs. You call them as tabs. They're called as tabs. Opportunities, quotes, leads, accounts. Refer to objects. Okay, tabs refer to, I should not say objects, object. Tab refers to object. So which object opportunities tab refer to? Opportunity, quote, lead, account, contact. So if you look at these two things, the singular form will be the name of the object by default. Okay, singular form is the name of the object by default. And the best practice is to have the name, okay, the best practice is to have the name in plural form for the tab. Okay. Now, nobody is going to stop you from giving a separate name for a tab called prospects. Nobody is going to stop you, but the best practice suggests that it has to be like this. Is that clear? Now, when you click on a tab, what will you open? You will not open an object. Or what do you see inside the object? Okay, what do you see inside? So when you click on a tab, it opens up the default layout, which is recently viewed. Okay, it opens up the default list view. It opens up the default list view, which is recently viewed. So if you click on this drop down here, these are all the list views. These are all the list views. Suppose if I say all opportunities, you will see all these opportunities over here. But again, when I click on opportunities, it is going to show you only the recently viewed list view because this is the default list view. What if you want to only see all opportunities every time? You just got to pin that so that this becomes your default at this point in time. So when I click on opportunities, you'll see all opportunities. Go to quotes. See, even quotes recently viewed is there by default. Leads recently viewed is there. Accounts recently viewed are there. But when you click on opportunities, it will show me all opportunities because I have pinned this. If I again wants to go back, I can repin the recently viewed so that this becomes the default view. Clear? Okay. So that's about this. We are going to do something, guys. We are going to do something over here. Observe that carefully and respond to my questions. Let's take a small example. Okay, let's take a small example. I am a call center representative, okay, where I will get calls from my accounts or people representing the accounts. Okay, I get calls from people representing the accounts. So now I got a call, and in the call, I get a message saying that, hey, I'm calling from United Oil and Gas Corp. So I look at all contacts, all accounts, and I click on United Oil Gas Corp. And the guy who calls me tells me that, okay, he is Other Song, who is the CEO of the company, and says there is a colleague of theirs who raised a service ticket, but unfortunately nothing is happening on that service ticket as of now. So he wants to understand. So calls me and tells that I'm CEO of that company. Will I believe that person and give him all the details he wanted, or should I need to do some background check first? I definitely need to do some background check by asking few questions which should be answered properly by this particular person. So I'll say, what is your company? What is your phone number? I need to take the details. So to take the details, I'm clicking on the Other Song name because this is hyperlinked. I'm clicking here. So when you're here, see the control is with accounts. When you see the control is with accounts over here, the blue highlighted thing. When I click on Other Song, the control got complete data from our accounts is gone and it has gone to contacts. So when I click on details, I have the phone number, address, everything over here. I can check the data, ask him few challenge questions, and then I can ask him few challenge questions, and then I can say that, okay, fine, we are good. We are good to go. Now, again, this guy has to go back to United Oil and Gas Corp. So if he click here, it is fine. But if by mistake, if he clicks here, it'll take you to recently viewed, and there you will see United Oil. So as soon as I clicked on that accounts, control has shifted from contacts to accounts, or when he is in contacts, he's in Other Songs. So when he clicks on United Oil Gas Corp, the control has completely moved away from contacts to accounts. Do you agree? Now again, so I've already taken the details from Arthur Song, and then I will ask what is the question that you have. So I've got a colleague of mine who has raised a service request. And who is that colleague? The colleague is Lauren Boyle. So she has raised a ticket. So to see her tickets, I need to first click on Lauren Boyle. So the control has again gone back to contacts. And then you see the cases that are here. 1024 is what they're looking at. So I click on 1024, the control has completely gone to cases. So at any given point in time, only one object is there in control. Only one object is there in control. Is that clear?
The next question is, okay, so this one is a situation-based question. So an administrator at Ursa Major Solar is configuring a workflow rule. So what is a consideration for an administrator in this situation? So for this question, we could have multiple correct answers. We could have two correct answers. So the first option is, before the data import wizard is used, rules must be deactivated. Second is, rule actions can take place immediately or can be time-based. Third is, when a new rule is activated, each existing record is evaluated. And the fourth option is rules can be evaluated when records are created or edited. I want really quick replies in the chat, and do give explanation for your answers because this is a very important question. It is situation based, so it involves a lot of thinking.
Now I'll show you one more example. Okay. Now click here and select Sales Console and then click open it in a new window. I'll repeat this process. Now I'll go to, I got a call and I'll go to accounts. So I go to accounts, I'll select United Oil Gas Corp. As soon as I select United Oil Gas Corp, it has created a tab over here, which has got all the details for United Oil Gas Corp. Now, I can see United Oil Gas Corp data over here. And then if you look at this, okay. So other song is in contacts. So when I click on contacts, I've got contacts here. So United Oil Gas Corp is here, contacts is here. I'll click on other song. Contact information has been posted in another window. I've taken the details. Instead of going to United Oil Gas Corp, I'll go to contacts and then I'll click on Lauren Boyle. And then here, if you look over here, there are cases. I'll click on this 1024. One more tab has been opened. Is this navigation, is the process of navigation easy in this window or the process of navigation easy here? The second one is easier, correct? But
Yeah.
the second one is only used in call center specific applications, but not in day-to-day activities. 90% of the applications, okay, 90% of the applications will use this kind of a mode. When you're in accounts, I'm not doing anything. When you click on United Oil Gas Corp, it opened up. When I click on other song, the control has completely shifted from accounts. There is no trace of account data here. Okay. See here, everything is being shown in a tab over here. Because if you look at it, both are two different applications. This is Sales Console application, whereas this one, Sales application. See, there is a Sales application and there is a Sales Console application. That's how it is built. But 90% of the times, people use only this. They don't use this. Okay, so we need to know that this kind of a format or this kind of a navigation where the control is completely shifting from one tab to another tab, depending on what we requested, this navigation is called standard navigation. This, okay, so if you look here, there are two kinds of navigations. Okay, navigation types, if you look here. Okay, if you look at navigation types, there are two things. One is standard navigation, and the second one is console navigation. Standard navigation, widely used for service for call centers. One tab at one go. It can only view one tab at one go. Now, that is one thing that you need to keep in mind before we progress. Now, the second thing that you need to understand is when I click on account or when I click on opportunities, see, when I go to all opportunities, I see United Oil and Gas Corp over here. I see a lot of things. If I want to see more details about an opportunity, where should I click? More details about an opportunity, where should I click? Which field I should click? 1 second, let me put it on the thing. So you asked me click on opportunity name. Okay, next. If I want to see details about a lead, where should I click? If I want to see details about lead, where should I click? On the name.
Yeah.
If I want to see more details about an account, where should I click? On the account name. If I want to see more details about a contact, where should I click? Name. It's not contact name, it's just name. If I want to see more details about a case, where should I click? Case number. Okay. Now, opportunity name, this is name, I'll say contact name. Okay, I'll just put contact name so that it's easy for us. And I'm going to say account, this is what? Lead name. Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, why did you tell me for opportunities to click on opportunity name? Or for leads, you asked me to click on name. Why did you ask me to click on name? Or for accounts, why did you ask me to click on accounts? But I would like to contradict that. It's not because it is unique. Okay. I'm going to create. So here, if you look at it, bluebells.com is not unique because these are the fields that are hyperlinked. Okay, keep that in mind, guys. These are hyperlinked fields. And then opportunity name, is it a text or a number? It's a text. Contact name is a text. Account name is a text. Lead name is a text. Whereas case number is a, if you look at the cases, see, when I go to cases and I say all closed cases, see, if you look at it, these are almost in a sequence. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 is missing, 2 is missing, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24 will be missing. So if you go to all open cases, you will see 2, 16, 24, 20. If you go to my cases, you will see all the things 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a sequence. This is a number. This is a number in sequence.
Yes.
Have you got this? So keep this in mind, guys. This is important. This is also important. Okay, we are going to talk about this in our, while we are creating this, we are going to discuss when we are creating app. This we will discuss when we are creating objects. All right. That is one thing that you need to know. Now, you need to understand one more thing, guys. How is the hierarchy? How is the hierarchy of, see, we discussed about app, we discussed about objects, we discussed about fields. What is the hierarchy? You need to understand that. You need to know that. Now, in Salesforce, there are two kinds of applications. Okay. If you go to apps, there are two kinds.
Standard and custom.
Standard, custom. Okay. Standard means given by Salesforce, created by admin. Okay. If I take this, I can put it two more times. Objects and fields. All right. So you should know these things. So let us look at a hierarchy over here. Let us look at how the hierarchy is defined in Salesforce. Okay. Let us look at how the hierarchy is defined in Salesforce. So if you are looking at the hierarchy, how is it going to come up for us? So here, so you have an application over here. I think I got a background color wrong. Okay, you got an app over here. Inside the app, you have objects, standard objects, and then you have custom objects. Okay, this app may be, or I need to include one more level. So this will not be app. This is Salesforce. Salesforce will have standard app and custom app. And then inside a custom app or inside a standard app, I will have standard object, and I will also have custom object. Okay, in the custom app, again, I can include standard objects and I can have custom object. Okay. Inside the standard object, so now inside the custom app, so inside the standard object, I can have standard fields, and I can also have custom fields. Okay. Now inside the custom object, I will have 4 standard fields and I will have custom fields. The same case over here. In the standard object, I will have standard fields and custom fields. Okay. Then in the custom object, again, I will have 4 fields and custom fields. Okay. Okay, let's put it like this. Is that clear? Okay. So when you look at the 4 standard fields over here, when you look at 4 standard fields, the first one is name. Okay, I'm putting it in bold as well as red color because that is very, very important for us. The second one is created by, modified by, owned by. So these are the 4 standard fields that are available for us. Is that clear? Whereas in a standard object, you will have standard fields, which includes these 4 standard fields. Okay?
Okay.
So why did we do this? So that we know what is the hierarchy. And then we know that there are 4 standard fields, and these will come into the picture when we create the objects. When we are creating the objects, we will talk about this explicitly. Okay. So with this, I will stop it over here. When we meet again next week, we will continue from this diagram and we will start creating our own application after discussing what is the application that we are going to build. So, all right. So thanks, guys. Have a good week ahead of you. I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So I've got, like we discussed, that we have created this insurance would advise you to go through. So now let's say, for example, okay, I have 3 applications given to me by Salesforce: marketing, sales, and service, right? Now, if suppose I am running, okay, I'm running a non-banking financial organization, okay, if I'm running a non-banking financial organization, like I don't have accounts, I don't have I only work in terms of personal loans or mortgage loans or some kind of loans only. So can I advertise my loan products using the marketing app that I have? Can I or can't I? Just answer yes or no. That would suffice. Now, can I use or can I modify to some extent that sales application, okay, can be used for onboarding new customers and other things, or processing the loan? Can I do the loan processing, use the sales application by doing a little bit of tweaks? Just in case if a person has some query regarding his rate of interest or the number of EMIs he has paid, or if he had to pay some partial amount, can I open a case using a service application? Right. Now, the main question over here is the person who does the marketing, the person who does the sales, the person who runs the marketing process, the person who runs the sales process, the person who runs the service process, will they be employees of that company, or will they be external people? Now, marketing, I can do directly using some campaigns or advertisements, but the effective method is to hire a third party called as DSAs. Are you aware of DSA? You
No.
call them as direct.
Yes.
Okay, in US terminology, you call them as brokerage firms.
Oh, okay.
Like if you have to buy a house in US, right? You cannot directly approach the buyer. Right, the buyer and the seller do not talk directly, they'll talk via the broker, right? So the broker is the person who organizes the meetup between, the broker is the person who does the advertisement of that property, listing of that property. Then you have to contact that brokerage firm. Then you got to put in your quote for that particular house. And then based on the best quote received, the brokerage firm will revert back to you that the house is being sold to you, and he is the person who is going to set up a loan with a bank for you, correct? This is all done by the third party agent. Similarly, if you look at the Indian scenario, guys, have you received any calls? Okay, this should be a daily experience with you guys. How many of you have received calls from some unknown number saying that, hey, we are calling from this particular bank, we are offering you personal loan, home loan, car loan, all these things, right? Yes, on a daily basis we receive, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the people who calls you, the person who calls you, is he a bank employee? No, he's not a bank employee. He is an employee of a third party called as DSA, a direct selling agent. So this agency is is contracted by the bank. This agency is contracted by the bank to call up the people, get as many leads as possible. Now, the best part of it is if you're taking the loan, you don't need to go anywhere. If you say, yeah, I need a personal loan, that guy will come to your house. He or she will collect all the documents. And then he is the person who is going to enter all your data into the system. So now there may be, now suppose if you have to enter the lead data, you cannot. This is the lead data that is brought in by your third-party agency. You cannot give access to your Salesforce application to a third-party agency. So what will you do? You will create a small app. Okay, you'll create a small application called Client Data Entry App, and you will give access to the DSA. You'll give access to the DSA. Okay. Now, this is going to be your custom application. This is going to be your custom application. Whereas these three things are standard app. Okay. Now, this marketing, sales, and service are the applications that are provided to you by Salesforce. Correct? Now, you have hired a third-party agency to promote your loans and get the new customers for the bank or for the financial organization. Now, they will come to you. If you say that, yes, I require that, then they will come to you and then they'll collect all your documents. They'll get you signed up on an application form and they do all that stuff. Correct? Now, the data that they have collected from you has to be entered into the Salesforce system. And where will you enter? You can enter it in the sales application form. But will you be giving access to the third-party agency for the sales application? So what will I do? I will create a custom application. I'll create a custom application which will only let you enter client data. Client over here is the person whom you are trying to sell the loan. This doesn't have any link with these three things when someone opens this up. All right. This is also in Salesforce, but you built it. Now, once this application is built, you will give access to this application to DSA, and the direct selling agency will get access to this, and they will enter the data. The data will be opened up by the employee and do some processing, after which the data goes and sits in the sales related requirements. All right. That is what I'm trying to do. So this is a custom application. You are the person who are building this application for a third-party person to enter the data, the client data. Is that clear? So now, if any company wants to run Salesforce, okay, first thing is you got to buy the subscription for Salesforce. Okay, you don't buy Salesforce, you will only get a subscription for Salesforce. Okay. Now, what happens for that subscription? For the subscription, you will get license to use Salesforce application. By virtue of that subscription, you will get license to use the Salesforce. Now, once you buy the subscription, you have authorization to use the Salesforce. But who is going to use the Salesforce? Users. Correct? The users or the employees of that company and the people who are working with this company, like the DSAs. They are the people who need to have access to the Salesforce application to work on the Salesforce application. So that is where the company has to buy user licenses. The company has to buy user licenses. Now, if you buy 10 user licenses, you will have 10 users. If you have 30 user licenses, you can have 30 unique users. If you have 300 licenses, you have 300 unique users. If you have 5,000 licenses, you can have 5,000 unique users. So depending on the number of users you have, you will have you have to buy the number of licenses. Now, every license has got certain limitations to it. Every license has got certain limitations to it. Now, for certain applications, listen to this carefully, guys. Salesforce is a company. Okay, I'm talking about Salesforce as a company now. Okay, Salesforce is a company that hasn't grown big homogeneously. So what do I mean by Salesforce is a company that did not grow big homogeneously? It is something like it acquired multiple companies. It acquired multiple companies to grow big. Like, let's say it acquired Tableau to add the reporting features. It acquired Heroku to have multi-platform capabilities. It acquired, there is one more. Yeah, it acquired a company called Demandware to bring up the marketplace concept. Okay, and they called it as Salesforce Commerce Cloud. And then it acquired MuleSoft for its integration capabilities. It acquired Demandware. Sorry, it acquired Demandware. I already told you for marketplace. Marketplace is nothing but to give you an easy example of a marketplace. Amazon is there, right? So Amazon, eBay, these are called marketplaces. So to have that kind of a marketplace kind of what the right word is, marketplace kind of a capability, it has acquired Demandware. Similarly, to do the marketing extensively, it has acquired a company called Paradon. Okay, so while it is incorporating these applications, or while they are merging these applications, to work with those applications, a person should have different licenses. So for different applications, different licenses are available. But for the Salesforce base application, what we are working on, this is a base application. You have two user licenses. One is known as a Salesforce license, and the other one is known as a Salesforce platform license. One is a Salesforce license and the one is a Salesforce platform license. So what is the use of Salesforce license and what is the use of the Salesforce platform license? So I'm going to tell you about that. So if you look at the apps, okay. So when you look at Salesforce apps standard and custom, okay, you have marketing, sales, service, and I call it as custom app. Just for the example, for your understanding, I'm putting this name. Actually, this is not available with the Salesforce. I'm just putting this for your example. Okay. So when you have these applications like this, okay. So can you access a marketing application using Salesforce? Yes, you can. Can you access sales application using the Salesforce license? Yes, you can. Service? Yes. Client data entry? Yes. So if you have a Salesforce license, you can access all the applications. irrespective of whether it is custom or standard. And then generally Salesforce license is given only for the Salesforce license is given for only for the employees, okay? Employees of the users, of that company. Okay, keep that in mind. Now coming to Salesforce platform. Okay. Do you have access to marketing application? No. Do you have access to sales? No. Do you have access to service? No. But do you have access to client data entry, which is a custom app? So what is the moral of the story? The moral of the story over here is the Salesforce application, if an employee or if a user has a Salesforce license, he or she will be able to access all the applications irrespective of what the application is. So which can be standard application or a custom application. Whereas a Salesforce platform licensee holder, can only access custom applications only. Can access custom applications only. Now, I'll give you one example. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a scenario. I'm going to give you a scenario. I've got 3 users. Okay. I've got Srinivas. I've got Afiz. And I've got, let's say, Blas. So now I'm going to give name over here, designation or role or a designation or role. Okay, so Srinivas is, let's say, SVP operations. Okay, let's say Srinivas is SVP ops. And then he is responsible to see how the organization operations are going on with respect to marketing, with respect to sales, with respect to service, with respect to client, all the custom applications in his company. So he needs access. Okay, he needs access to all the apps, irrespective of standard apps or custom apps. That is his requirement. Then Hafiz is a Salesforce admin. Whenever there is a requirement that comes in, he has to ensure that requirement is taken care of. He has to ensure that requirement is taken care of, and he needs to get into that application and check whether that particular requirement is reflecting in that application or not. Is that clear? Now, Blas is a DSA. So he works for a third-party organization who is only responsible for collecting the customer information, getting the documentation, entering the data, and uploading all the data documents. That's what Blas is responsible for. So now, with our discussion regarding the license, which Salesforce license should I give? Which license should I give to Srinivas? So, Srinivas, which license should I give? Salesforce, very good. Now for Afiz, what license should I give? And then Blas, what license should I give? Salesforce platform, fantastic. Okay, as a Salesforce admin, okay, Afiz can build the Salesforce platform custom applications. He can build the custom applications. He has the capacity and capability to build the custom applications. But for the user to access it, that user should have Salesforce platform license. Yes, because see, if you look over here, see, I said, if you have Salesforce license, you can access all the applications. Hafiz. Whereas if you have a Salesforce license, you will be able to also build applications. Okay, you have a privilege of building the applications, doing the modifications, doing the admin activities. That is also possible. So as an admin, able to do modifications also with the help of Salesforce license. That's what it is. Okay. Blast is a DSA having Salesforce platform license, and he can only access the custom applications. I'm very happy about this. So Blast is having the Salesforce license. Guys, listen to this carefully. Say Blast is a DSA having access to Salesforce platform. So he cannot access marketing, sales, service apps, but he can access the custom app and he can do his work. So I'm happy with what license Blast has. Coming to Afiz, Afiz is a Salesforce admin, and Afiz has got a Salesforce license so that he can do the admin activities. He can do the admin activities, and when the admin activities are done, he has access to the applications. So he can go in and check whether his admin activities are reflecting on the applications or not. So even there, I am very happy. Even there, I'm very happy that Hafiz has got a Salesforce admin access. He has a Salesforce license. But Srinivas, who is an SVP Ops, he may be in a very high designation role, and he has access to all these 4 applications because with the Salesforce license. But I have some apprehensions about Srinivas. So Blas, so he's a senior vice president operations, correct? Same license. Afiz is a Salesforce admin. He also has the license. Okay, but Srinivas can also make his hands dirty in terms of creating users, giving access to certain users. He can do all that because as a Salesforce admin with Salesforce license, when Hafiz is able to do that, Srinivas should definitely be able to do that, correct? That is the reason why I have my apprehensions. I cannot let Srinivas put his hands in admin activities. And I cannot let Hafiz see the business data. I cannot let Hafiz see the business data, but he can see the application, he can see the modifications, he can see everything. But Hafiz should not see the business data. Whereas Srinivas should see all the business data, but he should not be able to do modifications in terms of admin activities. You understood? Now, Blas should see only the data, should be able to enter the data, and he should not be able to do any modifications at an administration level. So to keep that and to ensure that everything else is satisfied, Salesforce introduces the first level of security mechanism over here called profile. Salesforce introduces you with a security mechanism called profile. So a profile is a collection of rules and is a collection of rules. I'm giving it at a very easy, simple layman terms, guys. So a profile consists of all those rules and regulations that governs what a person can see and what a person can do. Is that clear? So what licenses do we have? What licenses do we have? So let us go back to this application. In the application, if I type user, yep. So if you look at the users over here, I'm just editing one user. I'm editing one user over here. I'll take Chatter Expert and I'll edit the user. See, as of now, this Chatter user has got a license called Chatter Free license. So when you click on this, there are 2 users, Chatter Free user and a Chatter Moderator user. These are the profiles. Similarly, see, there is a Salesforce license and a Salesforce platform license. So if you look at Salesforce platform, it only has one profile, which is called standard platform user. So this user by default will get standard platform user profile. So it is mandatory that every user along with the license should get a profile. See here, user license is there and a profile is mandatory. If I don't give a profile and if I try to save, it will not let me do it. Now, when I go to Salesforce, if I try to save it, see error, you must enter a value. Without giving a profile, you cannot create a user. So you have to select. These are all the profiles that are there. So the profiles that we are going to use, are standard user profile and system administrator. So Srinivas is a business user, so we give him standard user. Whereas for Hafiz, we will give system administrator. So with the help of this license plus profile combination, what a person can see and what a person can do is decided. So now what happens? DSA can only see the custom app, can only enter data using the custom app. Then Hafiz can only do administration activities, but he cannot see any business data by virtue of the system administrator profile. And Srinivas, on the other hand, can see all the business data, but he cannot do any admin related activities by virtue of his profile. So in short, a profile controls what a user can see and what a user can do. First thing, you can, guys, this is important. You can customize the standard profiles, but it is a big no from Salesforce. Salesforce tells you you cannot customize any standard profiles. Salesforce tells you not to customize any standard profiles. So Srinivas, just to give you an example, you don't, you're from civil background, right? So Salesforce tells you as a best practice, guys, not to modify any standard profiles. You can modify it, but it tells you not to modify it. Because if some modifications are done, it will affect all the users who are carrying that profile. So that is the reason why if you have to modify anything in a profile, you clone that profile, and you do the modifications. You clone the profile and you do the modifications. You cannot create a profile from the scratch. You cannot create a profile from the scratch. You can only create a profile by cloning an existing profile. Are these three things clear? Okay. So with this, let us go and discuss what are we going to build. We are going to build a custom app. We are going to build object. We are going to build a tab for that object. I have an app. I've got the object. I've got the fields. So if you look over here, I've got the app. I've got the object. If you have to refer to this object, you need to have a tab. We discussed this over here, right? So whenever you click a tab, this is where we discuss that. Here, we discuss this, right? If you want to go to opportunity, you will click on opportunities tab. If you have to go to quote, you will go to quotes tab. That's the only way you will refer the opportunities. Is that right? What we can do is we can create the application or the object, and you can create fields inside the object, and then you can create a tab, or you can first create a custom app, then you create an object, then you create a tab, and after creating the tab, you can create the fields. That is also possible. Okay, 1 second, let me modify this to access the object. So if I put it like this, then it would be more to access this. You need a tab to refer to this. You need a tab to refer to this. Okay, does it make more easier for you to understand? Yeah. So now once I create this object, then we will discuss about fields later. Okay, for the time being, we'll discuss about these 3 things. Okay, so the application that I'm going to create, the app that I'm going to create is HR onboarding. Okay, the app that I'm going to create is HR onboarding. And then okay, this is the application that I'm going to create. Now inside, for this HR onboarding, this is a custom app, and for this, I'm going to create custom objects. What are the objects? First object that I'm going to create is employee. The second object that I'm going to create is department. The third object that I'm going to create is device. The fourth object that I'm going to create is a club. The fifth object that I'm going to create is membership. Okay, these are the 5 objects that I'm going to create. Okay, these are the 5 objects that I'm going to create. Now, for each object to be referred, I need to have a tab. What will be the tab for employee application? Oh, sorry, for employee object? Employees. For department? Departments. For device, it is devices. For club, it is clubs. Now, here is the catch. For membership, there is no tab that I'm going to create. For membership, tab is not required because a tab, see, if I want to expose that particular object to the end user, only then I need a tab. If I don't want to expose that to the end user, instead, I want to only use it for devising some business logic. In that case, you will not create a tab for the membership. So there may be objects, keep in mind, guys, there may be objects that are not directly seen by the user, but they are there at the back end for the business processing requirements. Is that clear? Once I create the tab, okay, what am I going to use each object for? What part of what is that concept that you're going to learn? What is the concept that you're going to learn from each of the object? Okay, what are we going to use this object? What are we going to use this object? Yeah, storing data is there, but what is that we are going to learn out of each object? So using the employee object, we will learn about all the fields. What are the various kinds of fields that are there in Salesforce? We will learn about those fields. Okay, and along with the fields, we will learn about fields. Now, when you're entering data, you got to make sure that you're entering the right data and you're entering the correct data. So to ensure that the data that is coming in is correct, you need to do some validations. So we are going to learn about validations also as a part of the employee object. We are going to do some validations also as a part of the employee object. Is that clear? Now, using department, what are the fields that, what are the concepts that we are going to learn? So we are going to learn about data loading. How do you bring in external data and how do you load it into Salesforce? That concept we are going to learn in data load. That concept we are going to learn in data load using department object. Is that clear? Using employee and department fields, okay? Using employee and department fields, we are going to learn about one-to-one and many-to-one relationship using, okay, look at the color coding, guys. So using employee and device, we are going to learn about, or rather, I would prefer to put it over here. Okay. Learn relationships between the objects. So one-to-one, one-to-many, we are going to use employee and department objects. We are going to use employee and department objects to get this one-to-one and many-to-one relationship. We are going to use employee and device objects to define one-to-many relationship. We are going to use this relationship. Then we are going to use employee. Okay, we are going to use employee and clubs and memberships. We are going to use employee, clubs and memberships both together. We are going to use it to define many-to-many relationships. Is that clear? Using employee and department objects, I'm going to show you how do we use the relationship of one-to-one or many-to-one. Using employee and device, we are going to discuss about one-to-many relationship. Using employee, club and membership, we are going to discuss about many-to-many relationship. Is that clear?
Yeah, this is clear, but can you define what devices is in this context?
Okay, in this context, I'll tell you. See, when you join a company, okay, you will be assigned to a department. So one employee belongs to only one department, correct?
Yep.
So that is why we are going to define a one-to-one definition in that case. Let's say, for example, Afiz, you joined IT department. You belong to IT department. So between you and department, what is the relationship? One-to-one, correct?
Oh, yes, correct, yeah.
Now I joined the company. I also come in the IT department. Okay.
Okay.
So between us and IT department, what is the relationship? Collectively, many employees belong to one department, correct? Many employees belong to one department. Now you joined the company as a call center representative. So most of the times call center representatives have to sit in the office and they will be given a desktop, which is a device. Correct?
Yep.
Now you joined as a salesperson for that company. So you will be constantly on the move. So you will be given a laptop and you will be given a mobile phone. So now one employee in the earlier scenario has got only one device, which is a desktop. Now in the second scenario, one employee has got two devices, correct? Now in the third example, you joined as an executive, where you will be on the move and you need to attend client meetings at the client sites. So we don't want you to take your laptop always. So we'll give you a laptop, we will give you a mobile phone along with it. To attend client meetings, I'll give you a tablet. Okay, maybe a Samsung notebook or a Apple iPad, something like that. So now you have one employee, Afiz, is having 3 devices, laptop, mobile, as well as a tablet. So one employee has got many devices. That's going to be one too many. Yeah, then let's go to club. Every company will maintain their own clubs, okay? Every company will maintain their own clubs. What I mean by club is like, let's say there will be a CSR club. CSR means corporate social responsibility. So you can do something for the community. So you can be a member of that club. Or there may be a tennis club. So where you will group together with other tennis aspirants and you can form a team from your company and then play against other companies, or maybe a dancing club or a swimming club or a singing club, like that. So you can be a part of swimming club, you can be a part of tennis club, you can be a part of CSR club. So one employee is a member of multiple clubs. But in one club, there may be multiple employees. So one club has got multiple employees, correct? So relation between club and employee is many to many. One employee can be part of many clubs, one club can have many employees. So it is many employees belong to many clubs, many to many. Clear? Let's say you are given a Dell laptop. Let's take few employees. Let's put few names over here. Afiz. Then Akshay. Then Srinivas. Then let's say Ashish. Okay. Afiz has got a Dell laptop. Akshay has got a Dell laptop. Srinivas has got a Dell laptop. Ashish has got a Dell laptop. All right. So if you look at it, one employee has got Dell laptop, and then Afiz also has a mobile. Okay. All of them have got a mobile. So one employee has got many devices. Is that clear? And then when you look at it from Dell's perspective, you are telling that one Dell has got many employees. Is that what you are saying? So how come device and employee are one to many from device side? Yeah, when you're looking at it from employee side, one employee has got many devices, right? One printer can be used by many employees, but it is again, printer is not allocated to you, right? Whereas this Dell and the mobile are allocated to you. That is a generic, see, if you say that network is also a product and that network is used by everybody. So that you cannot set up, right? If I put it much more, it will be clear like this. Dell 123 is the number of the laptop given to you. Dell 235 is the number Dell given to you. This 904, Dell 093, mobile 9034, 3087. So the one which is besides that is its serial number. Okay, so each person has got a different mobile, different thing. So this is one different entity, this is one different entity, this is one different entity, this is one different entity. Got it? All right, so with this little explanation about what we are going to do, let us go ahead and first build the custom application. Let us build the custom application.
Moving on to the next question, our sixth quiz question. The administrator wants to update the account with the number of records on a custom object. Again, this is a situation-based question. So how should the administrator fulfill this requirement? Option 1, create a formula. Option 2, create a flow. Option 3, create a workflow rule. And option 4, create a process. So I want you guys to implement all that you guys have learned till now and try answering this question.
Let's go ahead and create our object. Now, where do you create the application? The custom application is built in App Manager. So use App Manager to launch the new app create or the App Manager screen. And in the App Manager, you can click on New Lightning App. Connected app means if you have a third-party database available with all the data, and if you want to create an application to connect to the data and bring up the data, you will use this connected app. Okay, that is how you are going to do it. But this is out of context. We don't use it right now. So we are going to create a new Lightning app. There are two kinds of apps. If you look over here, app type is there, right? If you look at this, there is something called app type. See, classic app type is there, Lightning app type is there. So if you look at this is the classic Lightning app. And what I'm going to show you right now is the classic app. Okay. Oh, we use Lightning these days. Okay. So what happens is, okay. So let's get back to the classic and Lightning piece of it. So guys, what happened is like when all these applications were there, maybe I'm talking about 2010 or 2012 kind of a time frame. Okay, I'm talking about 2012 kind of a time frame. So that was the time when all these smartphones started coming into the picture, and then a lot of people started using smartphones, correct? 12, 13 time frames. Okay. So when people started using the smartphones, most of the organizations have switched from the regular browser-based applications to mobile-based applications, right? So they had built mobile applications for their website. So you have a website, and for that website, there is a corresponding mobile development. So people had to develop two applications, one for mobile and one for the web or the one for the browser. So people were building it, and it is becoming expensive in terms of maintenance. And that was the time frame when an independent organization had come up with a nice framework. And that framework is called Angular. Okay, that framework is called Angular. And then Netflix had got its own version of a framework called React. Okay. So people started using those were free frameworks at that time. They started using these frameworks to build applications, web applications. So what is that we are trying to build? We already know how to build web applications. Then what is the speciality that we have with these frameworks, React and Angular? So those frameworks are dynamic user interface frameworks. So what do I mean by dynamic user interface frameworks? See, when the application is like this, I'm showing you an example. So when I go to accounts over here, see, when I'm looking at this application, okay, if I'm making this screen size small, see, if I'm making the screen size small, this app remained like this. There is no change. Only thing is you have to change, move to the left, move to the right, and move to the top and bottom. Right, see. Whereas an application that is built using framework, okay, if it is an application that is built using a framework, see how it behaves. If I say new account, see here. This is the screen that you have now. See, slowly I'm changing the size. As and when I'm changing the size, see what is happening. See, the screen size is still there. It's moving down. I don't need to move the screen left or right. It is only the scrolling down. Scrolling down is okay. Whereas this one, I'm moving left and right, top and bottom. See, if I create a new thing, even for this, see how is this new window? And when I click new over here, see how is this new window? Right, I have to move up, move left, all this. But here, see, this is 2-column application. This is a 2-column screen. This is also 2-column screen. But see how my 2 columns got contracted and how this became. This is all due to the framework. So a lot of companies started using Angular to build their user interfaces. And then what they started doing is they started using this Salesforce as a backend application. So what they used to do, they used to create a screen that behaves like this, which has got all these fields, and they are going to push the data back into Salesforce through some APIs. So Salesforce is slowly becoming a kind of a backend application. Instead of a front-end CRM kind of an application, it is becoming more like a backend data collection kind of an application, which Salesforce did not like it. So Salesforce also wanted to jump into this bandwagon of getting the screens developed into dynamic UI model. So that is where Salesforce went ahead and it acquired an open source web UI framework, and they called it as Aura. It is called Aura, AURA. So this Aura as an application, this Aura as a framework has got its own limitations. There were a few limitations, and most of the statements were written in Aura framework. The functionality or the logic has to be written in Aura framework, where people had issues learning the Aura framework. And then slowly the web-based applications or the web, not getting the right word over there, but the web application development tools like JavaScript, HTML, CSS3, they have been introduced with new content into it so that they became more powerful, and they are helping in building much better applications, web applications. So that is where Salesforce had slowly taken off the Aura components, and then they brought in the Lightning components into the picture. So any component that is built either using Aura framework or the newer Lightning component framework, okay, they call it as LWC, Lightning Web Components. So this Lightning Web Component framework is a framework that is based on JavaScript. So your front end is designed using HTML, CSS3, and it uses JavaScript for its functionality. And then it uses the backend Salesforce to retrieve the data through Apex. So Salesforce is now having the dynamic UI using the JavaScript and the other HTML, CSS5 combination. If you open it in this, it is going to be like this. Okay. If you open it in this, it's going to be like this. Or look at this. I'm going to show this to you how it looks. See, we did not do anything. I did not build any application. See, I did not build any application or anything. Okay. I have just logged in the existing application only. Okay, I just logged in using the existing application. See, here, this is what I'm looking at. When I click on all accounts, I'll be able to fetch all my data. Similarly, when I click on menu, you see employee app is there. I'm refreshing the window. See, I did not literally do anything. Okay. See, you have sales console, service console, sales, employee console. All these applications are there. When I click on applications, see, you got all these things. When I click on accounts, it's showing all lists. See, these are the accounts that are there. Okay. Now, when I click on an account, it shows me all the data for that account over here. See, I did not change anything. But the Salesforce application, because of its Lightning component framework that is available, it is able to adjust itself. It is able to adjust itself in a way that it is fitting in my tablet. Yes, he can. But only thing is that you cannot do admin activities inside this. You cannot take care of admin activities. You can only do the end user activities in this application, but you will not be able to do any admin activities over here. Okay, you got to keep that in mind. So whatever you're seeing on my screen, whatever you're seeing on this screen, this is all from the Lightning only. You cannot literally see a classic app inside the tab. Okay. So if you want to see a classic app inside a tab, you got to log into see, you're getting this in this. So you will not be able to see still for some reason iPads don't support the Lightning view. So you don't see the move change to Lightning application over here. Okay, this is what you see inside a tab. And even in case if I go in and then open the accounts, okay, you will not be able to see anything. See, if I go to sales, yeah, that we can do. Go to F12 and yeah, but I'm just showing you that this cannot go into the Lightning format over here from this. See, the screen is to the right and you have to move it this side and this side if you want to do it. You cannot get a Lightning window on this. Okay. Even when I click something here, it will not be able. See, it's just putting it to the extent possible. So just wanted to show this to you. Okay. So is that clear? What is Lightning and what is Classic? So once we understand what is Salesforce Classic and Lightning, okay, let's go back and we will start working with the app manager. So we'll create a new Lightning app. In the Lightning app, it is asking for the app name. You give HR onboarding as your app name. Developer name will become automatically the app name. This is going to be the API name. Well, in the database, it is going to be given as the name for your application. You can give some description, captures, department. Okay, now you see this little cloud icon over here. If you want to have, instead of the cloud, you can go in for your own menu, or you can go in for your own picture over there. So I can upload the picture and the picture will come up over here. Okay, and you can take this. This is by default the blue color the blue color Salesforce theme. Instead of that, you can choose your own red theme if you want. Say done. This is how it will show up on your window. Say next. Okay. Now we know the navigation style. Okay. We know the navigation style. We discussed about navigation styles last week. We said standard navigation and console navigation. So are we supposed to give standard navigation or are we supposed to give console navigation? So we are going to select standard navigation. Supported form factors, are we going to use desktop and phone or a desktop or only phone? We are going to use both mediums over here. So let's leave it like that. Setup is a full setup. If you are building a service application, we can use the service setup, but otherwise we can just leave it as setup. What is app personalization settings? What is app personalization settings? And then there are few things on here. Okay, there are a few things here which I need to show you in a different application. Okay, which I'm going to show you in a different application using my different login ID. Okay, this is only for your information, guys, which I'm going to use. So if you look over here, I'm going to launch the app launcher. And I'll go in and I'm going to launch HR onboarding application over here. See here, I've got 4 tabs: employees, departments, devices, and clubs. See, since I chosen red, you see the background of this is coming as red. This is a different application altogether, completely different application. Okay, see, I can move the devices over here. I can bring in home over here. I can move in departments over here. So I can move these things left, right, and center. Okay, and then when I click over here and type accounts, okay, so when I click on accounts and click accounts over here, see, it is coming up over here. The tab is coming up and I can see these accounts. And also, I can move the tabs over here. Now, when I go back, and then when I go to this HR onboarding over here and edit this, see here. When I go to this edit, I'll go to app options. This is the window that I'm talking about. See, these 2 things are disabled for us. When I type disable end user personalization of navigation items on this app, when I click on this and save it, and when I click here and then do a refresh, see, I have selected earlier accounts. That accounts tab is gone. You can see the accounts, but the accounts tab is gone. And if I try to move it, these are locked. I cannot do anything. Okay, I am not able to move. So my personalizations doesn't work over here. Okay, similarly, when I uncheck this and check the second one and save your work. Okay, when I go back and do a refresh, I've already, guys, if you remember, I've already chosen accounts to be part of this. So here, see, accounts is still not shown, but it is showing up over here. Whereas when I go in for contacts, contacts also comes here, but nothing comes up over here. Whereas I can move these things freely. Employees, departments, clubs, devices, all these things are movable, but I cannot bring in anything. Okay. That is what this is going to stop me. Okay. Now let's go to the next window, okay, which is utility items. When the desktop, see here. See, suppose I can add a utility item. This is something like add-ons, small add-ons. Like, see, let's say, for example, if I put a notes, okay, I can put a save over here. Or instead of notes, I can add one more thing. I can put in a flow. So which flow do I want to put here? So I can click over here and then I should have this multi-object flow. Okay. And save everything. Now, when I go back to this application, do a quick refresh. When I expand this, see at the bottom, you see this flow. When I click on a flow, the flow screen gets opened up over here. So these are the utility items. Okay, similarly, when I go to the next window, navigation items, see in this, we saw in this thing, we saw inside a custom app, I can have standard objects as well as custom objects. And then custom objects can have 4 standard fields and 4 custom fields. Similarly, standard object can have standard fields and custom fields. So inside a custom app, we can have custom objects as well as standard objects. So if you look at this example, see, home is a standard app. Oh, sorry, home is a standard object. The remaining things are custom objects. Similarly, I can have accounts, which is a standard object. I can add accounts over here. If you go to contacts is the standard object, which I can add here. So when I save it and when I come back here and when I do a refresh, see, I got accounts and contacts over here. We've got accounts and contacts over here. So I can add custom objects. Sorry, I can add standard objects to a custom field. That's what this is talking to us about. That's what this is talking to us about. Similarly, yes.
The last we can add.
See, these are the standard objects, accounts and contacts, right?
Yeah.
These accounts and contacts standard objects can be added to a custom application. That's what I did just now. And when I do that, I can see them here. So these are all this is a custom app having all the custom objects. And I've added the standard objects over here. Got it?
Okay.
I'm just showing you that if you look at it, our creation is in Chrome, whereas I'm showing you in Safari. Is only specific for this application. Yeah, and then if you look at this, these are all the user profiles which have access to this app. Earlier, we discussed that the employee should have a profile. Okay, and now I'm telling that the application also should be assigned with a profile. So when you have an employee assigned with a profile and an application assigned with that same profile, when the employee logs in, he can see that application. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's continue with this. So I'm not putting anything over here. Let's say next. Okay, and then here also, I'm not doing anything. I'm just leaving these 2 things blank. Let's say next. I'm not adding any utility items. I'm just saying next. Here, I'm not going to add anything except home. See, I'm going to use only the standard home as the object here. And then I'm clicking next. Now here, only those profiles which has access. Now, I'll take it over here. This. Okay. So now, if you look at this is my HR onboarding, or let's say this is my system admin profile. The system administrator profile is now with, okay, the system administrator profile is assigned to VRM, or in other words, it's assigned to Venkat. Now what is happening? I created one app which is called HR onboarding. Now, if this HR onboarding is assigned to system administrator profile, only then Venkat will be able to see, only then Venkat will be able to see the system administrator, only when Venkat logs in, he'll be able to see the HR onboarding, because HR onboarding is also assigned to system administrator. Okay, let us look at that. Now, the three profiles that I'm going to use are standard platform user, standard user, and I'm going to use system administrator also. But just wanted to show you, if I don't assign this application to system administrator, what is going to happen? I saved and I finished it. So when you click on this and when you say view all, see, I am the admin. I am in my admin screen. I am the person who created the tab, but my profile is not assigned with the tab. So I can't see the tab anywhere here. You see that? Even though I'm an administrator, since my profile is not assigned to that app, I cannot see that application. Now, when I go back, go to HR onboarding, do an edit over here, and then go to the user profiles. And when I add system administrator profile, save your work, go back. Go back to this. Okay. Once you're done, you can go back. And when I click over here, now my application is also assigned to system administrator. When I click on view all, you see this HR onboarding app. It doesn't bother whether you are an admin or whether you are an end user. Okay. It only looks for whether your profile is assigned to that app or not. If it is assigned, it will show you that app. If it is not assigned, it will not show you the app. See, now I can see it. Okay. Is that clear, guys? Yeah, tell me. Okay, whereas if it is only a service setup for this application, it is just this application. Only few service related things will be there. When I say service setup, save your work and go back. Come back here. See, earlier the setup is giving you this. And you also have service setup. Now, when I do a refresh, you click. See, it's not yet refreshed. You will only see the service setup there. It's only for the service setup. Only for the service applications it's shown up. Okay. All right. So with this, we will stop the session over here, and then have a good week ahead of you guys. Bye-bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So as we discussed, we are going to use create custom object to create this thing. So let me highlight this light green or a different color. So this is the one which I'm creating right now. So I'm going to say create custom object. What is the label? Label is employee. What is the plural label? Plural label is employees. Guys, again, one more thing you have to remember and you have to keep in mind. When I click over here, I'm getting this employee. When I click here, I'm getting employees. You won't get it. You will not get these things in your machine. The reason behind this is since I'm working, like I'm doing 2 classes every day, this entire data is cached in my browser. Okay, so that is the reason why I am getting the data from the browser cache. You will not get it. You have to manually type it. Okay. Now scroll up. I don't need any help settings or anything. Let Salesforce take care of it. So just leave it like that. Now, this record name. This is the one which is like when you create the object here, again, if you revisit this, if you look at this, in this table, okay, we discussed that a table is almost like our Salesforce object. So whenever we create a table, there should be at least one column to take the data. So here in the field, record name is at least that one field which will have some data coming in. Okay. Now, where is this saved? This data, which field is it saved? This is saved in the name field. So these are all saved in record names saved under name fields. Okay. These are all the record names which are saved under the name field. So whatever is the field that I give, this is going to be the record name. So, sorry. I'm going to give it as first name. This is going to be the record name, which is going to be the hyperlinked field, guys. This is going to be my hyperlinked field. And this is a text. So if you look here, we discussed that there are 2 things. One is text and number in sequence. So that is what it is. Number, auto number, and text. Check all the boxes. Enable licensing is not available for us. Leave it. Okay, deployment status in development, in deployed. Okay, so what happens if I put it in development? What happens if I put it in deployed? For us, it doesn't make any difference. Okay. Okay, then why do I have 2 options? So the reason why I have 2 options is just to give you a input how the actual development works is like when you are developing, there is a sprint that is going on. Okay, there will be a sprint that is going on. So maybe for a duration of 2 weeks, generally the sprint duration will be 2 weeks. So at the end of second week, you have to collect all the data. So there will be a developer 1, there will be a developer 2, there will be a developer 3, there will be a developer 4. Okay, so these are all the people who will be working on their sandboxes. Okay, sandbox 1, sandbox 2. Okay, so these are the people who will be working on their sandboxes. And okay, these are the people who will be working on sandboxes. So there will be one environment Okay, there will be one environment which is QA environment. So what at the end of the second week, what they are going to do? So after 2 weeks, they'll be sending it to the testing. Okay. So the admin has to collect. When I say admin, it's not you guys. It will be a senior admin who is well experienced in the admin activities. So that person is going to pick up all the objects from here. We'll pick up all the objects from here. We'll pick up all the objects from here. We'll pick up all the objects from here. And he will do some migration activities so that all those objects and other units that you have developed will go into the QA system. Now, only those objects which are in the status deployed, okay, if the object status is deployed, only those objects are visible only when the object status is deployed, only then that object is visible for the administrator to collect that and place it in a central location so that it can be moved into QA. If I put it in development, that object is not available for the system admin to move to the QA because it is still under development. All right. Now, allow search, when you click on this, when you type something here, that the search happens even inside here. That's what it is. Okay. Now, add notes and attachments. Just don't launch the last one. Okay, this will automatically launch a tab wizard, which I don't want to do it. Okay. Now, before I hit the save button, this one tab thing, we discussed about the tabs, right? This is a tab.
Yes, exactly.
So we have to create, like if you look at this Excel, for every object, there is a tab, correct? So it will automatically launch the wizard that will create this tab.
Okay.
I don't want to do it automatically. I want to show you how you have to launch the tab. That's the reason why I said, let's not do that. After this, I'll tell you how to launch the tab. This one, this is the field name. Okay, the name that is visible to us. But where is the database value? What is the database value into which this is saved? That value is going to be let me show you something here. See, if you go to sales application, right? Okay. When I click on accounts, see, these are the account names. Under details, see account name, phone, account number, website, account site. These are the values. These are the titles that are shown to us. When you say new, you see this is the title for this box, right? What data you should enter is told to you with this name.
Okay.
Is that clear? This tells you what data should go in here. This tells you what data should go in here. This tells you what data should go in here. Whatever the data that you enter here, okay, whatever the data that you enter here has to go and sit inside the database, correct? So there should be a database column for this field. Do you agree? So what is the name of the column is what we need to understand. So okay. So if you look here, see, this is account owner is the name that is shown to you. See, account owner, when you look at it, account owner is the name that is shown to you on the screen. You got it? But at the database level, it is stored under the name owner ID. This is the database field name. Okay. Similarly, if you look at, see here, employees is there, right? But at the database level, it shows number of employees. Okay, so you look at this parent account, at the database level, the value is stored inside the column parent ID. Okay, so account name, if you look at it, it is stored under the name, field name. So here, these are all the tab names, right? These are the hyperlinked fields. At the database level, okay, in the object, this is known as a record name. In the object, this is known as a record name. In opportunity object, opportunity name is the record name. In contact object, contact name is the record name, which is saved under the field name inside the database. Is that clear? It is just the name that is put in there. Don't worry about primary keys or anything. It is not primary. See, here we discussed about the licenses, right? And then here we discussed about the profiles. Now, when I created the app, okay, when I created the app, I have formally shown you that when I enter the system administrator profile as a part of the application, only then I was able to see that application in the user interface. When I removed system administrator profile, I wasn't able to see that. When I created this object, did you see anywhere when I created this object, let me minimize this. And when I go to this, anywhere did I assign this object to profiles? I haven't assigned this. I haven't assigned this to any profile. So what you have to keep in mind is that an object is not assigned to any profile. Okay, and Pamitra. So as a Salesforce admin, you have to create these apps in real time, yes, but it will not be a day-to-day affair for you. It may be a one-time activity or it may be on-demand basis, but it is not a day-to-day activity. I said object is not assigned to any profile. So there should be someone who will help me to see this object, and that someone is going to be my tab. That someone is going to be my tab. So I'm going to create a custom object tab. These are all different kinds of tabs which we are not going to look at. We are only interested in creating a custom object tab. So when you click on new, we created only one object. So you'll see that object inside this list. See, object, employee object is there. Tab style, you see these little pictures that are there. Why is this tab style? So the tab style is meant for this. See, when you click on employees, you're seeing this little picture, right? Similarly, when I'm clicking on departments, you see this different picture. When I click on this flow page, you're seeing a different picture. When I'm clicking on clubs, you're seeing a different picture. When I'm clicking on devices, you're seeing a different picture, right? So which picture you want to showcase here is what you want to showcase over here. So I'm going to just take it as a dark font, whichever is it. So it's an employee thing. So we can look at people. So people will be employee. Now, once you assign it, nothing else is required over here. Just say next. Now, when I say next, it will ask which profiles do you want to assign. So by default, this tab is turned on for all the profiles which I don't want. This tab has to be turned off for all the profiles, and it should be turned on only for 3 profiles. So turn it off by clicking on default off over here. By default, this will be like default on for all the tabs. See, for all the profiles, it is default on, which you are turning off. Now, you say apply a different tab visibility. and then scroll up and then say default on, default on, and default on. So now if you look at it, this particular tab is only available for these three profiles. This particular tab is available for these three profiles only. Say next, Srinivas, this is the place where your question will be answered. See, by default, this tab is assigned to all the applications. By default, this tab is assigned to all the applications, whereas I don't want this tab to be assigned to all the applications. Instead, I want this tab to be assigned only to one application, which is my HR onboarding. So you just select this checkbox so that this turns off all the things. So this is the application to which I want this tab to be there. Suppose if you want to use it in multiple applications, I can select what are those applications. So sales is the application where you can use it. Service is the application where you can do it. So this is how you're assigning one tab to multiple applications so that when you log into that application, you will be able to see that particular tab. Now, when I go back to this, do a refresh. See, employees tab is here. So if we have this, so when I say new, I have my employee full name. I have my caps lock on. So what I can do is I can just put in some name. So I'm just taking it right from the screen that I have. Aman Singh. Did not create owner field. If you look at this, 1 second. Okay, see, employee full name, owner, last modified by, created by. 4 fields are there. Okay, so when you look at the Excel, I have already pointed this out over here. 4 standard fields: name, created by, modified by, owned by. See, this is the name, owner, last modified by, created by. All right. Now when I click on employees, see, Aman Singh is hyperlinked. When I click on Aman Singh, it is taking me to Aman Singh's details. Okay. So now I created employee full name. Next, I am going to create one more field. Okay. So how do I create that field? I have to go to Object Manager. Just click on this drop down. Click on employee. Now I'm in employee object. Go to fields and relationships and create a new field. Now, what is this field? This field is a date of birth field. So date of birth is the date. So the data type of date of birth is date. So you can select a date. So now this is going to give you a date picker from where you can pick your date of birth. So here you can give date of birth. Field name is date of birth. Nothing else is required. Required is going to make it mandatory. Okay. So don't check that box. Leave it like that and say next. When I do that, see, it is asking me, do you want to put it for which profile? So here a field is also to be assigned to a profile. So again, I'm assigning the field to these 3 profiles. Say next. Now, when you look at this, okay, here when I click on employees and when I say new, this window is coming, right? This 2 things. Similarly, when I click on Aman Singh, it is taking me to this window where you are seeing these 4 fields, right? So this is known as a page layout. This is known as a page layout. So if a field has to be shown to the end user, it has to be put on this field. Sorry, it has to be put on this page layout. So here it is asking, shall I put this on the page layout? Yes. If you don't put this, you will not be able to see it. If you don't put this, you will not be able to see it. Save your work. So I created one custom field. See, the custom field is indicated by __C, whereas rest of the fields are standard fields. That's why you don't see an __ID, whereas date of birth is a custom field where you have __C. Okay, that's how you can identify a standard field from a custom field. Is that clear, guys, everybody? So nothing is case sensitive in Salesforce. Now, when I go back to this, Aman Singh, just do a refresh over here. You will see the date of birth column coming up over here. See, date of birth is there. I can click on this thing to add a date of birth. I told you the date picker will come because I've chosen date over there. The date picker will come. I can choose a date. And then when I'm creating that field, okay, when I'm creating that field at the end of the creation, okay, there is a checkbox for the layout. So please ensure by default it will be checked. Make sure that you keep it checked. That's it. Okay. So Anil, if you're doing along with me, please don't do it. Oh, okay, I just created that field over here. So when I created this field, okay, I had put it onto the page layout. Since I put it on the page layout, it has come. So if you can wait for maybe half an hour, I'm going to create one more field then, and I'll show that once again. Okay. Just wait for 15 minutes. Okay. So now, guys, there are few things that you have to keep in mind. This is very important, guys. First, I created an app. I've assigned it to standard platform. Okay, I've assigned it to standard platform user. Standard user and system administrator. Okay. Now, this is for the app. Now, after this, what did I do? I created the object. Correct? Did I assign the object to any tab? Guys, did I assign the object to any tab? What did I do? What did I do? I have created. Okay, what did I do? I created a tab. Okay. I created a tab and then I've assigned the tab to the object. Correct? Do you agree? I've assigned the tab to these three profiles. Correct? Also, I did one more thing. The tab, along with the tab, assigning to a tab, I have also assigned the tab to the app. Do you agree? I've assigned the tab to the app also. Correct? Then what did I create? Inside the object, I created a field. Correct? So if you look at it, I created a field inside the object. Do you agree? The date of birth field. I've put the field inside the object, correct? Then what did I do? I've assigned this field also to the profiles. Do you remember that? The field is also, so this you have to remember. So what I'm going to do is I am going to show you something that will make your life very easier. So now I'm going to show you something here, guys. Just give me 1 minute. So here I'm going to take only the system administrator as my example, guys. Okay, the system administrator is the one that I'm going to use in my PowerPoint. Okay, so I'm going to take system administrator as the central thing. And then if you look at this, we discussed that every user in our this one itself, in our Excel itself, we have seen in the top, see the user is also assigned with one single profile, correct? The user also will have a profile. So keep that in mind. See, if you look at my profile, I am having a system administrator profile. So I've taken that as the central thing. So I've taken that as the central thing, and then I've designed that PowerPoint. I'll show that to you, and that will make your understanding very, very clear. Just give me 2 minutes. It will just come up. It is doing some verification. It will just take a while to come up. While this PowerPoint is coming up, let's go ahead and we will create the second object. We will create the second object using the create custom object, which is device. Okay. So here I'm going to select devices. And the difference that I'm going to show you here is earlier, if you look here in the Excel, over here we said either you can have a text or you can have a sequence number. So here I'm going to show you the sequence number. So once system admin creates the app, he or she will assign to profile. And after that app creation, they will handle it. So handling means not from the admin perspective, but the manager and others are the end users who will be able to use it. So if your idea is that they are going to manage the modifications and other things of the application, no, the modifications and everything has to be done by the admin, Salesforce admin only. Whereas the manager or the assistant, they will only be the end users who can use the functionality of the application. All right. Here, I'm not going to make this record name as a device name. Instead, I'm going to make it as a device number. And data type will be auto number. So you can give some sequence, some display format. So I'm going to say DID hyphen. So this is my prefix for that number for the sequence. And this will be the placeholder for the number. So how will this come? DID hyphen 00001, DID hyphen 00002, DID hyphen 00003. How will that is how it will come. And starting number will be 00001. That's how we can give. The same thing, allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allow in chatter groups, then remaining everything, allow search, add notes. Don't give the tab wizard, we shall create it later. And now my PowerPoint is also ready. Let me.
Moving on to our 7th quiz question is, which type of field do administrators use when creating a junction object? So this looks kind of tricky. Let's look at the options. The first one is text area. Second is master detail. Third is formula. And our fourth option is lookup. So I want you guys to drop your answers in the chat real quick. And let's see who gets the right answer.
So first, I've got a profile, system administrator profile. Now, myself, Okay, myself, I'm the user who is assigned with this profile. And then what did I do? I created an app, HR onboarding app. Now, this HR onboarding app is also assigned to profile system administrator. Okay. Now, okay, so here, if you look at it, this and this are looking at the same profile. This we have seen. If if any one of this is not linked, then I cannot see it. Since this app is linked to that same profile, I'm able to see it. Now I created an object called employee. In this object, here it is a little distinct. So first name is created as the record name. Okay, and then I created a tab. The tab is assigned to this. The tab is created for the employee object. The tab is assigned to the profile, and the tab is assigned to the application. So when I log in, I will see application HR onboarding. When I click on that application HR onboarding, since this tab is assigned to this profile as well as it is assigned to this HR onboarding, I will see this tab. And when I click on this tab, I will be able to see this employee objects list view. Okay. Now I created one more field inside. In our case, it is date of birth, whereas in this case, it is last name. So this last name is assigned to the same profile, and it is also put inside the page layout. So when I log in, I see the app. When I see the app, I see the tab. When I click on the tab, I will see this object. And when I click on new, I will see first name and last name inside the page layout. Any link that is missing, any arrow that is missing, either this or this or this or this or this, any arrow that misses will miss your visibility. Is this clear, guys, everybody? See, here I'm treating myself as an end user. So instead of me, if I put Afiz over here or if I put Blas over here, I kept user. I did not say administrator over here. You understood? And I've taken system administrator as the profile. It may not be system administrator. It can be Salesforce platform user, or it can be standard user. It can be standard platform user, anything. But the important point is the user should have the same profile. The app should be assigned to the same profile. The tab should be linked to the same profile. Last name also should be linked to the same profile. Only then you're able to do it. Here it is the system administrator. Tomorrow, if instead of this system administrator profile, if I have something like, I can create something like this. Regional SM profile. It can be anything. So I am a user who is assigned to regional SM profile. Application is assigned to regional SM. Object is there. Tab is assigned to regional SM. It can be anything. Okay. Only thing, because I am using a system administrator, I kept it like that. Need not be system administrator only, always. So Salesforce administrator or system administrator, both are same. So what we have done till now is, we have created an app. So to create an app, what did we do? We went to the app manager. In the app manager, okay, I clicked on new Lightning app. I gave the application name. Okay, and then I uploaded a picture over here. Click on next. I've selected standard navigation, desktop and phone. Setup, left these two things blank. I clicked on next. I did not add any utility items here. I just added a home button over here. I've added a home button over here so that only that home tab is there. And in this, I've created, I've assigned system administrator profile. Then I've assigned standard platform user profile and standard user profile. And then when I click on save and finish, my application will be ready and it will be available for us over here. Once the application is ready, I can separately click on object manager. Okay, and I can click on new object and I can create the objects over here. But we discussed that we can create objects in 3 different ways. So using the first mechanism, I have created employee and device. Then I'm going to create using the second one using the schema builder. Now, Salesforce is an application. Okay. So now in Salesforce, there are multiple objects that are already there. Now, those objects are related to each other. Even in your application, let's say, for example, if I go back here, this is the application that I created. And then inside this application, if you want to see, how each object is related to other objects. See here in our discussion, we discussed that the relation between employee and department is something. Employee and device is something. And then we discussed between employee and club, it is something. So we discussed those things. Now, if I want to see them really, where will I see them? That is what I can do in Schema Builder. So in Schema Builder, by default, it will show me all the objects. Okay, but here, as of now, I am only see, when you select all, it shows me all. See, this is the entire set of objects that are available here, which is not what I want to see. I'll just clear all the things. I'm only going to see custom objects. And first I'm going to click employee. So this is my employee. Okay. Employee, if you look at this, employee is related to department. How is employee related to department? If you look at this, if you drag it down, see this relationship shows lookup relationship from employee to department. Now then employee is related to device. If you drag this down, click on this relationship, master detail relationship from device to employee. Okay. Now, when I click on membership, when I click on club directly does not have, if you look at this, club does not have any direct relationship with employee. When I click on membership, see, membership has got a master detail relationship with club, master detail relationship with employee. So if you want to see these things, you will use the schema builder. And you can go to elements and you can drag this object and you can create new objects inside the schema builder. In fact, that is what we are going to do right now. So I am going to go to my application, click on the schema builder. It will select all the standard objects for you. Just click clear. See, these are all the standard objects. I don't want to see all those things. So just click clear all. Just say show standard objects. If you see standard objects, sorry, not standard objects, custom objects, you'll see only device and employee because these are the only 2 objects that I created. Right? So this is employee, which is my first object. Then I created device, which is my second object. Now I'm going to use this application to create the third object, which is my department. So click here, department, departments, department name, text, allow reports, allow activities, track field history, check the box and save it. I created the department object. So my department object comes here. Now the second object that I'm going to create using this object is using the schema builder is membership. So I create membership, memberships. it's not going to be membership name. Instead of, it's going to be member ID. This is the record name. Data type will be auto number. Pavitra, unfortunately, if this is also automated, you don't have the job role for an admin. So a lot of people will lose their jobs. So there is no automation over here. I'm sorry. First person who will not have an income source is myself. So I don't want any automation to be coming in here. Okay. Yeah. So now coming down to this display format, this is what I'm going to put in. Starting number is 0001. This is just the cosmetic thing, nothing beyond that. You can even remove everything and you can even leave it like this. Just put thing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, close this, that's it. You can put it. It's just cosmetic, anything over. Most importantly, this and this. How many zeros I gave? Yeah, save your work. So my membership is also created. So like this, I created all my 4 sheets. And then I can go back to, I can close it to create the object builder. And when you click over here, you see 4 objects are already created. Employee already has a tab. Device, department, memberships don't have tabs. So when I go back and when I click on tab, you see, click on this tabs. Okay. When I say new, the objects that does not have tabs only will show up over here. See, 3 objects: department, device, memberships. These are the 3 things. But still, we have one more object to create. That is going to be create custom object from spreadsheet. So if you look over here, we created this custom object using employee or using this. We formatted this. We did this. And we did this. Only thing that is left over is this. So for this, I have to create an Excel sheet first. So I got to name this. So what are the clubs that I want to put in? I want to put in swimming, trekking, CSR, fun, dancing, tennis. These are the 6 clubs that I have. And I got to save this as a CSV file. So just put clubs and file format will be CSV and save it on your desktop. Save your work, replace the file. Since I already have that file, it is asking, do you want me to replace it? For you, it will not ask. You can close it. I'm done. So that Excel is ready. Now what I have to do is I have to log in because I have an issue. Guys, I have an issue with my Chrome browser because this has to launch a new wizard. That wizard has got some problem which I was not able to resolve. So because of that internal Chrome things, for some reason, I'm not able to use the create spreadsheet from, create objects from spreadsheet in Chrome. So I'm forcing myself to log into the Safari browser and then do it. You don't need to worry about that. You can do it using Chrome. So once you log in here, click on Object Manager, click on Create Custom Object from Spreadsheet. So this is going to again ask you user ID and password. Log in with Salesforce. So it's asking allow access. Yes, please do allow access. So now what is going to happen is this window doesn't come up for me in the Chrome browser. Instead, it will directly go to the next page. So when I choose this, it is coming to this page, right? It just opens up a blank page for me with all these fields. So that's why I cannot use it. And hence I'm using this. So it shows values are separated by comma. Encoding format is UTF-8. Field label source detect from the row. Okay, if I say enter manually, I have to enter the name over here. See, it just says field 1. If I say detect from row, it takes the row name. Excel has the club. Okay, add to layouts is given. These are the fields that are there. Number, import 6 rows of data. Yes, import data. There are only one field that is there. And then record name field. Okay, guys, lot of people make a mistake here. They will not come down and select club over here. Instead, they will let Salesforce create a default thing. So it creates a default value and puts an ID, a random number over there. So which should not be the case. So make sure that you select it explicitly. You make it as club, which is the record name field. Okay, don't miss that. A lot of people will miss this and say next. So label is clubs. Plural label is clubs. Label will be club. Plural label will be clubs. API name will be clubs. That's it. Nothing else is required. Click finish. So fields detected 1, fields created 1, rows detected 6, rows imported 6. Few clubs. Every corporation will have few clubs, right? So it can be a tennis club or a swimming club where employees can pay a nominal membership fee, and then you can join that club. And then if there are any events that are happening, you will participate in those events. It's a community club. That's it. Inside an organization. Now, okay. So now this is done. I'm going to close this private window. And then I can even minimize this window. I'm not interested in this. Now this is the place where I'm going to go ahead. See, when I click on this project manager, see, I got club, membership, department, device, and employee. So all the 5 are now ready for me. So now I'm going to go create tabs. When I click on tabs, what did I tell you? Only those objects which do not have a tab will be shown inside my tabs. So let us go back here. But see, look over here. Clubs also has been created for me. The tab clubs is created for me. So I'm only required to create tabs for these 3. No, I'm only required to create for department and device, because I have already explained to you that I am not going to create a tab for membership, because this is only for supporting my business requirement. I don't need to expose that data to the end user. So I just need to select the department and the device for this. So someone was asking me about the tabs, right? So here I'm creating it. So if you look at it, so department, I'm going to select a headset, say next. Here, I'm going to apply a different tab visibility and then select turning on for only these 3 users. Say next. So make it available only for HR onboarding. Save your work. The next one that I'm going to take is going to be for devices. Device, CD, DVD, say next, default off, apply, default on, and default on. Say next, make it available only for 1 user, save your work. Now I got all the clubs. Now once it is done, I'll go back to this. See, right now I only have 1 tab. When I do a refresh, I'm only seeing employees, departments, and devices. I'm only seeing employees, departments, and devices, but I'm not seeing the clubs. Okay, I'm not seeing the clubs. Okay, because clubs is created but it is not specifically assigned to. Clubs is created, but it is not specifically assigned to this particular employee HR onboarding application. So I don't see the club. So this is where I go to my app manager. In the app manager, I'm going to open my HR onboarding app. I'm going to edit my HR onboarding app. I know that club tab is there, but it is not assigned to me. I know that club tab is there. It is not assigned to me. So I'll go to navigation items. In the navigation items, I look for club. Clubs is here. I can assign it. So, okay, if the objects are not there, you got to create the object, you got to create the tab, and then you can assign it over here. Does this answer your question? See, I did not create a tab for membership. So even when I click on member, it doesn't show me anything. It won't show me. Okay. All right. So now that my objects are all ready, I'll refresh here. My clubs also will come up. So now I got employees, departments, devices, clubs, memberships is there inside, but it is not shown to me because I haven't created a tab, which the reason is I don't need that tab. Okay. Now, the next thing that we are supposed to do is, see here, we are going to talk about, we discussed that we are going to create all these things. Okay, we are going to discuss about all these things. Once it is done, we created these employees, objects, devices. This is also done. Okay, so now the next thing that we are going to look at is creating fields and validations in the employee object. Okay, so based on this, relationships are the things wherein we use the other objects. But first, we use this employee object for creating my fields and validations. We already started creating the fields. So I'll go ahead and create the rest of the fields. Okay, so click here, click on employee. So now, next question to you guys. We created two fields. One is full name and date of birth column. Just in case, suppose if I tell you that there is a date of birth, okay, 23rd November 1984. Or if I say, not 23rd November, if I say 20th October 1984, just for the sake of it. Can you tell me what is the age of this person? Suppose if I say Aman's date of birth is 20th October 1984 and I asked you what is the age of Aman? Will you be able to calculate Aman's age or not is my question. So if yes, we can, how can you calculate that? So 21st October 23, correct? So you're minusing this, you're minusing 2023 from 2023, you're taking out 1984, correct? So if I have to calculate, if I have to create a field, an age field, can I do that? If I have to do that, can I do that? So I just knew there is something known as a formula field. There is something known as the formula field. So select formula field and say next. Here it is age. Now, what is the age? Age is a number. Okay, for the sake of ease of use, okay, for the sake of ease of use and explanation, I'm not going to take any decimal places over here, guys. Okay, I'm going to select number and I'm going to tell that this number doesn't have any decimals, just for the sake of convenience, nothing else. You can put a decimal, nothing happens. Okay, you can, when you're doing it, you can do it. Okay, just for in the interest of time and convenience, I'm making the decimal place as 0. That is the only thing. Okay, say next. Now, what you have to do, you have to subtract. This is the, you have to subtract the birth year from present year. This is the formula. Now, how do you get the present year? So Salesforce, there is something called advanced formula. Under the advanced formula, Salesforce gives you functions. So a function is a small piece of code that is already returned, and then it is going to fetch some required input for you. So see, if you look at it, there are a lot of things. Under date and time functions, you have something called year. So this year, what is it going to do? Returns a year of a date. Now, where is the date coming from? I don't have the date. So that is also used by another function, returns current date. Insert that. So I am subtracting. So I got what is the current year. From this, I have to subtract the year of birth. Where am I going to get that year of birth? That year of birth is there in my date of birth. So if you subtract this year minus this year, you're going to get the date of birth. Say next. Again, only this is something special, but remaining things will remain same. So just select these 3 profiles. Say next. It's the same thing again. Next, put it on the page layout. This is the place where you will add it to the page layout, Aman. So what happens is when I go to this field, do a refresh, okay? So sometimes refresh takes a little while, okay? So let's close all these things and let me bring up this HR onboarding app once again. It will take a little while. No, you cannot. You have to get it from here. See, I'll show you an example over here. So if you are an end user, you log in. So this is an end user login. When you log in, you don't go to that admin UI. You will directly go to the designated application. Your designated application is HR onboarding. So you will directly go to this HR onboarding app. You will see all the other applications, but you will go to the designated app. That's it. And even if you click on service application, you will not see any data. Okay, whatever the data that you can see, only those will be shown. So if you go to sales, you will not see all. So this is sales manager. So sales manager can see all this data. This is another user who doesn't have access to all the applications. So when you click over here, yeah, see, it still haven't reflected it yet. Eventually it will come. Okay, but when you say employees and when you click new, okay, see, this won't show up. Guys, I created a field. Okay, I created a field. That field is not showing up in this because the refresh rate of this application is little slow. But again, if you go to the Salesforce Classic, that is very quick. So if you go to Salesforce Classic, and in the Salesforce Classic, if you click on Jyoti, see, it says age is 0. Similarly, when I go to Aman, I can see age is 0. Similarly, if I go back here, click on employees, and then if I click new, And when I go and look at another name, okay, and if I give the date of birth as something like February, see the date of birth is not shown here, but whereas when I go back to this application, do a refresh, click on Afiz's record over here, Afiz's date of birth is shown, age is shown as 5. This field is not reflecting in here. It is going to eventually come up for us. We just have to wait for some time that is going to come up. Is that clear, everybody? So the next field that I'm going to create, is another field where I'm going to say input. This is only with this training org. Okay, in enterprise environments, that issue is not there. That is really fast. Okay. No, I did not, because I did not create a surname. Instead, I put a employee full name here.
Okay.
Either employee first name or surname, you should, this full name should be changed to employee first name or surname. So you got to go to fields and relationships, click on this, edit this name. Okay. So this has to be changed to first name, save your work. Okay, first name is here. Now when I go back over here, just do a refresh. The value is going to get changed to, this has to change, but here it is going to change now. See, it changed to first name here. Right, so I can go back and I can add a new field, which is a name field of type text. Say next. Last name, which is nothing but the surname, take 25 characters for it. So don't say required and unique. Instead of that, we'll just go to the next page. Now, check, uncheck, say next. If we uncheck this, it will not show up for the end users. So I did not put last name. So when I come back here, do a refresh. See, age column has come, but last name column did not come, and the date of birth column did not come. Okay, so now when I go back to this, do a refresh, last name field is not shown to me here. Reason is because, see, I created last name field, but I did not assign it to the thing. So what is that I have to do? Here, click on view field accessibility. This is going to become very, which field is this? So this is the last name field. So these are all the profiles that can see this, because it is hidden for all the things. So what is that I'm going to do? Just go to page layouts. In the page layout, click on employee layout. And if you look at this, see, there is a last name field. And here this is there. So you just drag the last name over here. First name, last name. Save your work. Click over here, do a refresh. See, first name, still this did not get reflected here. It should get reflected in this lightning window. See, first name is there, last name is here. Every one of you are using your own instance. You are not going to get into someone else's territory over here. The instance is yours, the work is yours. Okay, and the data is going to get saved in your specific database. Okay, even when you're working in a traditional development environment, every sandbox has got its own data kind of a reflection of a database that is available, which you can use it for your database data saving and data retrieving. So this will never improve, this will never affect your performance at all. Does that answer your question? Yeah, since this is a training environment, we don't have all those checks and balances. So that's the reason why my refresh rates might be little small, and many of the people are working on the same server because that's a free server, free to use server. The load on it might be very high. So that is the reason why the refresh rate might get affected a little. Hence, you are not able to see it. But otherwise, you will definitely, in an enterprise environment, this is not a case at all. Is that clear? So now what we are going to do. Now, when you go back to this, so here I have a fees O instead of a fees. I'm going to go back. I'm going to change this first name. I'm leaving it as a fees, and last name I'm going to make it O. Save this word. I'm going to go to Aman Singh. I'm going to remove Singh from here. And then I'm going to put Singh as the last name. Then save your work. Then go to Jyoti. Change Jyoti's first name. Put it into the last name. Save the work. So just do a quick refresh and then come back here. Sometimes this will pull out the right data now. Okay, so Afiz, it changed the names. So when I go to Jyoti, it's still not reflecting properly, but it will eventually come up. Okay. Now let us go back to employees and let's click on Afiz record. What is the age of Afiz? 5 years. Okay. What is the age of Afiz? It is 5 years. If you go back to Aman is 0 years old. And similarly, Jyoti is also 0 years old. Okay. So now this is an employee record, guys. So I cannot have a toddler in my database. And this cannot be a data entry mistake. There cannot be data entry mistakes. There should be data integrity. Okay, there should be data integrity. So what am I going to do with this? So to ensure that whenever I'm entering data, I enter the right data, I have to enforce validation rules. I have to enforce validation rules. So how am I going to enforce the validation rules is what we are going to discuss in tomorrow's class. And then Catherine, yes, you will have an audio video version of this lecture in your LMS portal. Okay, if you log into LMS portal, you can have the entire recording available for you. All right. So complete whatever we did in today's class, guys, and then and we will continue with the validation rules and we will finish the rest of the fields. Okay, tomorrow we are going to end the fields and then maybe if time permits, we'll discuss about a bit of data loading. And next week, Saturday, we will do the data loading part of it. All right. See you. Bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
The setup window. Let me launch the HR onboarding app. So if you look here, you see this employees we are creating. And then if you look at employee data, okay, see age is 0. And similarly, when I go to Aman, age is 0. Employees, when I go to Afiz, age is 5. So I cannot have someone whose date of birth is pretty close. Or in fact, I cannot have a person who is less than a specific age taken as an employee. So what is the valid employment age, guys, as per the general norms? So if you look at this, how do I enforce that a person's age should be 18 or above to join as an employee? So for that, we need to write something known as a validation rule. We need to write something known as a validation rule. So how will I write a validation rule? I will go to the admin UI. So let's continue, guys. Let us go to the object manager. Click on the employee. In the employee, go to fields and relationships. And I will click on the date of birth. Okay. When I click on the date of birth, see at the bottom, you see the validation rules. When you see this validation rules, there is a new button. Click on the new button and say valid employment age. Here I'm going to say insert field. If age insert is less than 18, if age is less than 18, invalid employment age. Save your work. So now when I go to this, and then if I enter a new record, okay, if I enter a new record, let's say, for example, I'll say Sunil R. And when I click on this and give it like this and save it, it says date of birth. When I click on it, it says date of birth is not correct. So I can just go to 2000. Then when I do a save, it has taken this. So any new records, okay, any new records which I'm taking, okay, any new records that I'm entering will have the, any new records that I'm entering will have the error thrown if that validation rule is, if the validation rule is a failure. Now, here, when I created a new record, okay, when I created a new record, it has checked the validity of the, it has checked the validity of the age. But what about Aman, Afiz, and Sunil? Sorry, Jyoti, Aman, and Afiz. They are the people whom we have created before the validation rule has been created. So if you look at Afiz, Afiz is still 5 years old. So what am I supposed to do with these people? So if we have any issues like this, okay, if we have any issues like this, we don't literally need to worry about these records which doesn't support my validation rule. Okay, if these things, if they don't support my validation rule, there's nothing problem about it. There's nothing wrong. There's no problem about it. Only thing that happens is, if you have to do something, if you have to open that record and do any modifications, okay, if you have to do any modifications, see, I just clicked on this, and when I want to save, it will not let me save. So any modifications that you want to save, then in that case, you need to ensure that you put this date properly. Only when you're trying to add any new values into it, when you're trying to edit it, only then it will give you an issue. So on demand, you can do the modifications. You don't literally need to worry about those records. How do I modify them? Is that clear, everybody? So that you cannot do it as an admin, okay? So maybe as an admin, you might, create a report that gives you all the list of people. So only thing that you see, the validation rule will work only on the new records, Mahesh. Okay. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to verify the correctness of the records over here. Okay. If you have to verify the correctness of the records, in that case, you cannot do it using the validation rule or anything. So what you have to write is you have to write a small piece of code in Apex that is going to extract each and every record and then check whether this is satisfying a particular criteria or not. And then based on that, it will update a field. That's how it can be done. Okay, but not through validation rule. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is we look at the other side of the story. Okay, we looked at one side of the story. Let's look at the other side of the story. Okay, let us discuss that. So let me go back to the employees and let me go to Aman. Let's do a double click. I said if a person has to work, I said he should not be less than 18, correct? But here, can you have an employee who is 100 years of age? So if you look at these things, let's say Aman is 100 years old. Sorry, Aman. So Aman is 100 years old and I cannot call him as a employee. So what is the max age that I can have so that I can call this person as an employee? Okay. 65 is the valid rule across the globe, I believe. So here I can write a rule saying that age less than 18, or this is the symbol for or. So if you look at this is the or condition, or I'll put the same condition here. Age greater than, sorry, pushed the wrong button. So now when I go to Aman, just do a double click here and try to save invalid employment age. So this statement itself is not very appropriate. Okay, the statement itself is not very appropriate. So I need to change the statement also. So I'll change the statement as valid employment age is between 18 and 65, both inclusive. Okay, I can do a save of this. And now when I go back here, do a refresh, and when I do an edit over here, and try to do a save, it says valid employment age is between 18 and 65, both inclusive. Okay, this is much more sensible. Okay, it cannot give you multiple messages. In that condition, I can have a kind of an if condition possible, but I will not be able to write an if condition and give two separate statements. That is not possible. Okay. See, if you look at it in a closer way, this is as good as an if condition. If age less than 18, throw an error message. Else, if age greater than 65, throw an error message. So I'm using two ifs over here directly. One validation rule can only give one message. Yeah. In that case, I may not be able to demonstrate that for you, but it is possible. So what you have to do is there is an option of converting the strings into other languages. Okay. So based on the default locale, it will pick up the right statement. But again, the problem over there is you can have only a specific set of statements that can get converted. There is, I at least till now, there is no AI, AI, or there is no language translation in Salesforce. Like there is nothing like a translate.google.com inside the Salesforce. So you have to identify what are the common statements, and then you have to have equal statements in the languages that your organization has. So let's say if your organization is working in 5 different countries, so when you take India, it gives you English. When your default locale is France, it will give the same statement in French. If you're there in Italy, it will give it to you in Italian. If you're doing it in Chinese, in China, it's going to give you Mandarin. Okay. So what you have to do is, suppose if that word is hello. So for that, you have to convert that word and put it inside a file which is referred by Salesforce, to pull out the equivalent statements. So there is nothing that I give a generic statement over here. I give a generic statement over here, and this generic statement, as we have it in translate.google.com, it gets automatically converted into the Chinese or the other language. That is first thing that you have to keep in mind. And second thing that you have to keep in mind is, like, let's say, for example, you are entering the data. Let's say you are entering the data over here. You showed it as first name, date of birth, all these things. You have entered this in English language. The data you have entered in English language. When a person sitting in China opens this up, this Aman will show up as Aman, but this Aman will not get translated into Mandarin. Whereas first name, date of birth, age, last name, these things will get converted into Mandarin, but this still remains. That is not a part of this. That's a completely different topic, and we don't do it as a part of this over here. Okay. Then that is not even an admin job. There is someone known as a Salesforce architect, and he or she is the person who designs this. So there are few things which you as an admin will not do it, like setting up of the Salesforce subscription for you. So there is something called as Salesforce professional services. Those are the people who does all these things for you. It's not an admin. That is not an admin. That's a Salesforce activity that's internally built into Salesforce. So not only here, even in I have seen it in in the other application Siebel. Okay, even in Siebel also we maintain a library of the statements, and each library will have a heading, and then automatically Siebel application will pick it up from there. So how it is going to pick it up, how it is configured, that is not given to a Siebel administrator. Okay, the same case even here also. We cannot compare two things. You compare apples to apples. Siebel is a CRM. Salesforce is a CRM. Compare CRM to CRM functionality. SAP is an ERP in which Siebel is a piece of it. SAP CRM is there, right? So on a high level, SAP is a ERP product. So you cannot compare an ERP with a CRM. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But again, we are digressing from our thing, so that's where it is. Okay. All right. Let's get back to our application. Now here, if you look over here, we are getting this error message when I try to do a save over here. Okay, we are getting the error message. So here, let's say I'll ask you one more question. Now, if there is a project manager, okay, if there is a project manager, let's assume that, let's look at a scenario like this. This project manager is very much, he's driving this project for a long time. Okay. He's driving this project for a long time. Okay. And what happens is he has to retire tomorrow. But still, the project is in a very crucial stage. And if it is handed over to someone else, there may be a chance of failure over there for various reasons. Let's not go into those reasons. But if this guy doesn't manage it, there may be a chance of the project failure. So how are we going to do that? Can we, once he retires, can you hire him as an employee? So we will outsource the thing to this guy as a consultant. So if I am hiring a consultant or a contractor or a consultant, there is no upper age limit. Okay, there is no upper age limit. So what we have to do is we can add one more field. There is one entry that we have. Okay. So you can look at, see here, the translation language settings are here in this. Okay. So you might want to take a look at this for your understanding. Okay. For multi-language thing. Yeah. So now I'll go back to the employee. Okay. And I'm going to add a new field and I'm going to introduce you to a new data type called a checkbox. Scroll up, say next. I'm going to select this as consultant. Leave it as unchecked. Okay. And field name will be consultant. Say next. Check, uncheck. Scroll up. Select these three profiles. Say next. Save your work. Now, once you come back here, do a quick refresh of this window. So as usual, that thing hasn't, I'm trying to do a force reset. It hasn't come. So let's take the help of the Salesforce Classic UI. So when I go to the Salesforce Classic UI, when I click on Aman's record, see that consultant checkbox has come. So when I check this consultant checkbox, okay, when I check this consultant checkbox, it doesn't look at the upper age limit. Okay, but if I don't check it, then it checks the upper age limit. Okay. Okay, so when I click on this consultant over here, the value, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the date of birth and then I'm going to edit the validation rule. Okay, edit the validation rule, valid employment age. So here I'm going to use another thing. And here I'm going to say insert field consultant equals to true. Consultant equal to true. And consultant equal to false. That means it's not a consultant and age is greater than 65. Okay. So check syntax. And then we can check Save your work. So when I go back here, when I do a save of this, see it's saved. When I do an edit, when I uncheck this, when I try to do a save, it gives valid employment age is between 18 and 16 for full-time employee, both inclusive, no upper age limit for consultant. So only when you check the consultant box, you can, I'm going to write a validation rule on the total experience. And then I'm only going to write the heading, valid total experience. You have to tell me what will be the, the condition over here. Age minus total experience. Age minus total experience. So greater than 18 means it is correct, right? Guys, is this formula going to work? Let's see. Let's check. See, so age is 23, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So 18 to 19, 19 to 20, 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23, 5 years. So what I'm going to give is total experience is 4 years and age is, this is 3 years. Let me save it. So this is working fine. Now, if I say 6 years, invalid total experience. So age minus, so age is 23 minus 6, it is less than 18. Correct? Okay, this is one way of writing it. I can even make it much simpler for you guys to understand. Okay. If total experience is greater than, it's the other way around of writing it. Age minus 18. This is also a right way to write it. Well, there's also one more way of writing it. This is one way. This is the second way. Because there's no single right or wrong over here. You can design the logic anyway, as long as this works. So I can go back here. See, I can just do a save. It still gives me an error, invalid total experience. Suppose if I give 4, save your work, now it works. Because if you look over here, I joined exactly on my 18th birthday. Okay. And I was working in the same company, all across in the same technology. Okay. So my total experience will be exactly equal to my experience, correct? The reason why I did not give equal to, greater than will only consider any value greater than that particular number, but equal to is ignored. Okay. I see here, you see 23 is there, right? His date of birth.
Yes.
I'm going to give total experience 18 to 19, 19 to 20, 20 to 21, 21 to 22, 22 to 23, 5 years. Correct? So if I put total experience as 5 and save it, it is going to take it.
Oh.
You got it? Now, you guys have to tell me the other thing. So let's go back to employee. Let's write one validation rule for relevant experience. It's a very simple logic. create a custom field, Salesforce by default suffixes that particular field name with __C. Okay, you don't do it, but it is automatically done by Salesforce. That time, see, when I create any field that I create, see, date of birth __C, last name __C, other experience __C, relevant experience __C, total experience __C. There's no underscore, but __C will be there. Okay, so now, where are we? See, if I would need to know all the validation rules that are there, I have this valid employment age, valid total experience. I need to write one more rule, which is valid relevant experience. Valid relevant experience. The only difference of writing here is you have to choose at which field you want to give that error. That's the only difference. Insert field, relevant experience. If it is greater than total experience, then it should error message. Relevant experience should be less than or equal to total experience. Save your like. Now, when I go back here, just do an edit over here. If I give 7 over here, it's going to give you a mirror. Should be less than or equal to. So I can give 4, it will take it. Or if I give 5, still it takes it. Clear?
Moving on to our 8th quiz question. Final estimation proposals will be attached to the original quotation dash. So this is a fill in the blank kind of question, and we have our options as task, account, dashboard, and contact. So you guys again have to drop answers for this question as well, and try giving an explanation as well, because this looks kind of tricky.
Next week, we are going to work with a topic. Okay. Okay, next week we are going to work with a topic called as data loading. We are going to work with a topic called data loading. Now, for data loading, there are 3 tools that are available. Okay, the first tool is Data Import Wizard. The second tool is Data Import Wizard. The second tool is Data Loader. The third tool is, okay, there are many tools like this, but these are the 2 tools. So provider, this is going to be Salesforce. There is going to be Salesforce. Then there is Workbench. There are many tools like this, guys. There are many tools like this. Okay, there are many tools like this, but I'm taking Workbench because it is one of the most useful tool is what I think. Okay, so this is provided by third party. Okay, Salesforce has got nothing to do with it. Okay, this is the topic, data loading. This is the tool name, provider, or I'll say tool provider. Then tool type. This is cloud-based. That means it is there on the cloud. This is on-premise. That means it has to be installed on your machine. Then the third one is, again, this is also cloud-based. This is also cloud-based. Now, max number of records. So in one data import, how many records you can import? So this is only 50K records. So 50,000 records can be imported. Whereas for the remaining two things, you can have 50 mil records. Okay. And then the last thing that you need to know is import file type. Okay, import file type. If you look at these three things, for all these three things, it is going to be .csv. It's going to be .csv file. So these are the tools that you have. Okay. So 5 million is the max number of records. Okay. Now, what we are going to do is what these tools are. So what are the operations that this tool can do? What operations does this tool can perform? So you can insert records. Okay, you can update records. You can upsert records. You can export records. You can delete records. And you can undelete records using these tools. Okay, using these tools, you can undelete these records, delete and undelete the records. Okay. So these are the operations that can be performed using these tools. Okay. Now, can I insert the records? Okay, can I insert the records? Can I insert the records using data import wizard? Yes, I can insert the record. Can I do it using data loader? Yes. Can I use it through Workbench? Yes. Can I update the records? Yes. So I can insert the records. I can update the records using the three tools. Can I upsert the records? What is meant by upsert? Upsert is a combination of insert plus, or it's a combination of update plus update plus insert. So this is going to be update plus insert. So this is going to be upsert, which is here. Is that clear? We are going. Can I export the records using data import wizard? No, I cannot. But I can export the records using data loader and Workbench. Can I delete the records using data import wizard? No, I cannot. But I can delete the records using No, I cannot delete the records using data import wizard, but I can delete the records using data loader and workbench. Can I undelete the records using data import wizard or data loader? No, I can only do it through this. So here I'm going to say a no. Okay. So this cannot perform any of these things in this. Okay, these are the operations that can be performed by this time. Is that clear? But if you're looking at that, you're talking about JSON kind of a format. Exporting the data, probably this might help you in that. Not 100% sure, but okay, so here you can view as a list or a matrix, bulk CSV, bulk XML. You can get it as an XML, but not into a JSON format. So probably if you are able to get it as a bulk XML, then there is a chance that you can do something, right? So it can come as an XML, but not completely as a JSON. So now what is that we are going to do? What are the exercises or the examples that we are going to do? So if you look at this, our examples will be like this. So we are going to first insert the data using data import wizard. That is the step number 1. Step number 2 is we will discuss how data is managed inside the Salesforce using IDs, Salesforce.com IDs. And then we are going to export the data using data loader to get the Salesforce.com IDs. Then we are going to use data import wizard to do an update. Then I'm going to use workbench for upserting the data. Sorry. The fourth example will be I'll use workbench for upserting the data. And then the fifth example will be I'm going to use my data loader to delete the data. And the sixth example will be undeleting the data using a workbench. Is that clear? Have a good weekend, guys. Bye-bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Okay, so now we are going to do two things, guys. Okay. One is PickList. Both the fields we are supposed to create. I said we are left with 2 fields. So we create 2 fields first, and then we'll go into data loader part. So these two fields, what we are going to do is they are PickList fields. But the important concept that we are going to learn is the dependent PickList. Okay. So that is what we are going to learn as a part of this. So let's go to Object Manager. In the Object Manager, we go to Employee. In the Employee, let's create a new field. Okay. In the Employee, let's create a new field under Fields and Relationships. Let's go to New. And let's click New. And here, we will select PickList as the, we'll select PickList as the data type for our requirement. Okay. So let's go select a PickList, say next. And then let's name this as work location. Enter values. So work location will be India, US, UK, UAE, France, Italy, Australia, Canada. So these are the locations that we have. And then let's say next. Now, again, it's the same thing from here. Let's select this, close this. And we are going to go to standard platform user, standard user, and system administrator, say next. And then put it on the employee page layout and save and new. So remember the countries, guys. Remember the countries that I've entered. So again, this is also going to be a PickList field. This is also going to be a PickList field. Click next. And the name of this will be work city. So India would be Hyderabad, then Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, Mumbai. Okay, then it is US, Princeton, Dayton. Okay, then US, UK has got London, Telford, Birmingham. Then US, UK, then Dubai, Abu Dhabi. France will be Rennes. Mount Paris. Italy will be Venice. Okay, so these are all the cities that we have. And then here, I'm not using it like this. Earlier, I did not keep that, but now I'm keeping it. Display values alphabetically, not in the order entered. So all these values will be shown to me in an alphabetical order. And then restrict pick list values as defined in the value set. What is this restrict pick list? What happens when I uncheck this? What happens when I check this? For me, as a user of the pick list, this restrict pick list doesn't make any difference for me. Okay, whether I check it or uncheck it, it doesn't make any difference for me. The problem will come, okay, when we are getting data from outside. So when you are inserting data through a data load, then this restrict pick list will come into the picture. I'll explain you when I'm doing the example for the data load, okay? Say next. Check, uncheck. This, say next. And put it on the page layout and save your work. Now, once this is done, click on this 9 dots, type HR. Right click, open link in a new tab. Okay. Now, when I click on employees and when I click on Aman over here, okay. So when Aman's record pops up, we will see two fields, work location and work city. See, when I go to work location, click on work location, it says India. What do we expect? We expect that India city should be shown to me, but I see all these cities. Okay. So how do I set up that? How do I set up that? That is where the concept of dependencies, field dependencies comes into the picture. If you look on the top part of it, this is where the field dependencies are there. Click on the field dependencies, and in the window that comes up, tell what is the controlling field and what is the dependent field. Now you can control a pick list using a checkbox and a pick list only. So when you say new, okay, see, when you see these two drop downs, controlling field and dependent field, under controlling field, you will see two fields. In fact, three fields. One will be consultant, second one will be work location, third one will be work city. Look here. See, consultant, work city, work location. So consultant is a checkbox. So checkbox also can showcase show me the pick list. So that's where I can say, instead of work city, I'll choose work location. What is the dependent field? Dependent field will be work city. Continue. Based on a field pick list value, you cannot check or uncheck a box. But based on a check or an uncheck, you can showcase the values. Okay. So I'll say view all. See here, you see this. I'll move this up a little so that you can see the full screen. So here, if you look, okay, see here, you see India, right? So first city in India is Bangalore. If you are using a Windows machine, you can do a control click, select multiple rows. Okay, you can click Bangalore, control Hyderabad, control Chennai, control Mumbai, control Pune, and then say include values. Or you can just do a double click on this. It gets included. Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune, anything else that we have? Nothing. So these are all the fields for India. Now, US is Austin, then Chicago, Columbus, Dayton, then anything else? Princeton, Telford, Toledo. That's it. So these are the, okay, here under UK, it would be Birmingham, then London, Manchester, and Telford. Where is the Telford? Yeah, here is the Telford. Then coming to UAE, it is Abu Dhabi and Dubai. France is going to be Nantes, Rennes, and Paris. Then we have Italy. Okay, in Italy, I have Florence, Milan, and Venice. Okay, then Australia, going to be Melbourne, Sydney, Canada. See, we haven't given any cities to Canada. Okay, so what we can do is, these are the only places I know because those are the only places I went. That's the reason why. If you want to put another city, I'm okay to do that. That's the only reason. I only went to these cities, nothing beyond that. That's why I kept them. So now I'm going to save it. Click OK. Now we have to ensure that I clicked on save. It's just saving it. Now, once I go back here, just do a quick refresh here. Guys, you're able to hear me? So when I choose US, oh, still that refresh did not happen. So what happens over here is when you select those things, when I click on India, only Indian cities will come up. Okay. When I choose Australia, only the Australian cities will come up. Okay. So for that, there is something known as a PickList management is there. Okay. So what you're supposed to do is like you need to buy the PickList licenses from you need to buy PickList licenses from Salesforce. So, and then what you can do is you also have an option of getting the pick lists from outside also. There are companies that exclusively work on those pick lists. So you can even get those APIs and then you can integrate that with Salesforce. That is always possible. You mean to say when I select US, okay. When I select US and Austin, it should save AU or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay. Okay. Scroll down. So all these are saved for us at this point in time. Okay, click on view all. View all. No, it's a view all on the extreme right. Extreme right. On the above France. Just above France. So for Canada, you can select Toronto. Yeah, it's there at the bottom. Toronto and Ottawa both at the bottom. Do a double click. Save your work. Not required. Save your work because you already included. But if you see yellow, it is included. If you don't see yellow, it is not included. Okay. Click on the 9 dots. Click on the 9 dots on the top left. HR. Do a right click. Open in a new tab. Okay. In the new tab, go to employees. Click on Aman. See now, when you do a double click on work location, click on the edit button. Yeah. See, when you click work location, see work city is grayed out. 1 second. Can you come out? Yeah. See, work location is open, whereas work city is grayed out. So when you choose a work location, work city will open up. See, select any work location. See, work city has opened up. So only Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad are shown. Select something else in the top. Only Toronto and Ottawa are shown. All right. So this is about the field dependencies. All right. So that's about the fields in Salesforce. Okay, data types of different kinds of fields that are available in Salesforce. So the next topic that we are supposed to discuss will be, go to employee, please, the admin UI, please, the admin UI. Yeah. So the next topic that we are going to discuss over here will be the data import. Okay, the data import export from the external data sources. So if you are trying to import data from external sources, first of all, your team that takes care of, generally you call that as an ETL team, extract, transform, and load team. That team should prepare the data, put the data in a .csv file. Until unless we have the data in a .csv file, we cannot do anything. So .csv is the accepted format in Salesforce. So first things what we have to do is we need to have okay, so here we have seen three things. Okay, one is Hafiz, I'm going to do that. I haven't updated anything in this sheet, so I'll definitely reshare it. Okay, so here we have no, can you go to the top, please? Yeah. No, not here. Where I have put in the data last week, did I not share that? Not here. So there are three tools. One is Data Import Wizard. Okay. There are three tools. One is Data Import Wizard, Data Loader, and the third one is Workbench. Workbench is an external tool. Workbench is an external tool which some companies agree, some companies don't agree to use it. Okay. Okay. So that you have to. So Abhinav, there are a lot of tools like that. Salesforce Inspector is one tool. So I have chosen Workbench. It is more powerful than the other tools that we have. Okay. There is one more, I think Salesforce Inspector or another one, that is a Chrome add-on, I think. Right. So you see this Data Import Wizard, Data Loader, and Workbench. So Data Loader has to be installed first. So how do we install it is the question. So Mahesh, we have to install. So is this your personal machine? Is it an office machine, Mahesh?
Personal, I can install it.
Yeah, okay. Because if it is an office machine, you cannot install, guys. And installation has a chance of failure if your machine has got McAfee virus. So antivirus, I'm sorry, not a virus, McAfee antivirus. So minimize your window, please. Minimize this window and minimize this window. Open this window. No. Keep the Salesforce window open, please. In the Salesforce window, click on Home. Click on Home. In the Quick Find, type Data Loader. In the Quick Find, type, not there. In the Quick Find, below Home. Below Home. Yeah. In the Quick Find window, type, not there. See, there is a Home tab, right? Just below the Home tab, you see Quick Find. Yeah. You type Data Space Loader. Yeah, click on Data Loader. Guys, don't do anything. I'll tell you how to install it. Installation is very simple if you follow my steps exactly as I tell you. Okay. If you don't follow that, this installation becomes a pain. Okay. So click on downloads, please. Now here it is going to open up a window for you from where you can download the thing. See, there is a small thing which says download Winter 24 release for Mac OS and Windows 59, version 59 is there. Click there. So it will get downloaded. It got downloaded. Don't do anything. Just check that it is downloaded. That's it. Okay, finish. Don't do anything. Leave it. Leave it. Don't do anything. Now in the browser bar, where it says developer.salesforce.com, there, click inside the browser bar and then type, delete everything that is there, and then type azul or azul.com, azul.com. We require JRE for this, Azul, azul, azul.com, azul.com. Yeah. So we require Java JRE, and Java JRE, since it is a licensed product, Salesforce is recommending this. Just hang on. Salesforce is recommending this. Now click on download now on the top right. On the top right, you see download now. Click on that. It will take you to a place. Yeah. Now scroll down slowly. Slowly. Go on till I say stop. Slowly scroll down. Yes, wait. Now here Java version is there, right? Select any, click on the drop down, see what is there. Yeah, so it is fine. 8, 11, 17, we are okay. Don't leave it any. Then operating system will be Windows. If it is a Mac, you have to choose Mac. Otherwise, you have to choose Windows. And then architecture should be x86 64. No, architecture, you choose x86 64 because 34-bit, 32-bit and ARM64 also will come. Java package will be JRE. And then when you scroll down, see there are 21. 17 is the one which we can use. 1 second, just hang on. Wait. In this, click on the download. There's a small arrow to the right of download. Click on that. See, the .msi file has to be downloaded. So choose .msi. Now go to your downloads folder. You can close this window. You can close this browser window, browser tab. Only this. Yeah, leave these things. Go to downloads folder. Let this whole thing get downloaded. Yeah, let it get downloaded. It's still downloading. No, don't open this. Just go to show in folder. Click on show in folder. Yeah, do a double click or do a right click and say run or run as administrator, whatever it is. Install. So once you click this, say next. Don't change the path, leave it like that. Install. Somewhere on your machine, some window, some Java pop-up will come. Click OK or accept or something. Do a right click. Extract all. People will just do a double click. Leave it like that and say extract. It opens up that folder. Do a double click on that. Install.bat is there, right? Do a right click and then say run as administrator. Click yes. 1 second. It will take a little while and it is checking if it is installed or not. Click Y and enter. Do a right click. Now do a right click on this, copy this folder. Copy that folder. put it on the desktop, paste it. Now open this file. Now do a right click and run as administrator. Push Y and enter. The same thing. You should open up the data loader for us. Do a right click on this database, dataloader.jar, and say, open with a Zulu platform. Click that. Okay. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. I am putting up a site in the chat window. One second. Click on this link. Go to that folder. Assets is there, right? Click on the assets. So that's it. Yeah, open that, do a double click and open it, do a right click on install.bat and say run as administrator. More info, and then run in. Yes. Click Y. It will ask for one more Y. Push Y and enter. Push enter. It's fantastic. It's all done. Push enter. Okay, now go to your desktop. Go to your desktop. Now we can close the GitHub window. We don't need it anymore. Downloads also, you can close it. This you keep it. Go to your desktop. On the desktop, if you see a data loader thing, do a double click on that. Run anyway, and then that's a problem with a data loader only because we are able to install the lower version, right? So leave it. Just don't do anything. It will come up. A small window will come up. It will take a while. Okay. So there you go. That's the one. So this is the window. This is the window that is required. That is required for us to do insert, update, upsert, delete, and export. So guys, what is going to happen over here is there are two ways of one second. There are two ways of logging in. Click on insert. Click on insert. One way is using OAuth and choose production as the environment. Okay, and then say login. And then it is going to ask for user ID and password. Click connect. Hello. Just type hello. Continue. Now go to the data loader. Go to the data loader. Say next. Login successful. So now say next. Okay, so you can do all that. Okay, this is one way of doing it. You can also give password authentication. That is also password. Okay, you can also give password authentication. That is also possible. Okay, so for the time being, let us go with the OAuth, and later we will use I will tell you how to go with the password authentication. Okay, close this, close this window. This window, you can just say close. Click on the text to close it. Yeah, it will revert back to this. We don't need to. Yeah. So now what we are going to do is open the Excel file. Leave it like this. Open the Excel file. Click on File, New. Click on click on that thing and then say New. Okay, click on blank workbook. Yeah, just type DEPT. No, not required. Leave it like that. DEPT. Yeah, below DEPT, you just put capital I, capital T. Next line, capital H, capital R. That's it. Click on File, Save As. Save As. No, click on that Save As. Yeah, if you click on that, it'll open this. And then in the Save As type, you choose CSV, which is that the first CSV file that we have? Yes. CSV, comma, delimited one. And then, one second, a file name will be dpt.csv. Put it on desktop. Yeah, it's on desktop. Save your work. Click OK. Nothing happens. Click OK. Now, minimize this window. Minimize this window. That's it. And then go back to your application. Not this. Go to your application, Salesforce application.
Moving on to our ninth quiz question, which is also our second last quiz question. What is a record in Salesforce? Okay, this is a simple one. The actual data associated with the object. Second option is what my dad uses to listen to music. A third is where all of the objects are housed. And our fourth option is tables that store particular information. So come on, this is an easy one. I want all of your answers in the chat. Comment your answers real quick.
Yes, in here, in the quick find, type data import, data space import. Click on data import wizard, because our first example that we are going to look at is importing data using data import wizard. Okay. So now what is going to happen over here is scroll down, and then there is launch wizard. Click on launch wizard. Click. See, the problem with data import wizard is you can only load 50,000 records at one time. That is one thing. And then slowly scroll up. That's one thing. And then the second problem that you have is you cannot use it with all the standard objects. You cannot use it with all the standard objects. Only accounts, contacts, leads, solutions, and cases is what you can work with. Campaign members. So these are the 4 things only. But any number of custom objects, it's okay. So click on custom objects and choose departments. I have 3 options: add new records, update existing records, add new, and update existing records. So the first one is insert, second one is update, third one is upsert. So we are going to run an insert operation now. Click on add new records. Click on CSV file. Choose file from desktop, choose dept.csv. Click next. Now see, in the CSV file, the name of the column is DEPT. Whereas in the Salesforce object, which field should this data go and sit is not known. That's the reason why it is asking map. So click on map, and then in that you select department name and then say map. Click on map. So now whatever the values that are under CSV header department will go and sit in department name field. As of now, I have IT and HR. Say next. And then say start import. Click OK. So scroll down slowly. Further, under the batches, you see it's still not done. Queued batches is 1. The batch is queued. It's not yet completed. Do a refresh. Just there is a reload there. Reload is there, right? You can do that. Completed batches 1. So records processed 2. Records failed 0. That means we have entered successfully 2 records. Go to the application, which is the middle tab. No, middle tab. On the top, you see that middle tab on the top, on the browser windows. That's the one. Yeah. Yeah. Click on departments. Click on departments. Now we are into departments, right? Now you see department name. These are recently viewed, so you don't see them. So you have to click on the drop down besides recently viewed and then choose all. So if you want to bring all these records into recently viewed, you just need to check the box before department name. Yes, check the box and then say change owner and change the name to my name. And say submit. Now, once you click on departments again, you'll see both of them in recently viewed. That's a trick to move them from all records to recently viewed. So now you click on HR. Click on HR. It opens up the HR record. Similarly, when you go to departments again, you have the IT. Okay. Now if I want to do any modifications to HR or if I want to do any modifications to IT, how am I going to do the modifications? There should be some unique identifier. There should be some unique identifier to that particular record. So I cannot create any unique identifiers for that record. Salesforce has to create the unique identifier for that particular record. And what is that unique identifier that is going to get created is the ID of that. So where can you see the ID? To see the ID, you just need to click on HR. Now click on HR and then in the browser window, if you click in the browser URL, click on the browser URL, highlight the entire browser URL, please. Yes. That is the, see that, that particular highlighted thing is there, right? That is the ID. Now, since there are two records, I can copy that ID and paste it. But again, see, then this is example. This is a class where I have only two records. What if there are 20 records? What if there are 2,000 records? What if there are 20,000 records? How are you going to copy paste so many records? We are not going to do that. So that is where I need to export the records. And I'm going to take the help of data loader for exporting the records. So click on data loader and then say export. So we clicked on export. Do one thing, click on file.
Yes.
File, logout. Now I'm going to use a small trick over here. Close this window, please. I'm going to use a small trick over here. So go to the admin user interface. Admin user interface. In the data loader place, you type, no. Delete everything in the quick find bar and type profiles. In the profiles, you see alphabets. In the alphabets, you click on S. Click on system administrator. Click on system administrator, the last one. This is a trick that I'm doing, guys. You don't need to do it. I'll tell you what to do. Click on login IP ranges link on the top. On the top. Yes, click there. Click new. Type 0.0.0.0 255.255.255.255. Yes, save your work. Okay. Now you can go back, load the data loader. Yeah, in this, click on export. Click on export. Password authentication. Username will be venkat79@wetrainyou.in. Next is SFDC1234. And then scroll up and say login. Tab, please. One more. Yeah, now say next. So here you have to choose department. And then see, target for extraction is extract.csv. That is fine. But where is that? So click on browse. Select desktop and say open. Save. Say next. Now, what fields I want to bring in? So on the left-hand side, you check ID. Left-hand side, you check ID. Scroll down, look for name. Then nothing, no conditions, nothing, only 2 records. Finish. Yes. That's all done. Nothing needs to be done. Click OK. Okay. Now go back to your desktop. You see that extract.csv is there. Do a right click and open with Excel. So this is the file that we are going to use. Okay, this is the file that we are going to use completely. So now what I'm going to do is in this file, I'm going to change the name from IT to information technology. And then I'm going to change the name from HR to human resources. Save your work. Minimize this, please. Now go to data import wizard. No, go to data import wizard. And no, you have to type data import wizard over there. In this, I'm going to update the records now. Close wizard, choose custom object, choose department. Now here, update existing records, click on that. And then match by, it has to be salesforce.com ID. Nothing else is required. Now select the CSV file. This time you're going to choose extract.csv. Now, since this is one second. See, earlier when I clicked on next, it asked me to map the fields because the field name department is given by me. Whereas now this extract.csv is a file that has been extracted from Salesforce. So when I click next, you see the difference. It is taking the names from Salesforce and putting the names in the CSV file. So automatically the columns and the names will get mapped. See, click next. See, ID got mapped to salesforce.com ID, name got mapped to department name. All this is done automatically. Click next. Say start import. So queued batches, it's still not done. No, one second. No. For some reason, I went to Object Manager. Click on Object Manager. Click on Employee or Account. Click on Account. Something I came here. Now I remembered that there is a batch that I've loaded. Now go to Home. Now go to Data Import Wizard. It's already there. Where is my batch? I don't see my batch over here. So now what am I going to do? I cannot launch my wizard. If I launch a wizard, new batch will come up. So that is where I've got to go back to home. I've got to go back to home. And in the home, you have to type bulk. Okay, type bulk. Click on bulk data load jobs. Okay, in this bulk data load jobs, there will be a list of data load jobs, which is the recent one you look at it. Okay, 9:15 is there. 10:28. Yeah, that is the one. Okay. So click on the job ID. Okay. Now see records processed to records failed 0. Okay. So now you go back to the department and just do a screen refresh. And go to departments, click on departments. Click on departments. See, it got changed to human resources and information technology. Now, the organization has decided to add a code for every department. Now, the organization has decided to add a code for every department. So to do that, what am I supposed to do? So for that, what we are going to do is, let's go to the admin user interface. Go to the admin user interface. In this, click on the drop down besides object manager, choose departments, and then go to fields and relationships. Click on new field, select text, and give only 4 as the length. Select text, give 4 as the length. Yeah, click next and then give 4 as the length. Field label will be DEPT code. Yes, length will be 4. Next. Check the box, uncheck the box, and then only choose for 3 things. Next. Save your work. Now what we are going to do is, let's go to the Excel file, extract.csv. In the extract.csv, in the column C, I'm going to put DEPT code. Now, for information technology, I'm going to put IT. For human resources, I'm going to put HR. One second, we are going to add more. Below human resources, I'm going to type procurement, PROC, all caps. Sales, SALE, all caps. Then procurement, sales, marketing, MKTG. Last, legal, LGL. That's it. Save your work. So now, if you look at this, see the first two records have got an ID, whereas the next 4 records don't have the ID. So I need to do one operation where the first 2 records will get updated, the next 4 records will get inserted, and that operation is called upsert operation, and we are going to use workbench for that. We are going to use a workbench for that. Okay. So save the work, save this, and then open another browser window. Another browser tab. Yeah. And then type workbench.developers.com. Workbench. I think it's developer. No, it's workbench.developerforce.com. Workbench.developerforce.com. Yeah. Yes. Check the box to I agree to terms and conditions. Log in with Salesforce. It uses the single sign-on and logs in. So here, on the top, you see data. Click on the drop-down for data. You see there is update, upsert is there. Click on upsert. And then it is asking object type. Choose department over there. Just type DEPT over there and it will go there. Yeah, you should look for DEPT_C. Yes. It should be from file. We are not doing a single record. We are going to use it from file. Choose file. Desktop extract.csv. Say next. It's going to ask mapping columns. So ID is already mapped to ID. DEPT code to DEPT code has to be mapped. Second column. Yeah, the third column is already done. Fourth, we don't need to do anything. Just say map fields. Okay, and then say confirm upsert. Nothing else is required. See, the first 2 records are updated. The remaining 4 records are created. Now, if you go back to the Salesforce application and if you go to departments and then click on human resources or information technology, you will see additional field called DEPT. You don't see it here. You need to do a refresh. Yeah, now you can click on human resources. You see the department code is in. Now, earlier someone was asking, I think it was, I don't remember the name for sure. But earlier, someone was asking, when we click on employees, we are only looking at employees. We are not seeing, we are looking only at the first name. We are not looking at any other details. Or similarly, when you click on departments, you are not seeing any other details except department. So how do you modify that? Okay, so I'm going to explain it only for department. And then in the later course, we'll do it for employees and devices later. Okay, in tomorrow's class. So how do I do it for departments? So for this, you have to go to the admin UI and go to the departments object. You're already there in department object. You should look for something known as a search layout. In the search layout, the first option is default layout. Click on the edit for the default layout on the extreme end. And it shows up a pick list. From left to right, you move department code. That's it. Nothing else is required. Save your work. Click save. Now go back to the Salesforce user interface, do a refresh. It will bring up department code on this. Now I'm not seeing all the records here. So go to all records. Here I don't see the department code. How do I modify this? This is a separate window. So you don't need to go back to the admin UI for that. Only for recently viewed, you need to go back to the admin UI. No, wait. Let me do that. So only for department recently viewed, you need to look for the search layouts. Whereas this is a user can modify this window. So how can a user modify this window? You see that settings icon, that little gear wheel icon. Click on that and then select fields to display at the last. Yes. And then it opens up that pick list, select department code, move it to the right. Save your work. So you see department code here. Now, if I want to see all these records on the department recently viewed, check the box before department name header and say change owner. All the things you can do. You don't need to select their things. Change my name. Now, if you click on departments, you see all the things have come up. This way, I have gotten an upsert done. Now, the next one that I'm going to do is a delete option. So I'm going to do the delete using the data loader. Go to data loader. Data loader. No, that is data import wizard. So data loader is on your screen. Yeah. Now delete the records by clicking on delete. Even for delete, you need the ID of the records that needs to be deleted. So select department as the object for deleting the records. Then you browse the file which contains the IDs. So select extract.csv. Click next. So there are 6 rows should be there. CSV has 6 rows. Click OK. So now create or edit a map. So you need to map the fields, right? So create or edit a map. Just say auto match fields to columns. Click that.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's it. ID to ID, nothing else is required. Only ID is required for deletion, right? So it's already mapped. So click OK. Say next. So if it is, go back once, please go back once. Yeah, it is mapped. It is mapped. Say next. Now, where do you want to save these? If it is successful in deleting, which folder should you share? Okay, so this deletion will create 2 files, success and failures. Okay, so where do you want to save them? Click on browse, choose select folder. Yeah, say finish. So you're putting all the files, error files or, yeah, click yes. So any files will be stored on the desktop folder. So now this says that whenever you delete, whenever you're deleting any records, they won't get permanently deleted. They will only temporarily get deleted and they will be there in a place called recycle bin. And how long will they be there? For 15 days. After 15 days, they'll be permanently deleted. So there is an option that if you want to undelete the records, you can go into the recycle bin within 15 days of time and you can undelete them. Or you can run an undelete option from developer, from the workbench or any other tools, and then you can undelete them, provided you have the IDs. Click yes. See, there were 2 successful deletes and 4 errors. Click OK. We are not, click OK. We'll discuss about that. Okay, done. Now, there are 6 records. Why did it delete 2 records and why did it not delete the remaining 4 records? Can you open that extract.csv file, please? See, the first 2 records that have the IDs got deleted. The next 4 records that doesn't have an ID did not get deleted. So if you go to the salesforce.com ID, if you go to the salesforce.com application, in the user interface, in the end user interface, not this, the UI, the middle, second one. Second tab, yeah. See, do a refresh. The last two records will be gone. See, the last two records are gone now. So where are they? They got deleted, but I told you they'll be there in recycle bin for 15 days. Where is the recycle bin? So for that, you click on the 9 dots. Not required. Click on 9 dots. Type recycle. Yeah. Open link in a new tab. See, these are the two records that are there. So what you can do, you can select the records and click on restore, which gets restored. Okay, so don't do. So if you click on restore, these two records will go back and they are as good as undeleted. Okay, so if I want to use workbench to undelete it, you can go back to workbench and we can do an undelete from there. Okay, data, undelete. From file, choose file. Click open. Next, map ID to ID. Map fields. Map fields. You need to click the map fields. And then say confirm undelete. These two records got undeleted. Now, these two records won't be there anymore in the, once you do a refresh, these two records will be not there in recycle bin. They'll get undeleted. See, now the new recycle bin doesn't have anything. See, there's another older recycle bin tab over there. No. On the, yeah, click on that. This, nothing is there. Close the recycle bins. So, click on departments, and if you see all departments, all the departments are there. You are able to delete, you are able to undelete. So if you look at a quick recap, what did we do? We first created two values, HR and IT. We inserted them using the data import wizard. The next thing what we did, okay, we don't know what are the IDs. So to get the IDs, we have exported the data into a .csv file using the data loader. Then we renamed IT to information technology, HR to human resources, and we updated the existing data in the Salesforce using data import wizard. After that, we have added one more column in Salesforce called department code. And then we have used the existing two records for adding the department code. And along with the department code, I've added 4 new fields. So that is going to be upsert, which we have done using the workbench, wherein the records which are having the IDs got updated. Those records which does not have an ID got inserted. And then I used a data loader to delete the records which have IDs. And then I have used a workbench to undelete the records. All right, that's what we did using the data import tools. Okay, there is one more thing that I would like to show you. Okay, so click on File, New. Go to the emp.csv, dept.csv file, please. DEPT, yeah, here you change DEPT to first name. Just put DOB over there. Next, you put work location. Next, work city. In first name, you put Sanjay M. Date of birth will be 10/12/. 2022. Okay, work location will be India, Mumbai. So if you look here for this record, this record has to fail because this record's date of birth is not correct. Okay, so copy this whole record, paste it in the next line. Yeah, now change the name to Srinivas V. Now change the date of birth to 1998. No, the same thing, 1998. So the date of birth is fine, but instead of India Mumbai, you give US Mumbai. Right, now put a third record as Swati B, SWATH. Copy that record and put it as Swati B. No, it's Swati B. Yeah. And it's B as in Mumbai, Bombay. Yeah. And put the date as 10/12/1997. Okay, now it is India, or put India and then put Dubai. So the second record will fail because US is okay, but work city is Mumbai. That is wrong. The third record will fail because India is fine, but Dubai is wrong. So now fourth record, we'll put Vaishnavi K, 10/12/2000. The date is correct. India, Hyderabad. Okay, so the last record only should get into the data. Click on File, Save. That's enough. Yes. Now let's go to Data Import Wizard. And then let's do a data import job. Custom objects, employees. Add new records. Pay next. Unmap date of birth to date of birth. So you got to do a map. Okay, so here, 1 second, you have to do a zoom minus. Okay, click on the 3 dots on the, map. Got to do map, and then others have got exactly mapped. So say next. Start import. Click OK. So only one record should success, and then 4 records should fail, or 3 records should fail. Say reload. So completed batches, scroll down. See, if you look at that, see records process 4, records failed 4. All the records failed. Why did it failed? See, view result is there, right? Click on view result. It will download a file for you. Okay, go to the folder, do a right click and open with result.csv. Oh, this is the problem. 10 dash 12 dash is not valid. So it has to be 10 slash that you have to take care of that. Yeah, 10 slash 12 slash. Okay, do a click on the column C. No, it is changing the date. So do a right click. No. Do a right click on the column C, format cells, it's coming up. Date, scroll down. Okay, make it to text. Okay. Now change that to 10 12 10 slash 12 slash 10 slash 12 slash, change the date 10 slash 12 slash 2022. Next 10 slash 12 slash 1999. 10 slash 12 slash 1998. The last one will be 2000. Yeah. Save your work. Just repeat this once again. Okay. Four records passed, failed 3. Okay. Go back to application and see one record, Vaishnavi record will be there. Go to all records. See Vaishnavi got any. Okay, now if we go back to the bulk data load, view result, click on that drop down. See, field custom validation exception, valid employment age is between this no upper age limit for consultant. See, that is the error mistake. See, bad value for restricted pick list, Mumbai work city. Next one is invalid pick list value, bad value for restricted pick list, Dubai work city. So that's how you get the error messages. And then this is the ID for that record. And then I'll close the session. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So what we are going to do is we are going to talk about the relationships. Okay. So now let's look at it like this. Okay. So I have employee over here and I've got a department over here. Now in an employee, I have Reshma, Sumit, Swati, and Vikrant. Okay, and in department, I have IT, HR, IT. So if you look at this relationship between these two two tables or two columns, what can you say? What kind of relationship is this? One employee, one department, right? It's a one-to-one. Okay, I am going to change this a little bit. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to change this a little bit, okay? Now you tell me, what is this relationship? Many to one. Okay, right. So now when you're looking at this as a many to one relationship, okay, between these two tables, or well, I'm using the word table to make our lives easy, but in fact, they are two objects, okay? So between this employee and department object, which object is on the many side and which object is on the one side? Look at it one more time. Many employees are belonging to one department, or one employee is belonging to many departments? Yeah. Many employees belong to one department. So many side is employee and one side is okay. This is important. You have to keep this in mind, guys. Okay, you got to keep this up. All right. Now, let me look at it like this. So I've got one more thing, employee and device. Okay. So now, as an employee, okay, when I join a company, okay, I'll be given a desktop or I'll be given a laptop. Okay, I'll be given a desktop or a laptop. All right. All right. So now, sometimes there may be a chance, okay, that along with the desktop or a laptop, you may be given a mobile also. There may also be a possibility that you may not be given a mobile. And sometimes there may be a possibility that few people who might get into executive positions might even be given a tablet. So just to get into conferences and take some notes and all these things. So this may be the scenario. All right. Now, if you look at this scenario, all right. Now, if you look at this, so now between these two things, between employee and device over here, let me just put a little bit of color coding over here so that it is easy. Okay, so if you look at this, between this and this, what is the relationship? One to many. That is correct. So one to many relationship. So now in these two things, which is the one side and which is the many side? So obviously employee is going to be the one side and this is going to be the many side. And here you got to keep the many side in mind. Okay. Now, what is the moral of this discussion? Okay. The moral of this discussion, or in other words, the most important takeaway, okay, the most important takeaway of this, the most important takeaway from this thing, okay, the most important thing, or the most important takeaway from this, what is it? Okay. So the takeaway is that how do you create the relationship? Okay, how do you create the relationship? Okay, how do you create the relationship? So when you're creating the relationship, you should be able to create a field. Okay, you should be able to create a field of data type relationship. So what kind of relationship is this? That is what we need to understand. So what kind of relationship is that? So that is where, if you look at it, this is going to be a lookup relationship data type. And this is going to be the master detail relationship type. Okay, this is going to be master detail relationship. And the most important thing is that whenever you are defining the relationship, the relationship should always be defined on the object that is identified as the many-side object. The object which is identified as the many-side object. All right. So now let us go ahead and create the first relationship. And the object that is identified as the many side is the employee object. Go to fields and relationships. And then we are going to create a new field of type data type relationship. So if you look over here, see here, there are two relationships, lookup and master detail. So you're going to use a lookup relationship. Let's click next. Related to, which object is this related to? This is related to department object. So if you look at this, you got the department. Say next. Now everything else remains common. Child relationship name. So guys, this child relationship name is something that you have to keep in mind. Okay, child relationship name is something that you have to keep in mind, because this is something that we don't use in, we don't have the use of the child relationship name in admin concepts. Okay, whereas when you're using these objects in development, okay, when you have to retrieve the child data from a parent object through code, in such situations, you will use the child relationship name. So this child relationship name doesn't play any role in the admin part of it, whereas child relationship name is very important when you are working with, what do you call that? The development part of it. Okay. Now here, there are two things. What to do if the lookup record is deleted? Okay. Now I'm going to explain this once we create the relationship. Okay. I'm going to explain this once we create the relationship. Okay. So Here it says don't allow deletion of lookup record that's part of a lookup relationship. When a record is there with some elements in it, okay, or clear the value. There are two things. Either you will not let it delete it or you will clear the value. What does that mean? Okay, I'm going to explain that to you in the next piece of this. Okay, and it is the same thing over here. This, say next, say next. Now, if you go to this, see, when you're looking from Sumit's side, it looks only one HR. When you're looking at from Swati, it looks one HR. But when you look at it from the HR side, okay, then in one HR department, there are two employees. So when you go to HR, where do you see this data? You will see this data in the related list. Okay. Whether it is master detail or whether it is lookup. Okay. Okay. Whether it is master detail or lookup. Okay. Whatever may be the table, the many side is seen in related list. Okay, so for HR, the many side is employee. So this data is seen in related list. For employee, the many side is device, which is seen in the related list. So in the related list, what is the name of that list is what we are giving here. Related list label, employees in the department. Save your right. Now, when I go back to HR onboarding, okay. Okay, when I click on employees, okay, what I'm going to do is, as we did yesterday, I'm going to go to search layouts and I'm going to edit the search layout so that I can show you first name, last name, and also the department. Okay. I'm going to save this, come back here, do a quick refresh. So if you look at it, Vaishnavi, Aman, Sunil, Afiz, Jyoti, department. Okay. So now click on Vaishnavi. And then when I go down here, department, just do an edit over here. And you can look for the departments. See, there are departments over here. If you don't see the department, just type I and you get the information technology. Save your work. Now go to employees. This is one way to do it. Or I can go to departments. And in the departments, I can go to information technology, go to related records. You see employees in the department. You see Vaishnavi is there. I'll say new. And I can add, see when I add it, a new employee is getting added. I cannot pick up the list from the available people. That is not possible. Okay, I cannot have a new employee. I can add a new employee, but I cannot pick up the employee from here because this is just a lookup relationship. So always the relationship should come from the employee side only. Go to Aman, then department will be information technology, save, then click on employees. See, you cannot add it even here. You can only edit this. Okay. Scroll up. Search departments. This has to be searched from a different object, right? That's the reason why. Direct edit is possible on the screen, but not search and save. You're establishing a link, right? So the linkage is not possible here from this window. Understood?
Okay.
See. No, you have to program that. So what happens is when you take HR, right? So it shows this up. So when you save it, okay, this will not get saved, but instead it will go to the next field, pick up that value, and it will save it over there. So that's how it works. That is why we guys have a job, right? Business logic will not change. Like, see, whenever you're doing something, the business logic will not change on a day in and a day out basis, right? So it's not that you get a request and you got to code it and the entire thing gets changed. It's not like that. So most of the requirements will be taken care of, and any change requests that come in, they will be addressed. They should be able to be addressed through admin, not only in Salesforce, even in SAP or any other custom languages also. There are few things that can be done through the modifications on the screen, whereas few things that has to be, like, let's say it's a custom development code, you can directly go into a production server and change few things over there. Right, small things. But if there is something beyond that has to be done, they have to do it at the dev, then move it to QA, and then only you can upload that particular whatever you call it. You call it as a what do you call that? You call it as an add-on or a iteration, whatever you want to call it. So that is the process that we follow. The same case even here. Got it? So here, when you go to employees, see, we have these values over here. Now, the question is the earlier piece. Okay, this is what we are discussing. This is what we are looking at. When you go into the fields and relationships, when you go to this department, when you go to department, and when you edit this, okay, see, this is what it is there. Clear the field. This is clear the value of this field, okay? Now, what happens is, when you go to departments, what happens if I delete this record? So when I delete this record, when I go to employees, nothing happens. Only that field will get cleared off. See, this field got cleared off. Okay, now if I want to get this relationship back, I just need to go to recycle bin. Go to recycle bin. In the recycle bin, you just restore this. When you restore this, the relationship also gets re-established. Right. That is because we have said what to do if the lookup record is deleted. Clear the value of this field. Okay, but now if you choose required, it will not let you delete it. See, automatically this changes don't allow deletion. So if you don't put required, but if you say don't allow deletion of the lookup record, that's part of the lookup relationship. When you do this and save it, if you go back here, do a quick refresh. Go to departments. And if you want to delete this HR1, see, now when you do the deletion, your attempt to delete cannot be associated with the following employees, Jyoti, Hafiz, Sunil. So since they are there in that department, you cannot delete it. because don't allow deletion of lookup record. That's part of a lookup relationship. Is that clear? Okay. So let's get into the next relationship, which is master detail relationship. So when I go back here, employee is here, device is here. So many side is device. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the object device. And again, guys, what I'm going to show you here is, again, when you look at this, let us not make our life complicated by thinking too much about this relationship. This is just a relationship which tells you which devices are assigned to which employee. Okay, which devices are assigned to which employee. Okay. Now, at the back end, there is another database. Okay, in real time, I'm not talking about this. In real time, there is an inventory database that is there where this desktop has got a serial number associated with it. This desktop has got a different serial number associated with this. This laptop has got a different serial number associated with it, which makes the combination of this word desktop plus the serial number a unique combination. Okay, but in the interest of time and complexity, I am not managing that serial numbers and other things over here. The objective is to make you understand the master detail or one-to-many or parent-child relationship. Okay, so keep that in mind and then we'll go in for our discussion. Now, I'm going to create a new field called device type. Okay, I'm going to create a new field called device type. And this is going to be a PickList field. Say next. This is going to be device type. So desktop, laptop, mobile, and tablet. Okay, say next. Check, uncheck. Save your work. Okay, now what we are going to do is, let's go back to Object Manager. Now in here, the mini side is device. So I'm going to create the detail, master detail. Master detail is also known as a parent-child relationship. Okay. So I'm going to create it in the device. So how do I do it? I'll go to device. Say fields and relationships, click new. And here, click on master detail relationship, say next. Related to employee, say next. Field name will be employee relationship, say next. So master detail relationship by default is available for all the profiles. Say next. And this is for the related list. Assigned devices is for the related list. Now, when you go back to employees, do a refresh. Okay. Now, in the employees, click on employees, click on Jyoti. In the related, you see assigned devices is there. Click new. So for Jyoti, you can assign a desktop, save and new. For Jyoti, you can assign a laptop, save and new. For Jyoti, you can assign a mobile, save your work. So 3 items got added over here. Now go to employees, click fees, go to related, click new. I can assign a laptop, save and new. I can assign mobile, save and new. I can assign a tablet, save and new. And then there is also a possibility that I can close this and I can select Sunil and I can assign laptop, save and new. Again, I can select Sunil. Select mobile, save and new. And I can again select someone else, Vaishnavi, and select a laptop, save and new. I can select Vaishnavi again. From the same screen, I can do it. Mobile, save and new. Tablet, save your work. So nothing comes up over here. Go to employees. So a fees, when you look at a fees, you got 3 devices. When you go to Jyoti, go to related, you have 3 devices. When you go to Sunil, in related, you have 2 devices. When you go to Aman, in related, you don't have any devices. Okay, so we can add new device here. And then when I go to Vaishnavi, you will see 3 devices forever. All right. So that's how you can have. And then when I go to devices, you see, these are all the devices. Okay. So now, again, I can go back to the devices, go to search layouts. In the search layouts, for the default layout, I can do an edit and I can bring in employee over here and then save your word. When you go back here, do a quick refresh. Okay. See, all these details got added up over here. Okay, your expression holds true for this relationship, but it doesn't hold true for this because Sumit and Swati are not child of HR. Yes. So why is this called as a child? Because when you look at the relationship earlier, when I deleted HR, the records were still intact. It just cleared out my relationship field. Now, if I go back to employees and if I go ahead and delete Vaishnavi, okay, so if you go to devices, see device numbers 9, 10, and 11, device numbers 9, 10, 11 belongs to Vaishnavi. Okay. So if I go back to employees and if I delete Vaishnavi, Vaishnavi is the parent, whereas device is a child. So if you look at it, 9, 10, 11 are gone. So when a parent record gets deleted, the child records will get deleted. All right.
Moving on to our next quiz question and the last one. Our 10th question: what are the two benefits of using the Lightning component in framework? So we have Lightning components render on the client, providing performance benefits. Lightning components are built using web standards, ensuring cross-browser compatibility. Third option is both A and B. And our fourth option is Lightning components render on the server, ensuring greater security and access control. So I hope to see a lot of answers in the chat, a lot of right answers in the chat. This is all about the quiz, and I hope you guys enjoyed it.
When I said that after that I've given you the talking permit. So at that time, what I was telling is this table only manages the relation between an employee and the device. Okay. This table or this relationship or the relationship between these two objects will only give us an input as to what devices were assigned to Sumit. So when I delete Sumit's record over here, desktop and mobile, the relationship entity will get cleared off and these two things will get deleted, but the device master will still remain there in the inventory. That those things will not get deleted. Tomorrow, if Srinivas joins, the same desktop and mobile can be assigned to Srinivas. That's a separate story altogether. It is just a showcasing of what devices are there with Sumit or what devices are there with Srinivas, what devices are there with Vikrant. That's it. Now, let us go back to recycle bin. Quick refresh over here. Now, when I go back to my devices, Vaishnavi's relationship comes back over here. So you can either fill in the data manually, or what you can do is you can use a data loader to dump the data, or sometimes you can directly link it up. Okay, between employees and device inventory itself, you can directly link up the data also. That is possible. Okay. Okay, first question. This is a lookup relationship. In a lookup relationship, when one related value is deleted, what happens to the related values? When a record is deleted, what happened to the related records? So, see, again, I'm showing you here. See, when information tech HR is deleted in here, okay, nothing happens. Only these three fields that are there, they get blanked out. What happens if I delete Vaishnavi to devices? We have seen that. These three devices will get deleted, correct? So, in a master detail or a parent-child relationship, when a master or a parent record gets deleted, the detail or the child record gets deleted. That is the most important point that you guys have to keep in mind for our next topic. Clear? See, in a master detail relationship, when a master value or a parent value gets deleted, the detail record values or the child values will get deleted. So if I delete Swati is a parent or a master, automatically these three will get deleted. That's what it means. Clear? Now, I'm going to give you one more example over here, guys. This time, I'm not going to make this as this is going to be club. So Reshma is a part of Fun Club. Sumit is a part of CSR Club, Corporate Social Responsibility. So you people go out, help a few people, underprivileged, all these things. So now one employee belongs to one or multiple clubs. Correct. Now, if I look at it from the other side, till now we never looked at it from the other side because we did not get a chance, or we did not had any reason to look at it. Club and employee. If I look at this, I've got total fun club, CSR club, tennis club, swimming club. So in fun club, who are all the employees that I have? Reshma. Who else I have in fun club? Vikrant. Okay. And then Swati also is there.
Swati, yeah.
Okay. Then if I go to CSR, it is Sumit.
Swati.
Then if I go to tennis, it is Sumit, Vikrant. And this is only Vikrant. Correct?
Fine.
So if you look at this is a one-to-many relationship. This is also a one-to-many relationship, right? Do you agree? Now, do I have 4 tables like this? Where I've got employee and club, then club and employee. Do I have 4 tables and the 2 tables only having these 2 relationships? What would you say, guys? No. Let's not go there. Let's look at it from here. So do we have 2 tables or we have more than 2 tables here? We only have 2 tables here, right? So in effect, when you look at it from this employee side, employee is the parent, club is the child. When you look at it from the club side, club is the parent and employee is the child. Do you agree? Okay. Now let us look at the fun over here. Now swimming is only one person. There is only one member in swimming. So the swimming club decided that it is not getting enough revenue, so they want to close it down. That means swimming is getting deleted. So in this context, in this relationship context, okay, in this relationship context, guys, listen, look at this carefully, try to understand. If not, ask me once again. In this relationship context, okay, swimming is a parent. So because of the financial viability, swimming is now being closed. That means it is deleted. So when a parent is deleted, what happens to the child? Child will also get deleted. That means Vikrant is getting deleted. Where is Vikrant getting deleted from? Employee table. That means Vikrant is getting deleted from here. Do you agree? It's still theoretical, nothing practical here. Okay, let's not go into conclusion. So now in this context, is Vikrant a parent or not? So a parent got deleted. So what happens to the children? Tennis gets deleted, swimming is deleted, and fun is deleted. So tennis is getting deleted. Tennis and fun gets deleted in this. That means parent got deleted. So the child should get deleted. Eventually, all the records are going to get deleted just because one record got deleted. You understood? That is the reason why you can never, ever establish two one-to-many relationships on the same set of objects. That means you can never have one parent-child relationship from here. See, this is one parent-child relationship. And then you can never have another parent-child relationship in the reverse direction. This is what? This is a reverse direction parent-child, right? This is not possible. See, if you look at this bottom line itself, line number 228, how can a child be a parent of a parent? See, this club is a child here in this relationship. How can it become a parent for a parent? That cannot be done. That is not valid. Technically, even technically, this relationship is not allowed. I'll show you how. See, there is already a parent-child relation between employee and device, right? I'll try to create one more relationship between device and employees. So this time when I try to create it from the other way around, device becomes one side, employee becomes many sides. So I'll create one relationship on the employee. So I'll go to this, go to employee and create a master detail relationship. I'll go to fields and relationships. Okay, so here, when I say new, okay, let it come up. So I'm saying new. So here I'm going to select a master detail relationship and then say next. See, in this list, which is going to come up, you will see all, but when you come to D, you don't see device. See, D&B, data use, department, device is there. Device inventory is there, but there is no device. Because already from the employee device side, there is a parent-child relationship. Device is already a child of employee. So a child can never become a parent. That is why the reverse relationship is not going to get created here. Is that clear, guys? Everybody? This relationship is not allowed. But again, when you look at it from a business perspective, one employee can be a member of one club or many clubs, and one club can have many employees. And this is a proper valid use case which is required. This is a valid use case that is required by any business. Okay. I'll give you one very simple example of this. Okay. Replace club with diagnosis. One patient will have multiple diagnoses. Well, the same diagnosis can be there for multiple patients. Then how do I establish this? By default, I cannot put two cross relationships. That is where, if you remember, on the top, I said we are going to create one object we are going to create one object called membership, which is only used for business purpose, but not to showcase to anybody on the UI. This is the place where we are going to use it. So how am I going to set it up? I'm going to bring in membership over here. This is known as, this is known as a junction object. So a junction object is responsible for defining many-to-many relationship. So the junction object, I am going to create one relationship with the employee. So let me delete this. Okay. So I'm going to create one relationship with the club. Okay. The relationship is going to be with the club, where this is going to be the parent and membership is going to be the child. And then there is going to be one more relationship between membership and this club, where this is going to be the parent. Okay, this is going to be the parent and this is going to be the child. So in effect, this is a child which is having two parents. That is absolutely fine. One child can have two parents. That is approved. And then how am I going to manage this? So my employee is going to be here. My club is going to be here. And then I'm going to have one more entry, which is called member ID. So member ID is going to be, so we're going to put it like this. Okay. Club will be fun, CSR, like this. So now what happens? If okay. So now what happens? Let's say if swimming gets deleted. Okay. This is going to be 1 with 3. Okay, so this is going to get deleted. So the parent got deleted here. The child gets deleted here. No problem at all. But these people are still there. Let's say tomorrow, if Swati quits the company, it means these 3 records will go away. Parent is deleted, child records are deleted. Parent is deleted, child records are deleted. Any changes will happen in the junction object without disturbing the parent objects. That is how it works. Is that clear? All right. Now, let us see how do we establish this. So just to establish this, I'll go back to my object. In the object manager, I'm going to look at, this is going to be membership. So we'll go to object manager. And then in the object manager, we just need to search for the membership is gone now. So just click on membership, page layouts, fields and relationships. I'm going to add one field, which is going to be a currency field, guys. Which is going to be a currency field. So here, I'm going to look for currency. Say next. So I'm going to say the name is membership fee. So fee is generally currency, right? It's more of from a common sense perspective. If it is a name, generally a person will not have a first name which is more than 25-30 characters, or a last name which is more than 25-30 characters. And then if you are joining in a office club, okay, you don't spend $999 or 999 rupees as a club membership fee. Maximum it may be $99. We are talking dollars, right? So maybe $99, $29, $39, something less than $100 is what a membership fee looks like, right? So that's just the and just save and new. The next field that I'm going to create is going to be a master detail relationship where membership is the child and parent is employee. Okay. Membership is the child and parent is the employee. Now here, this is going to be a master detail relationship. Say next. And it is related to employee. Say next. Next is all profiles. So it is by default assigned to profile. Say next. This is the name. This is the one. So say next. Say next. Here you have to give the related list label in the next one. So here in this, we are going to say employee layout, right? So here I'm going to say member of. So it shows all the clubs over here. Save and new. The next one will be again a master detail relationship with the child, with the club. So this is going to be with the club. Say next. The club. Say next. Say next. Here, instead of memberships, it's just members. So you look at in club, when you look at the club related list, you will see the members. Say save. Now, when you come back to recently viewed, when you go to clubs, okay, you have to look at all views. Check this and make change owner, and I'll take my name over there. Submit it. Now, when I go to all records, the reason why I did this is because if I don't do it, I will not see it in the employee record. So go to employees, click on Vaishnavi. In the related records, see, you see assigned devices, but I have to do a refresh here. When I do a refresh, go to related records, you will see member of now. See, there are no membership. So click new. Membership fee is $35. Search the club tennis, save and new. $35. Search the club dancing, save and new. Nothing will happen. It will take. There's no what do you call that, validation that we have set over here. So you cannot set a validation, but you can write a trigger for this. That's part of development, sir. Okay, similarly, I'll go to employees. I'll go to Aman. In the related, I can do member of, and I can say $25, and then club, fun, save and new, CSR, $25, save your work. Or I can go to clubs. I can go to trekking. I can go to related. In the members, who are the members in trekking club? Nobody are there. So it is $25. Search employees, Aman Singh, save and new. Vaishnavi, save and new. Sunil, save and new. Jyoti, save and new. I can add people from here directly. Hafiz, save and new. So I've got 4 members here, 5 members here. Like this, I can get it. Okay. Now, the big problem is I don't see anybody here. I only see the numbers. What is the club name? I don't know. Similarly, when I go to employees and when I click on Aman, I go to related records. I see the members of, but I don't see any member details or the device details. So how do I do it? This is where we need to understand. This is where we need to understand the concept of page layouts. So in page layouts, there is a segment called related lists. So you got to go and change the related lists over there. So click on page layouts and then click on membership layout and then look for page layouts on the top. So let's go to related lists. Here you see, this is membership. So we need to go to employee related lists, click on page layouts, click on employee layout, click on related lists. You see member of and assigned devices are there. Click on this little spanner icon and say device number is there, add device type and click OK. Similarly, for member of, click on this, look for club name, which is club, and then also look for membership fee, add it over here, click OK and save your work. This is employees. So go to clubs, go to page layouts, click on club layout, go to related lists, and then go to members, click this, and then go to employee first name, employee last name, and then membership fee. Click OK. Then save your work. Once you're done, we can do a refresh over here. When you do the refresh, go to related records. And in the member of, you see member of club and the fee, device number and device type. Similarly, when I go to clubs, let's click on tracking. The related records you see under members, you see member ID, first name, last name, and membership fee. Is that clear? Everybody. Now, the last three fields of the app builder concept or app development concept, you call them as roll-up summary fields. So now let's say employees. If you look at an employee details, let's click on Vaishnavi's details. So you get all the details here, but you don't know how many clubs Vaishnavi is a member of, how many devices Vaishnavi has got, what is the total membership fee, we don't know. So if you want to calculate those kind of things, you need to have something known as roll-up summary fields. And roll-up summary field data type is only available for those objects which are parent objects. So if you click on fields and relationships and then say new, you will see roll-up summary field active over here. Because employee is a parent, see roll-up summary field is active. If I go do the same thing for device, if I go to fields and relationships and say new, okay, this is not highlighted because this is a child. And you cannot create this type of field on this object because it is not the master in a master detail relationship. Only the master or the parent objects have this field activated because in short, you are retrieving data from a child object, summing it up, or you are trying to sum it up, or you are trying to count it, and then you are trying to put it over here. That's what we are going to do. So the first field that I'm going to create is roll-up summary field, say next. Number of devices, say next. It's a membership, sorry, device, and I'm going to count the number of devices. That's it. From next field onwards, it's the same thing. Check, uncheck, 1, 2, 3, next. Then save and new. Again, another roll-up summary field, say next. There's going to be number of memberships. Next. This is the memberships count. Say next. Check, uncheck. Save and new. The last field is going to be roll-up summary field. Say next. And this is going to be the total membership fee. This is going to be the sum of the currency field that I created, which is membership. Say next. Now come back to Vaishnavi's record, just do a refresh here. Scroll up, See, this hasn't got refreshed, so nothing to worry. Let's go to this classic mode. Click on Vaishnavi's record over here. See, number of devices 3, number of memberships 4, and total membership fee is $20.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So let's quickly jump into the demo so that we get things more clearer. So this is my Salesforce application, right? So in this Salesforce application, what you can see is this is my home page, right? So from here you can go to setup. So this is my Salesforce Lightning application, which is for marketing. And this one is my setup where I can basically customize my Salesforce Lightning applications. So whatever is in here, whatever you want to manipulate, you can do through the setup page, and it allows you to do different things. And you can find the setup right here itself. You can just go here, click, and quick click on setup, and it will spawn the page that you actually need. So let it load so that you can get a view of it. So let's start creating an application first, or we can create an object also first. So let's create an object first. So let's create an object. Very simple. You have to click on new object, go to your object manager, click on new object, wait for a couple of seconds, and you have to put these information. So let's say I'm going to call my object as learner Intelli, right? So you have to give the label, and the plural label you have to provide. Object name it takes automatically. So if I click here, you can see the object name has automatically response. Learners Intelli is the plural name. Now basically this object gives information for a learner enrolled with Intellipaat, right? So it does that. Now you can have it being a context sensitive help settings. You can put that as well. You have a record name, and this is the type text it will be taking. Optional features, you can allow reporting, activities, track field history, chatter groups. You can decide on these things as well. So if you wanted to pop up in chatter groups, or you want to track field history, you can enable these features based on your requirements. And you can choose your deployment status as well. So you can have it in development. So these things which are in development won't spawn into the Salesforce application. People won't be able to view it. Once you have deployed it, the people who have the access to these things can actually view it. You can also allow search for it. You can have a launch custom tab app after the wizards for saving the object. We are not going to be doing this. We will do it later on so that you understand why this is important. And I'm going to be allowing the search for it and just gonna hit save. So with that, I think very easily we can move on to the next step, and we have created an object. Now object is ready, right? So object is ready. What it doesn't have is any properties. So it's like basically having a sheet called as students, and there is no kind of entry whatsoever, no properties whatsoever. So there is no information with respect to the students. So let's go to field and relationships, and let's give it a property. So by default, it will be asking you for a name when you create this thing. So we're going to be creating a new field, which is going to be, from this section, you can choose what kind of information this object will store, right? So every column which is there, it stores certain kind of an information. So what kind of information you want to store, you can decide there. It has to be a date, number, currency, percentage, phone number, PickList. PickList is basically when you want to give them options to choose from, you can have that. And you can have multi-select as well. You can have a text area. You can have basically different things based on that. So I'm going to be selecting a text that people can put in the resource things. So I'm going to be going next, and the field neighbor is course enrolled. So my learner object will have a name, so learner's name, and the course field
let's allowed number of characters for this field. So I'm going to be putting it as 17. So it could be according to your requirements. So if you are someone who's taking long strings into account, so you can put those numbers up, but we are going to be keeping short. So we're going to be putting it 17. So this field stores the course learner is enrolled in. You can provide help text to people to understand so what is supposed to be filled in the with respect to this field. We're going to not be doing that because we know what we're doing too. And you can select this as always required. So when you do that, whenever you are creating a new record for this particular field, if let's say if I'm creating a new entry for the objects, if I'm creating, let's say, a new student, and I keep this as required, so the entire column won't be saved until and unless you provide this information, right? So this is what required does. And you can have it as unique also. You basically unique will take only one kind of information. You cannot have duplicates, but since course enrolled can be duplicates, we're going to be leaving this one. You can keep an external ID and you can give a default value as well. So we're not going to be bothering with that. And in this one, you can basically assign, this is the field security level. So whenever, let's say if I have an object called as customers, now customers can have information which are sensitive, like phone numbers or bank account IDs or anything like that. So that is not what you want to share with everyone, right? So when you want to hide some kind of information, you have to assign who these people, who are the people who are able to view these things. Now, I don't want to make changes anywhere because nobody else is using it apart from me. But whenever you are in an industry environment, you'll have to choose who are the people who are allowed to see these things. And based on that, you have to select. For now, we're going to be keeping it as default so that everyone can see these things because course name is not that sensitive of an information. Now, the learner Intelli layout has been done. So let's quickly course enrolled for learner Intelli has been done. So learner Intelli is our object. So we've created one field. We're going to be creating one more field, and I'm going to take this time the number as the field. Let's move forward, and the field name we're going to be writing it as batch ID. So for the learners, what we are trying to take the information is the course that they are enrolled in and the batch of that batch ID of that course. So you can have the length defined as well. So you're going to be keeping it default, which is 18th. And you can set this to always require as well. So we will not be taking any different things with respect to that. So that is very important. You can define a decimal places that you'll be taking. So all of this information with respect to what the field information can take. So you can customize that based on your requirements. Click next. Again, the same thing. The security field is spawning. So we're going to be giving it default, pretty standard. And with that, I think our object is ready. Yeah. So if you want to check out your object, you can quickly go to the object manager and it spawns all of the different apps, and you can see what are the different objects which are out there. So you can see that these are the standard objects which are predefined by Salesforce. And whenever you find the learner Intelli, that is learner Intelli is a custom object, right? So it tells you what are the information. So we have just created a custom object which is called as learner Intelli. Now our custom object is ready. The next thing that we need to do is we need to create an application first, and then we'll add an app page. So let's create an application. To create an application in Salesforce, you have to search App Manager. So in App Manager, just quickly go here and select for a new Lightning app. So you can see in here the pre-created applications and their type. As I told you, it comes in two flavors. So if it is Lightning or it is in Classic, you can see these things which are available. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be creating a new application. My application will be called, let's say we'll call it as learner view. We're going to be calling this application as learner view, and this application is for insights WRT learner. So with respect to learner, what are the things that is required? We're going to be populating this. In this section, you have to also put in an app branding. Basically, in app branding, you can design what kind of image that it requires and what is the different things that can come. So you can have different images based on that. I'm going to be uploading something which I have on my desktop saved, which is a home page, which is basically a very simple image. So this is the image that is there for my app branding. You can see the graphs and plots which I've created. And primary hex value is something, as you can see in the background, you can see, if you can see here on the left hand side, you can see this blue line. This is what is there. So you can see everywhere it is blue. So this is the primary color that you have to choose for your application. I'm going to be going with green, and you can choose what shade of green also. Based on that, it will take the RGB hex value. So I'm going for pretty green in here and go done, and then click next. Now The next thing which is there is you have to choose the navigation style. So since we are going with the standard navigation here, not the console, because console is sometimes paid, we're going for the standard navigation, and you can support the form factor. So basically, if this application will be supported only on desktop, only on phone, or both desktop and phone. For our purposes, we are using both desktop and phone in here, and that is that. And you can have these settings also set up, and my setup experience, I want it to be full setup and it is not a service. So that is that. And let's quickly move on to the next one. Next is the utility items. So utility items are the things which spawn on the bottom left hand side of the screen. So we see that once we create this application. So you can add different kinds of utility applications. So we're going to be adding a rich text so that we see what is out there. So let's select one. So you can basically type out what you want in this one. So I'm going to be putting in welcome to the Intellipaat learner application, right? So we can have that, and you can add more. So we have added one, we'll add another utility item just in case. So you can have a macro, or you can have a flow. Flow is basically how your screen flow will be happening, or different things, that set of applications will be happening. You can have that. You can have a list view, you can have something. So we're going to be putting in recent items as well. So two things which are out there, and rich text and the recent items. These are the two things that I want in my application. So let's quickly move on to the next. Now in the navigation items, so what we saw here, so this is an application right here, right? So on the left hand side. So in what navigation means is whatever you are seeing in here is selected through the navigation. You can basically come back and edit these as well. And for now, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a default thing so that it gets more clearer to us. So let's take opportunities, if it is out there. Yeah, let's take opportunities and just put it in there, just for fun purposes. We basically do not need it right now. So we're going to be spawning only one thing, and we're going to click next. And now this is an important one. You have to select who are the people who can view this application. Not everyone will be able to view this application. Since I'm the system administrator, I'm going to be giving myself only the privileges of viewing this application and no one else. So I'm going to be putting in here so that I can see this application. I'm going to put save and finish. As soon as I do that, my application is ready, and you can find that application as the name which we had learner view, the application. So it is right here, which has been created, right? So to check if learner view is created, let's quickly go to here. This is the place where you search for application, these dots in here. Just quickly search for learner. So you can see my image which I created for the branding as well is present. So quickly go to the learner view and see what is out there. So you can see the green which I chose for the hex value is here. This is the name of the application. This is the only navigation that we spawn. So you can see the recently viewed opportunities which are out there, and the utility items that we selected, which is the recent items, which is in here, which has been nothing so far. And then there is a rich text. So welcome to the Intellipaat learner application. So you can have that, implement more things like those. So these are the utility things. So we have basically created an application with one thing. Now let's customize this application a little bit more by adding a page and the object that we created, right? So we created an object. So if you remember, if we go to app manager again and we try to edit this particular learner view, you can see there is this one thing missing, which is the object that we created. The object which we created, which goes by the name, I think learner Intelli, that will not be available in the navigation items. That is because we have not created a custom tab for it. Right? Let me search learner. You can see this is not available right now. That is simply because we have so far not created basically and custom tab for it. So there's no tab view for it, and that is why that is not spawning. So let's quickly do that as well. So I'm going to be doing that side by side so you can see what is going on. So let's quickly search for tabs in here in quick find. Let's quickly search for tabs. Now go to tabs. In tabs, basically you have to go down and you have to create a new one. So you have to create a new custom tab. So just click on the new one. So here you have to select the object that you want to create a tab for. So our object's name is learner Intelli. You can select the tab style. So there's a lot of different things that you can choose from. That will basically be the thing which is in front of that tab style. So since this is about learners, so we're choosing people in here, and you can have custom tabs. So learners information, right? So that is there. So let's quickly click next, and these are again those security things. So you can add the profiles who are going to be able to see it, but we are keeping the default settings so that we can get through with this. and again which all applications you want to add it to. So you can see by default it is added to learner view. So if we see now to learner view, only opportunities is there, right? Now let's quickly save this. So what it will do is it will add it to all of the pages which are out there. You can basically, when you are doing this, select the custom pages you want to add it to, but for now it's just going to be saving it. So once we do that and it is ready, my learners, this thing, if I refresh, the learner view should pop up in navigation. So let's go to the navigation items, and you can see the learner Intellis has been spawned. Since it is spawned, if I refresh this page, I should see another tab in here. You can see the learners Intelli tab is available, and you can create an object in here, go to new, and you can add let's say learner's name is Ram, the course he's enrolled in is Salesforce, and batch ID is 1234. If I save that, you can see details of that learner you can see in here. So basically, if I add more and more and more, I can have all the learners which are spawning and put them in here really quickly and very easily. So that is the basic thing of the objects that we have created. Now let's add one more thing to it. Let's add an application page to this one. So let's go back to the setup real quickly and go to and search for app builder. So if you go to Lightning app builder, it's basically we need to create a new page. So let's click on new. So as I mentioned in the theoretical side of things, you can create 3 different kinds of pages. For now, for my purpose, I'm going to be creating an app page. So let's quickly select that, move on to the next one. You have to select a label's name. So this is learners app page. I think it goes with an underscore. It looks better. Yeah. Now what you can select in the next one is the view. So as I told you, the Salesforce Lightning applications, it spawns and adapts both for your PC as well as your mobile phones of different sizes and tablets of different sizes. So you can see if the tablet is in this section, it will look 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 like this. If it is straight, 1, 2, 3 on the phone, and 1, 2, 3. You can choose different settings based on this. The applications will be spawning. So different views that you can get from here. So I'm going to be choosing standard one again. One header, a left sidebar, or I'll go with header in 2 regions. Let's quickly divide it easily. So header in 2 regions we're going to be selecting. We're going to click on next. Now I have basically a layout where we can add applications. So it doesn't mean we can only add 3 components. We can add more than 3 components, but just thing is you can add it in here or here. The way that they'll be spawning is based on the layout that you have selected. So let's quickly put a rich text on top. This is learners page. So there's a learners page that we are creating. So that is that. We can have basically anything that you want in here. We can populate let's say recent items in here on the left hand side, reports and charts on the right hand side, and you can have, let's say if you wanted to have a chatter field, you can put it in here on the left hand side. So you can spawn more than 1 items. You can customize these things as well. So whatever is be spawning here, you can add a filter, you can add field types, so for what it has to be done, and you can create what you want report for. So you can select different kinds of reports in here. You can populate all of that, and you can add and filter based on that. So whatever is based on your filter, you can view those things only particularly in this particular page. So that is the basic idea behind these things as well. So you can add a filter for this as well. We're not going to be doing that. We're just going ahead with this one. So you can activate this page, or you can choose not to activate this page as well. So I'm going to be activating this page. So if this is in development environment, you would not want to activate it right away. You'd want to wait. But since we are not concerned with that one right now, we're going to be activating this page. So it will going to be asking a few questions. So page settings, Lightning experience, and mobile app navigation, 3 different things. So you can add different page setups that you want. I just want it to be activated for all my users, and these things have been done. So I'm going to be quickly saving it with default configurations. Until you add it, it won't be spawning anywhere, right? So that is what this page is saying. So what it basically means is I have created. So like I did for objects and it was spawning, it will not happen for this one because it is not there in the navigation items yet. So for that, what we have to do is we have to go back to our setup, search for our app manager again, and in my app manager, I have to be searching for the learner view application which we created. Click edit, and then go to navigation items, And in here, the page that we created, which was our learners application page, which is right here, I'm going to be selecting that and putting it in here. Sorry. So with that, if I hit save and I refresh this page, I should be able to see my new page, which is out there. So the page, as you can see, objects will have a drop down menu like this. So you can see all the learners or all the opportunities which are out there. And in page, you can see different things that you put with respect to what is there. So the recent item is 0, chat field. We have not populated these things. That's why these things are not being done. So if you do all of that, you'd be able to see these things, and these things will be generated automatically based on that. So that is what basically you can do in order to build an application in Salesforce. So with that, we have come to the end of the demo section.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So let's start with Salesforce admin interview questions. And our first question is, what is Salesforce? The answer to the same question is, Salesforce is a company that makes cloud-based software designed to help businesses find more prospects, close more deals, and wow customers with amazing service. I hope so you got an answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CRM? CRM means Customer Relationship Management. CRM is an application used to automate sales and marketing functions by using a software called CRM software. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which architecture does Salesforce depends upon? This is also one of the most important questions. Now, the perfect answer to this question is that Salesforce architecture is a multi-layer architecture and it follows the MVC architecture, which stands for Model, View, Controller. Model basically contains custom objects and standard objects. View contains page layouts, screen flows, visual force page, Lightning Web Component, and Aura, whereas Controller contains standard and custom controllers. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are different editions of Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Essential Edition. Then we have Professional Edition. Moving ahead, we have Enterprise Edition. Then we have Unlimited Edition. And finally, we have the Developers Edition. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how many types of portals are available in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Self-Service Portal. Then we have the Customer Portal. And finally, we have the Partner Portal. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is an object in Salesforce? Now this is also one of the most fundamental questions which can be asked by the interviewer. And the answer is that an object is represented as a database table which stores organization's data. Object consists of set of fields and we store data against the field. Common businesses objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. Custom objects are objects that you create to store information that's specific to your company or industry. That forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different objects in Salesforce? And the answer is, the different objects in Salesforce are, the first one, we have the standard object. Second, we have the custom object. And finally, the third object is the external object. This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked, so keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are standard and custom objects? The answer is that standard objects provided by Salesforce.com are called standard objects. Examples of standard objects are accounts, contacts, opportunities, leads, products, campaigns, cases, users, contracts, reports, and dashboards. Whereas the custom objects are the objects which are created by us, which are called the custom objects. Custom objects stores information that is unique and important to your organization. Custom objects provide a structure for sharing the data. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is profile? The answer is that a profile is a group of settings and permissions that define what a user can do in Salesforce. Types of user profiles in Salesforce are the standard profiles and the custom profiles. While a standard profile is a profile already provided by the Salesforce, whereas a custom profile can be created by the users based on their specific requirements. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a role? The answer is that a role is a record level access in the Salesforce that defines the visibility access of a user. Roles determine what records a user can see relative to others in the organization's hierarchy. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are organization-wide default settings? And the answer is, it defines the default access level for an object's records with organizations' wide sharing settings. Organizational wide defaults are used to restrict access. Custom objects and many standard objects have separate organizational wide sharing settings. Internal, external, and guest users can all have different levels of access. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is sharing rule? Guys, this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked in the interview. So, the answer to the same question is, sharing rules in Salesforce is the rule that must be followed in order to grant access to the information and data to various clients in a certain company or group of areas. Users can use sharing rules to share records based on conditions. It is primarily intended for objects with organization-wide default sets to public, read-only, or private, as sharing rules can only extend access rather than restrict it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is manual sharing? And the answer is, in Salesforce, the manual sharing records are shared individually with other users by using the shared button on the record. Manual sharing gives other users access to certain type of records including accounts, contacts, and leads. For example, if you grant another user access to an account, the user automatically has access to all the opportunities and cases associated with that account. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is permission set? And the answer is, a permission set is a collection of settings and various tools and functions. Permission sets extend users' functional access without changing their profiles. Users can only have one profile, but they can have multiple permission sets depending on the Salesforce edition. Regardless of their profiles, you can assign permission sets to different types of users. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different types of relationships in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, we have the master detail relationships. Moving ahead, we have the lookup relationships. Then we have the self relationships. Then we have the external lookup relationship. Moving ahead, we also have indirect lookup relationship. Then we look for many-to-many relationships. And finally, we have the hierarchical relationships. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions. So you can keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Next question is, what is a master detail relationship? And the answer is, master detail relationship is a strongly coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means that if a master records get deleted, then the child records associated with are also deleted. Data from these objects can be joined in one report using master detail relationships. The master object, the detail object, and the other lookup object. I hope so you are clear with it. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a lookup relationship? And the answer is, lookup relationship is a loosely coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means even if a parent records get deleted, the child records remain in the system. A lookup relationship links two objects so that you can look up one object from the related items on another. One-to-one or one-to-many lookup relationships are possible. Because a single account can have many related contacts, the account-to-contact relationship is one-to-many. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Next question we have is, what is self-relationship? And the answer is that self-relationship is a lookup relationship to the same object. For example, we have a field on account, which is parent account, that allows us to choose any account for being a parent account of the existing one. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is roll-up summary? And the answer is, roll-up summary is a read-only field which is used to calculate the count of child records, sum, minimum, maximum of a field on the child object, and the total number of all the records listed in a related list. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a junction object? And the answer is, in Salesforce, you can create many-to-many relationships by establishing two master detail relationships on the same object. The object on which these two master detail relationships are created is known as the junction object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a flow? This is also a kind of intermediate question. So guys, the answer to the same question is, flow is a tool for automating the complex business processes, which is known as flow. Flow enables you to create complex business automation using clicks rather than the code. If you need to generate a new automated business process or use a guided experience that does not reach the complexity threshold for Apex code, then Flow is your go-to tool. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question we have is, what is Process Builder? And the answer is that Salesforce Process Builder is basically an automated tool that allows you to control the order of actions or evaluate the criteria for a record. Process Builder supports three types of processes for your automation needs. The first one is, we have a record change process which starts when a record is created or updated. Then we have an event process which starts when a platform event message is received. Finally, we have the invocable process which starts when something else like another process invokes it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is workflow? And the answer is, workflow is a Salesforce which is basically container or business logic engine which automates certain action based on particular criteria. With the exception of the first and last steps, each step in a workflow has specific step before it and a specific step after it. In a linear workflow, the first step is usually initiated by the external event. I hope so you got answer to this question. You can also keep a mark on this question, which is most likely to be asked by an interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the maximum number of data records that can be shared? And the answer is, a file can be shared a maximum of 2000 times. This count includes shares with records, people, and groups. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So now let's start with the next question. Our next question is, how many fields can be created in one object? And the answer is that in an unlimited edition, we can create up to 500 fields per object. And in the professional edition, we can create up to 100 custom fields per object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many workflows can be created in one object? And the answer is, by default, each object is limited to 50 workflows. I hope so you got answer to this question. This was pretty easy, and also you have to remember the numerical values involved in certain interview questions. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is mixed DML error? And the answer is that a mixed DML operation error comes when you try to perform the DML operations on setup and non-setup objects in a single transaction. To avoid this error, we should perform DML operation on standard or custom object records in different transactions. I hope so you are clear with this question. Our next question is, what is Schema Builder? And the answer is, Schema Builder is a tool that lets you visualize and edit your data model. Without having to move from page to page, the Schema Builder can retrieve all fields from object, perform basic impact analysis on changes to an object, and displays all dependencies on an object. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the scenario-based questions. The first question is that what kind of relationships does account and contact have? The answer to the same question is the type of relationship which can exist between account and contact is cascade delete. You can create a contact without an account. It shows up there as a lookup relationship. If you have created contact with an account and if you delete the account, the contact will be deleted, and this shows the master detail relationship. I hope so you are clear with this. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next scenario-based question. Our next question is, suppose if the interviewer asks you something like this, I wanted to delete 30,000 customer records but do not want anyone else to recover them. Then what can I do? This is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is Salesforce makes it easy to bulk delete records permanently using the hard delete option. The difference between delete and hard delete is that the former sends the deleted records to the Salesforce recycle bin, where it remains for 15 days. The hard delete erases all the records permanently from the Salesforce system with no way to recover it. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports? And the answer is, standard report is a first predefined report where the user chooses the parameter such as the time, actuality, and the company to make the report for, but the report's content is fixed. Custom report is a report that you design is known as a custom report. You specify how they should be shown and choose the dimension and metrics like sessions, page views, and bounce rate. I hope so you're clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports formats? And the answer to the same question is, the first one, we have the tabular report. Moving ahead, we have the summary report. The third one, we have the matrix report. And finally, we have the join report. This is also one of the most important questions, guys. So please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is bucket field? And the answer is that bucket field is a feature that allows you to rapidly categorize values for a field in a report without having to create a custom formula field at the object level. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is dashboard? And the answer is, a Salesforce dashboard is a quick way to view summary data from multiple reports at once. Dashboards allow you to select data from reports through the use of charts, tables, and metrics. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the different components of dashboard? And the answer is the first one. We have table. Then we have chart. Third, we have gauge. And fourth, we have metric. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is lead? And the answer is, lead is a default object which is created when you receive new contact information in your database. Lead generation is a process that builds visibility, credibility, trust, and interest from a specific group of people. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is trigger? Guys, this is the most frequently asked question in the Salesforce admin interview. And the answer to the same question is, trigger is a piece of code that is executed either before or after an update or addition to a record is made. Triggers enable you to carry out the following tasks. First, apply the business rules, validate the data that has been entered, create one kind of a value for a newly inserted row in a different file. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many Salesforce editions are published annually? Guys, this is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, first one, we have the summer, then winter, and third, spring. I hope so you are clear with this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is a record type? And the answer to the same question is, the record type is a data type that you use to treat several different pieces of data as one unit. Record types allow you to classify data in contacts, accounts, deals, and custom modules, allowing users of various roles to consume and update data in the CRM in different ways. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is the validation rule? And the answer is, a validation rule is one way to restrict input in a table field or control, such as text box on a form. A validation rule can contain a formula or expression that evaluates the data in one or more fields and returns a value of true or false. I hope so you got answer to this question. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Salesforce Certification Course for Administrator and App Builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce Administration, and App Builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.